Good morning to those tuning in right now. We will be starting shortly with our opening address. In the meantime, please enjoy these videos by Star Media Group and our sponsor, UOB Malaysia. See you shortly. Welcome to the third edition of the Virtual Circular Economy Conference 2023. The conference is exclusively brought to you by Star Media Group with UOB Malaysia as our platinum sponsor. We are glad you could join us this morning. Whether you are joining us via Zoom or Facebook, we would like to thank you for being here. My name is Remy, and I'm your host for today's virtual conference. Let us first look into the objectives of today's virtual conference. Throughout this conference, we aim to foster a dynamic platform for an exchange of trailblazing innovations and ideas by sharing experiences in creating a circular economy. We will also shed light on increasing focus on green financing, highlighting how investments in circular economies presents golden opportunities for greater economic growth and long-term investment prospects. Our primary goal is to encourage corporations to recognize the paramount importance and immense benefits of implementing circular economy policies. By embracing sustainable practices, businesses can position themselves as champions of environmental stewardship while simultaneously reaping the reward of increased efficiency and resilience. Before we get into it, on behalf of Star Media Group, I would like to give a special shout out to our platinum sponsor, UOB Malaysia, who has made this event possible. The Circular Economy Conference 2023 will see a full day of discussion and sharing with experts from Malaysia, Thailand, Singapore, Indonesia, Hong Kong, and the United Kingdom. To learn more about the conference and speakers, scan the QR code here or go to bit.ly/CEC2023_program. Before we get started with the conference today, here are some housekeeping matters. I'm sure we are all too familiar with online events by now. As much as we strive to provide top quality production for all our events, some things are just beyond our control. So please bear with us should we experience any technical difficulties. If you need any assistance at any time, feel free to contact our events crew at events@com.my. And if you have any question for our speakers, for Zoom viewers, you may pose it in the Q&A function, and for viewers on Facebook, you may pose it in the comment section. We highly encourage you to be part of the conversation as we discover ways to transform our practices in a circular economy model. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome our speaker this morning, Andy Chia, Country Head of Wholesale Banking UOB Malaysia, to deliver his opening address. Andy is responsible for managing and driving the growth strategy for UOB Malaysia's wholesale banking business. He has an extensive experience in the banking industry, having previously held key roles in UOB's Thailand and UOB's European operations, as well as having a background in the energy sector with Royal Dutch Shell. Without further ado, I would like to invite Andy to begin the conference today.
Hello, very good morning. Yang berbahagia, Tuan Ngah Koming, Minister of Local Government Development of Malaysia, Mr. Alex Yao, Group Chief Executive Officer of the Star Media Group, our esteemed panel of speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Selamat pagi, and I'm honored and pleased to be opening the Star Circular Economy Conference 2023 on a very important and relevant topic of the circular economy. I aim to shed light on the circular economy's significance and potential, particularly within the Malaysian context. To put it simply, the circular economy is an economic model that aims to decouple economic growth from the depletion of natural resources. The shift to a circular economy supports our planet's biocapacity regeneration by potentially reducing our current rate of consumption of 1.5 times of Earth's available resources. Unlike the traditional linear economy, which follows a take, make, dispose pattern, the circular economy seeks to create a closed-loop system in which resources are continuously recycled, reused, and regenerated. It encourages sustainable production and consumption, reduces waste and pollution, and promotes resource efficiency. The circular economy can also play an important role in achieving the decarbonization goals of the nation. By minimizing waste and maximizing resource efficiency, it reduces the reliance on raw materials and energy-intensive production processes. Circular practices such as recycling and remanufacturing contribute to lowering carbon emissions, mitigating climate change, and ensuring a more sustainable future for Malaysia and the region. Driving a circular economy is not just good for the environment, but also represents immense business and investment opportunities driven by technological innovation and know-how, particularly in the areas of resource and cost efficiency. The World Economic Forum cites figures from Accenture that the global circular economy is a $4.6 trillion opportunity from now to 2030, with the potential to create 6 million jobs. Closer to home, the Malaysia Circular Economy Blueprint, launched in 2019, aims to generate 60 billion ringgit in gross national income and create 160,000 green jobs by 2030. The Malaysia Circular Economy Blueprint outlines the country's vision, strategies, and action plans to transition towards a circular economy model. This roadmap demonstrates Malaysia's commitment to transitioning to a more sustainable growth path and provides a comprehensive framework to enable government agencies, businesses, and other stakeholders in implementing circular practices and realizing the environmental, social, and economic benefits of the circular economy in the country along 6 pillars, namely sustainable consumption and production, which encourages responsible consumption and production patterns, promoting sustainable lifestyles, and reducing waste generation. Secondly, sustainable waste management to improve waste management systems, including waste reduction, recycling, and proper disposal techniques. Thirdly, sustainable supply chains, which promote sustainable sourcing and production practices, resource efficiency, and circularity within supply chains. Fourthly, innovation and circular business models, which supports innovation research and the development of business models that optimizes resource use and minimizes waste generation. Fifthly, sustainable consumption and production in specific sectors, which addresses sector-specific challenges such as plastics, food, electronics, and textiles through circular economy approaches. And finally, enabling conditions, which seeks to enhance policy frameworks, regulations, and capacity building to support the transition to a circular economy. Malaysia has implemented various incentives to promote recycling and the circular economy. These incentives aim to encourage businesses, industries, and individuals to adopt sustainable practices and contribute to the country's environmental goals. Examples include the Green Investment Tax Allowance, GITA, the Green Technology Financing Scheme, GTFS, and the Green Technology Application for the Development of Low-Carbon Cities and Recycling Fund, to name a few. Whilst Malaysia has made progress in promoting the circular economy, more can be done to further accelerate its adoption and implementation. For instance, creating awareness and education. One of the key challenges to this agenda is a lack of awareness and understanding of the circular economy concepts amongst businesses, consumers, and policymakers. Increasing awareness through education and capacity building initiatives is crucial to foster a mindset shift towards circular thinking. Secondly, having clear and supportive policy and regulatory frameworks. This is essential to incentivize and enable the transition to a circular economy. Malaysia needs comprehensive policies that address waste management, recycling, sustainable procurement, and product design, among other aspects. Ensuring policy coherence and effective implementation is crucial. Thirdly, developing infrastructure and promoting value chain integration. These include waste management facilities, recycling centers, and the remanufacturing capabilities, which can pose a significant challenge. Integration and coordination across the value chain, including stakeholders from the government, industry, and civil society, are vital to also establish efficient circular systems. Next, access to financing and investment, particularly for supporting the small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, in this field. Lack of access to capital, limited awareness amongst investors, and the perceived risks associated with circular business models can impede progress. Encouraging financial institutions and investors to recognize the value and potential returns of circular economy projects is important. Next, availability of data and measurement systems, which are necessary to track progress, identify areas for improvement, and demonstrate the benefits of the Circular Economy Initiative. Establishing standardized metrics and indicators to measure resource efficiency, waste reduction, and environmental impact is a challenge that needs to be addressed. Finally, collaboration and stakeholder engagement. Driving the circular economy requires collaboration amongst diverse stakeholders, including government agencies, businesses, academia, and civil society. Fostering partnerships, knowledge sharing, and cross-sectoral cooperation is essential for effective implementation and scaling up of circular initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, to make the circular economy agenda a success, all stakeholders will have to play our part. At UOB, we recognize the importance of supporting this agenda and aim to simplify green financing for the circular economy through our easy-to-use frameworks that currently cover plastics, metals, and e-waste recycling and carry second-party opinion from Moody's. UOB continuously seeks to engage and work with ecosystems who promote the circular economy. For example, we were the main sponsors for the Malaysia Plastics Recyclers Association (MPRA) event on plastics recycling to share our insights and ideas on how plastics recyclers can access financial support through sustainability financing. UOB hopes to create greater awareness with other relevant circular economy partners and ecosystems, and more importantly, support the implementation of circular initiatives and ideas on the ground to bring tangible change. For the third year running, I'm really pleased that the STAR has been able to bring together like-minded organizations, thought leaders, and businesses to this Circular Economy Conference. UOB continues to support this conference as it is both timely and urgent for us to come together and chart a more sustainable path going forward to unlock the environmental, economic, and social benefits for our future generations. I wish you all a very successful and productive conference ahead. Thank you, and terima kasih.
Thank you, Andy, for your inspiring opening message. To kickstart our program for the day, I would like to welcome Yang Berhormat Tuan Nga Koming, Minister of Local Government Development, for his keynote address. YB Nga was appointed as Minister on the 3rd of December 2022 after being elected as a Member of Parliament for Teluk Intan in the general election 2022. He has a distinguished political career spanning over 2 decades. In 2018, he served as Deputy Speaker of Dewan Rakyat. Additionally, he is the National Vice Chairman of the Democratic Action Party. This dynamic combination of roles highlights his significant contributions to local governance, positioning him as a key figure in the political arena. Over to you, YB.
Yang berbahagia Encik Alex Yao Wai Xiao, Group Chief Executive Officer of the Star Media Group. Yang berbahagia Encik Andy Chia, Head of Wholesale Banking, UOB Malaysia. Yang bahagia Datuk M. Noor Azman Bintai, Secretary General, Ministry of Local Government Development. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to deliver a keynote address on behalf of the Ministry of Local Government Development, KPKT, at this very important conference. First, I would like to congratulate the Star Media Group for organizing Circular Economy Conference 2023 as a part of knowledge sharing initiative aimed at pursuing forward the environmental, social, and governance ESG agenda. In recent years, the world faces an unprecedented wave of environmental challenges, including climate change, biodiversity loss, and resource depletion. The current linear economy is a system where resources are extracted to make products that eventually end up as waste and discarded. The linear economy combined with the rapid urbanization and industrial development has caused high volume of waste generation. In Malaysia, with a population of 33 million people, we generate about 13.95 million tons of waste in year 2022. The Malaysian government spends 592 million in 2020 and 610 million in 2021 for waste collection alone. We also spent 83 million for landfill operation costs in 2020 and 85 million in 2021. The cost is forecasted to rise each year if we stick to the traditional, outdated linear economy. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Prime Minister Dato Sri Anwar Ibrahim had recently introduced Madani concept, which underscores sustainability and innovation as part of the government focus area. Madani represents the shared trust between the government and the citizens based on transparency and cooperation. The current political stability allows Malaysia's economy to rise with greater speed and efficiency. We believe the pace of economic expansion will gradually yet significantly progress. Under the 12th Malaysia Plan, we acknowledge the importance of advancing green growth by embracing circular economy. KPKT, as a responsible ministry in coordinating waste management in Malaysia, plays a salient role in accelerating circular economy implementation, which will reduce waste generation, yield significant efficiency gains, and cost effectiveness to reduce dependency on natural resources as well as reduce pressure on our Mother Earth. Therefore, circularity is a critical enabler to decreasing our GHG emissions and addressing material scarcity issues while building a growing and resilient economy. Ladies and gentlemen, to encourage the transition towards circular economy among the private sectors, it is essential to make full use of finance, which is a significant market-oriented resource. Finance not only manages funds, but also improves the industrial supply chain, making the backbone of the modern economy. Transitioning to a circular economy also involves great business chances and can create new employment opportunities. Circular economy in line with Goal 12 Sustainable Development Goals SDG is related to the 3 R's, i.e. reduce, reuse, and recycle. And recently, it has been extended to 9R additionally, which means refuse, rethink, repair, refurbish, remanufacture, and repurpose. This is according to European Commission year 2020. The ecosystem, society, and business may all benefit from circular economy initiative, which apply the 9 R's as their primary approach. On the other hand, Extended Producer Responsibility (EPR) is a policy tool to accelerate the implementation of circular economy. By implementing EPR, businesses can make an important contribution to the transition to a circular economy by reducing the environment impacts of their products. Ladies and gentlemen, the Circular Economic Council for Solid Waste is a platform for policymakers, researchers, private sectors, and stakeholders to share their experiences, ideas, and find solutions for the various challenges in implementing circular economy. At present, we are in the process of getting approval of establishing the National Council from the Cabinet. The potential for circular economy and recycling is huge and important for the future of Malaysia to harness strategic economic benefits. Currently, the national recycling rate is at 35.38%, and KPKT is targeting to achieve 40% recycling rate by year 2025. The establishment of the Drive-Through Recycling Centre, DTRC, throughout the nation proves the commitment of the government to boost recycling activity. We are also encouraging the private sectors support all the outlined initiatives by the ministry, especially in providing recycling facilities and activities. KPKT has introduced the Waste Exco Park WEP guideline, an industry-driven initiative where private sector would develop integrated facility comprising materials recovery facility, MRF, recycling facilities, treatment facilities, and other related machineries within a design location. This eco park will encourage participation from the industries to invest in facilities and infrastructure towards more holistic waste management activities. Ladies and gentlemen, lastly, KPKT is committed to ensuring that the circular economy will be the main agenda by creating an enabling ecosystem for the circular economy. Relevant policies, legislation, and economic instruments will be developed to facilitate the transition to circular economy. I hope that all of us, regardless of the government, private sectors, industry players, and the public, will all work together hand in hand to shift to the circular economy towards a more sustainable future. I would be happy to see more collaboration established, connections formed, and industry-related business opportunities explored as well. I'm pleased to be with all of you here today and looking forward to listening in to what the experts have to say. Thank you once again to the Star Media Group for giving me the honor to deliver my keynote speech today. I hope you will enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, YB, for the fulfilling session. We will now move on to our next session, which is our first panel discussion. This panel is joined by powerful and like-minded industry experts who will be educating us on how to ensure circular models become financially viable. Let's welcome our panelists. Mala Odayapan, the Director of Social Impact, Sustainability and Climate Change for PwC Malaysia. Mala has over 25 years of experience in social compliance and sustainability, with expertise in designing and executing engagement plans to align internal and external stakeholders on the impact of sustainability. As a director, she is responsible for the social impact services roadmap for PwC in Malaysia and supports clients across the region. Next up, we have Nopon Tekapangam, also known as NAPS, who is the founder and CEO of Non, the world's first circular economy product subscription platform, which was founded in early 2018. Non offers a circular economy mattress subscription services, making it financially viable for businesses and general consumers. We also have with us Dr. S. Umeshwara, the Executive Director of Dialogue Asseco Sendirian Berhad. Dr. Umeswara is a circular economy, waste and environmental management expert consultant. He is the Malaysia delegate and subject matter expert at United Nations Environment Programme Expert Group on marine litter and microplastics. He is also a panel member in various government agencies on environmental sustainability sectors. And lastly, our moderator, Dr. Ruben Clements, a sustainable finance specialist from Zoological Society of London. Dr. Ruben is a sustainable finance specialist with the Zoological Society of London, where he currently develops and manages ZSL's Nature-Based Solutions, also known as NBS, portfolio in Southeast Asia. With 18 years of experience as a conservation scientist, he co-founded Nature-Based Solution, NBS, a Malaysian organization focusing on NBS projects. To those tuning in, a gentle reminder, if you have any question for our experts, please post it in the Q&A box or in the Facebook comment section. Over to you, Dr. Ruben.
Hi everyone, welcome to our panel on ensuring circular models become financially viable. We have three fantastic speakers today. I'm going to introduce them in a bit. Thanks for the introduction earlier. As mentioned, I am a sustainable finance specialist with the Zoological Society of London, the British NGO. And right now, I'm currently developing nature-based solutions, which hopefully can stimulate a circular model of economic growth. I'm currently working on developing financial products such as forest and wildlife conservation bonds and forest-based nature-based solutions that issue carbon and biodiversity credits. I'm going to first introduce my speaker here on my right on my screen, Mala Odiyapan. Hi, Mala. She's the director with PwC Malaysia Sustainability and Climate Change Practice. She has over 25 years of experience in social compliance and sustainability, with expertise in designing and executing engagement plans to align internal and external stakeholders on the impact of sustainability. She's responsible for the social impact services roadmap for PwC in Malaysia and supports clients across the region. These services support PwC's clients in engaging the workforce, suppliers, customers, NGOs, regulators, and the community. Overall, Mala hopes to help bring the just transition approach across the sustainability agenda and enable clients and communities to move towards a sustainable and green economy. She previously held regional roles in multinational companies based in Indonesia and Vietnam. Most recently, she was attached with a multi-brand footwear manufacturer in Indonesia, where she helped establish workforce impact analysis, gender equity portfolios, fair recruitment and salary structure analysis for the manufacturing group. And Mala is also well-versed in multi-brand assessments and risk impact analysis for different industries throughout South Asia, Hong Kong, and Mauritius. Hi, Mala. Welcome to the panel. I'm going to introduce next our speaker from Thailand. Hopefully I pronounced his name right, Nofon Tepakwam, or Naps for short. I'm going to call you Naps. Naps is the founder and CEO at Non. He's got a lot of passion in sustainability, and his family has a 95-year experience in the mattress industry. Naps founded Non, the world's first circular economy product subscription platform back in early 2018. Starting from premium mattresses, Non makes access to brand new, high-value, long-life products, and which will then be more financially viable for businesses and general consumers, while ensuring that our planet's finite resources are used more productively by retrieving and recycling the used products at the end of every subscription free of charge. Now running in Thailand and Indonesia, the startup has received many accolades. I won't name them all here, there's too many. And I'm just going to tell you, Naps holds a postgraduate diploma in economics from the University of Cambridge and a bachelor's in physics with theoretical physics from the University of Manchester. Hi, Naps. Welcome. And last but not least, we have Dr. Sri Umeswara. He's the Executive Director of Dialogue Assesco, a member of Dialogue Group Berhad, and it's called Circular Economy Enablers. He's a circular economy, waste and environment management expert consultant. He's a Malaysian delegate and subject matter expert at UNEP, United Nations Environment Programme, and also in the expert group for marine litter and microplastics. He's a panel member on various government agencies on environmental sustainability sectors. He has also received many, many awards for his efforts in cultivating the 3 Rs, community, and promoting circular economy via a closed-loop digital transformation and waste tracking for the waste resource sector. He'll tell you about it in a bit in his slides. Dr. Meswara also authored a book titled Love the Environment and is acknowledged by the Department of Environment in Malaysia. This is a bilingual book covering topics in both English and Tamil. It's the first book on environment in Tamil being published in Malaysia. This is fantastic. He holds a Master's of Science in Waste Management and Environmental Management and a PhD in Energy and Environment at the Malaysia University of Science and Technology, also called MUST. So welcome, Dr. Meswara. All right, so next I'm going to first ask Mala here to share some slides and tell us a bit about what you do, Mala. Go ahead.
Good morning. Before I start, let me show the slides that I have. So just bear with me, give me a minute. So here we go. Creating sustainable production and consumption models. Now, before we start, why do we want to do circular economy? In general, whatever products that we have at present, we need to get nature's resources. The resources comes from nature. And at present, it has depleted to a very low level. The more we mine this natural stuff, the more we need to replace it. But can we actually replace this? That's a question. So one of the ways to mitigate this current situation, we look into circular economy. So let me present some points that might be useful for you guys to have a look. Hold on. The screen is, let me move the screen. Hold on. Okay. So when we start circular economy, there are a couple of questions all of us always ask. What are the opportunities I stand to gain? Where do I start? How do I start? From whom do I learn? How do I adjust my business model? And what is the returns am I going to get? What is the impact to my bottom line? These questions come up all the time. And our end users, they come back and ask us, this is too expensive to do. This is for us to make it. So these questions will always be there. But then if we do not take an action, how are we going to rectify the issue? We can't keep utilizing the resources all the time. And when we use these resources, there are a couple of things that happens. Number one, it creates waste. Number two, there's a huge amount of emission that actually causes problems to our ozone layer. In other words, we'll have more issues with the environment and we need to pay for it, whether we do it now or we do it later. So from our point of view, when we do this, there are a couple of areas you might want to look at. How to start this? That's the first question. So please assess your business, the business model that you have, what you guys are doing, how it's making profit, and what's the waste that comes in. Set a strategy and a vision. What do you want to achieve? We would like to go to Mars, but we can't go now. We need to go at a staggered manner, and we need to understand where are our areas of development, where we need to improve ourselves, and what are the opportunities, and what are the risks, and what kind of employees do we have, or people we have. So for that, we plan. Do a strategy, a 2 years strategy, a 5 years strategy, a 10 years strategy. Set your roadmap, evolve, look at it, develop the plans, develop the systems. Once you've done it, measure it, see whether it's working or not. Review, communicate. When I say communicate, it's not only to consumers, but communicate with the government. communicate with your people that you work with, communicate with leaders to see whether the strategies that you have, the plans that you have set is working or not. Evolve, change, and move ahead. When you do this, you will know that you're making improvements at different layers. And even though you are spending money now, in the longer range, you will be actually saving not only the money, but you're creating new jobs. You're creating new opportunities. You're creating a new set of economy. When you start this, the journey has 3 different kinds of look. One is the beginner, which means you have not actually recognized the circular economy. So you have to start looking at it, and you do it by doing operational efficiency. That means you reduce the waste in your systems. Reduce it. So when you reduce it, you monetize it. Calculate to see what kind of savings you have done, not only from monetization, but from waste, from emission. So all this you can actually calculate back, and whether it has improved the life cycle of your product, your services. This is the first step. And the next step is you integrate your circularity into your strategy. That means the products that we do, can it be reused, recycled? Can it generate separate product? Can be used by other industries? This is the intermediate performance. So the sustainability comes in. That means your ESG performance. In other words, your environment, your circular economy will enhance it. And the next stage is it becomes a corporate strategy. Every time when you do something, when you create a new product, when you create a new services, you do a value chain mapping. From this value chain, you find out for each area what is the value you create, whether in the monetary section or from creating jobs or creating new economy. This is where you check, you review, you evolve. So there are 3 different stages you can actually work on. But at present, we need to start somewhere. If we do not start, we keep waiting for others, this is not going to move at all. So please do look at your business plan. And I'm going to show you some examples how circular economy has worked in some practices. But please understand, it's not an overnight success story. It takes time, strategy. So the first one I'm going to show is, you know how they've done this. Is a well-known product. They have done reduction, circular design, and they have done the waste has become materials that's being reused. Another area is automotives. That's a cars, Ford and Mercedes. So they are, the cars that you use, the materials that's being used in that car is actually circular materials. So when they take back the cars, how is it reused and reworked? And the last one I'm going to show is Philips. That's the lights. All of us know about it, how they've done refurbishing, they've repaired the stuff, and they've reused the products. That's all I have for you today. Thank you. Dr. Ruben, back to you.
Thanks very much, Mala, for giving us a primer on the journey in circular economy. It's quite useful for companies who are interested to find out more, and also thanks for giving some case studies on circular economy in practice. I'm going to hand it over next to Naps. Maybe share your slide and tell us a bit about your interests in the circular economy and why you're so passionate about it. So take it away.
Right, thank you, Ruben. Good morning, everyone. So before I started Non, I spent 10 years working for my family. So we've been in the mattress industry for a long time, for around 95 years. So over the 10 years, I discovered that there are 3 main pain points faced by the mattress industry. Firstly, there's the issue of the affordability of premium mattresses. And secondly, there is no way to dispose of used mattresses in an ethical and eco-friendly manner. And thirdly, mattresses don't get recycled because it's not financially viable. And around the world, we see around 150 million mattresses getting disposed every year. So it's a massively overlooked issue. So what we have come up with is a subscription service to give businesses and general consumers easier access to brand new premium mattresses. And at the end of the lifetime of the mattresses, we collect them back, take them apart, and recycle all the components free of charge. So the recycling part is actually loss-making. So we have to use the profit from the subscription side to subsidize the recycling process to make it financially viable. And this is how you can create value out of used mattresses. So they're just like big sandwiches, really. So we have the outer textile cover, we have the steel springs inside, and we have the PU foams. So the textile could be upcycled into, for example, industrial futures, and the steel springs could be melted down as metal scraps. And the PU foams, we could break them down chemically into polymonomers, which could then be used in the petrochemical industry. So that's it from me for now. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Naps. I'm just curious, is this available in Malaysia? Can we order your mattresses?
Not at the moment. Now we're operating in Thailand and Indonesia. Yeah.
All right. Hopefully soon you will come to Malaysia. Thanks a lot, Naps, for sharing.
Thank you.
Pass the slide over to Dr. Meswara to tell us a bit about your experience with circular economy. Go ahead.
Right. Hi. Thanks. So basically what we have been doing is related to circular economy is where we close the loop in terms of the post-consumer or post-industrial wastages and so on. And of course, as some of the speakers have mentioned, is either the brands or the manufacturers or even the producers could recognize this or start this from the very beginning of their production. But we do it on the reverse way, is from the waste sector itself. So we close the loop by creating the transformation and also throughout the supply chain, where you can see in this diagram where we connect the dots. And most of the time throughout the supply chain, after the retailer or after the consumer, everyone work on silo, because there's no traceability, there's no transparency. So therefore, they are not aware where these products goes to. And even if it is being collected for recycling, whether it is being recycled towards the final end or not. All right. So in that sense, we have created our system to do the traceability. Like for an example, this is one of the FMCG products that post-consumer packaging or bottles, as I would say, that they run a campaign as a brand, which is good. But unfortunately, the manufacturing is not being done in Malaysia. But at least they have run it as a campaign. But upon collecting, then they need a consultant to consult them. And they also need a solution provider to do the collection and towards the final end of the processing. So while we are doing that, this is where we consult them and give them the inputs in terms of how and what type of these products, because in a common recycling industry, not all product can be mixed with the similar kind of product. For an example, this is PET, but this is cosmetic PET. So it will not be processed together with the normal food grade, your mineral water or PET packaging. All right. So therefore, we found a way that to make it into flakes, and eventually it becomes a PET strapping belt for logistics and so on. So it's a zero waste to landfill. All right, it's zero waste to landfill. So the other option is, for an example, is the containers that comes from the pesticide containers and so on. Mostly is also plastics, where this used to be a form of schedule waste. All right. But together with the Department of Agriculture and Department of Environment, with their concern and also the exemption, these products has been followed through some collection process, and then through a proper processing, it can be converted into raw materials. And these raw materials will be used for products like automotive, industrial products, etc. So similar kind of thing. This is a new initiative that has been started together with a company who is a producer called Baxter and BCSD, where with the concern of Ministry of Health, where we came to know that there are more and more home dialysis patients has been using these medicine bags. Now, this is a medicine bags which is non-contaminated or non-contactable bags. So eventually these bags is being used by the patients at home for their home dialysis. 260 metric tons has been just ending up at the landfill together with the municipal normal food waste or any of your home waste. So we found a way that to do the reverse logistics and to how to process it, recycle it so that it can be used for PVC contacts like PVC hose and PVC boots. All right. So this can be eventually done for even for what we call scheduled waste. And because there is a solution coming up, advanced technology is coming up and so on, and it can be for any kind of post-consumer waste or post-industrial waste. So it is time now for industries to look into what are the waste that is coming out from the production as well as post-production, so that they can take accountability in terms of waste and look into how they can further reduce it for the benefit of their own company in terms of circular economy, as well as the industry, as well as the environment as well. Yeah.
Thanks, Dr. Meswara, for showing us how we can close the loop. It's fantastic to see some good examples locally on PVC, recycling, upcycling, and I learned a lot. Hopefully all of you in the audience have learned a bit about what our three speakers are doing. Now we're gonna just have a chat. We're gonna pose some questions to the panel speakers. And the first question I would like to ask is, well, while many are talking about the circular economy, many are still unsure where to start, and making a wrong move can be expensive. And I'm interested to know what are the strategies or business models out there that businesses can look at when they are looking to start this shift. Maybe I'll start first with Naps. Tell us a bit about your experience with this. Go ahead, Naps.
Thank you. I think it's best to start off with the existing businesses, because I think we have to see, I think as Marlon mentioned earlier, it's probably best to start from where you are, like what your process is like, and I think more importantly, what other pain points faced by the customers that could be resolved through like a circular idea. For example, as I mentioned earlier, with mattresses, we could see that there's the issue of the affordability and also the disposal. So at the end, we came up with our system or our subscription program to help handle this. So I think that's the best place to start. And I think according to Essentia, there are like 5 viable business models that could arise out of the circular economy ideas. So that could be a good starting point as well. So there's product as a service, there's life extension, for example, and I think there are 3 other ones that you could look up. Yeah.
All right, thanks, Naps. Marla, just now you brought us on a journey a bit about how, for those who are unsure where to start, you give us some idea, but maybe you can also shed some light on, what are the strategies or business models that businesses can look when they're looking to start this shift.
Thank you, Doctor. As Naps said, it depends on your product itself, what you have and what you want to achieve. I'll give you a very good, simple example. Your jeans, all of us wear jeans, the denims. But then, those days you used to have a lot of buttons, metal stuff, and, those kind of things, which can't be recycled. But now they have come back with different ways of doing this. So the buttons and stuff, they've got materials that can be recycled and reused at some other product. And the jeans itself, the cloth itself is reprocessed and redesigned to suit the new requirements or the trend. So the part that I'd like to bring over here is, as Naps said, look at what you are producing and what is your process flow and what kind of a waste you are generating. Every waste that is generated from the business is a cost to the business to dispose it. And where is it disposed? Is it incinerated? Is it thrown to the landfill? And this will impact your underground water, will impact other issues that you have to pay for it later. So if you can look at the process, get the experts to assess where you are, what is your process flow, and from there you can actually find ways of doing it. You can't do everything, but you can take a step towards it and look at the returns. That's what I would advise.
Thanks a lot, Mala.
Can I add one
Yeah.
thing?
Go ahead,
Yeah.
Nat.
But then at the end, whatever you do, it has to offer real financial value or real benefits to the customers. Because at the end, I think it's important for everything to be financially viable and to make market sense. Yeah.
And to that, Dr. Robert Naps, I mean, I will always bring back your mobile phones. You know, we used to have mobile phones that cost us what, $5,000 those days, and it belonged to the niche. Now it's 500 ringgit. You can get a smartphone. So the technology needs to improve. There needs to be people who can use it. So for that, we need to start somewhere, and then it becomes viable financially for the consumer and for the manufacturing companies or the organizations. That's where I would say. Thank you.
Great. Anybody else would like to chime in? If not, I'll ask the second question. Yeah, I think a lot of us are also curious about examples of sustainability done right. I think Mala, you shared a bit just now, but maybe you can share us a bit about some businesses or external examples of sustainability done right, and what are the success factors so far? Mala, do you have any insights on that?
Well, I can give you from a brand perspective. Most of us wear Nike shoes or Nike t-shirts. You know, they're well known for the big boys club where the athletes are big athletes. You see, one of the things that they have done is their rubber, the shoes in the rubber is actually regrinded and reused for playgrounds, for track and field, for a lot of those activities. Now, to start that, they need to get the footwear companies, the manufacturers, or their contract companies, their partners, to actually segregate the waste the way Dr. Umar was talking earlier. And for this, they gave incentives. They incentivized the contract companies to do it. Now, when we started doing this, the segregation and reusing it, to NAP's point of view, is it viable? In the initial stage, it was not. So one company couldn't do it, but a group of companies could join together and they started the recycling center to get this rubber to make into flakes. So it became a sustainability practice as well. Emission, reduction of emission, reduction of waste, the water utilization went down, and these rubber flakes were used for other areas, you know, tiles and stuff like that. So it took the first step from the brand to start the ball rolling. And if you're asking me, Malar, is it a big economy? No, but it has created opportunities. Logistics companies have started, you know, big buyers from other companies are asking for it. So it is an ongoing process. So when the shoes are made, the waste are also reviewed. What kind of waste you have and how it can be reused. That's a direct example. But I can give you an example that's close to heart at home. When you're using, during COVID period, you could not manufacture stuff. So what happened? People start doing business, online business. That itself created a circular economy. So there are a lot of examples out there. McDonald's does it with their used oils, but then do it correctly in a manner that it does not have environmental impact. At the same time, it also does not cause huge impact to your bottom line. So for us in the consulting area, we always say consult, review the problems that you have, understand the opportunity, and then build your plan. Thank you.
Thanks, Mala. Dr. Umeswara, just wondering also if you have any examples of sustainably done right and what are the success factors?
All right. There are push and pull factor here. It can be regulated in certain countries. However, regulation alone will not be, the support for the industry. They have to be economically driven as well. So when it is economically driven and policies such as like now, environmental social governance ESG is also coming on board. These kind of direct and indirect policies eventually will tend to push circular economy forward. So therefore, the brands, the producers, or the supply chain is actually getting ready to move towards that. And that's how it is becoming economically viable. So there are two ways or two-pronged thing that we can look at, either from the front end, from the production of the or from the design of the material by itself, or towards the end part, that how it is creating waste or damaging the environment and so on, and whether that waste can be used as a resource for their own branding or for their own production, or eventually maybe for any other secondary industry as a raw material. So I think when there's a will, there's a way, where they have to look into the mindset change of the entire management of how are they going to move forward, and not just for the sake of the environment. And when customers and even everyone within the supply chain is becoming environmentally concise, the need for circular economy is actually increasing. All right. So while there's an increase in this circular economy, there's lots of models that they can adapt to, whether they would like to go for a shared platform or whether they want to look into recovery and recycling and so forth. So there are lots of, there are 5 main models and 11 sub-models in circular economy, whichever suits best for that particular production or product, they can always adopt it. So that's the reason why the success story here locally in Malaysia, where it always started from the waste sector, that we have found out, we have consulted them that this is not as a waste, you can still use it as a resource, and they need consultant and also the service provider to guide them throughout, instead of just a one-stop center, for all those kind of products and so on. Because as I showed you just now, even that 2 category used to be in hazardous waste, under the category of hazardous waste. So if we keep on going to make it as an hazardous waste, it is just going to end up in the as an hazardous waste treatment plant, where where companies who is producing it or generating those waste need to keep on paying for those collection, sorting, or the treatment and so on. But now, through these activities, we have showed them that it can be collected with that exemption and a proper production or the procedure, also supported by the agencies like Department of Environment, Ministry of Health, and so on. You can convert hazardous product into non-hazardous product. So that is a huge savings for these companies, or especially the generators like the hospitals, or even the Department of Agriculture and so on, who have been paying before this for the disposal. Right? So it's a huge saving over there.
Right, thanks. Anybody else would like to chime in? I just want to remind the audience also, please go ahead and type your questions in the chat box. I just don't want to be the only one asking questions. You feel free to pick the brains of our experts here on this panel discussion. If not, I'll ask another question. So Dr. Umes, you again touched upon the financial viability. What are the biggest challenges in ensuring that circular models are financially viable in your experience?
Okay, first of all, is it can be a cost saving. That is already a financial viable thing, because you are saving so much of cost sometimes it could be a very immediate. Sometimes you can see in 3 years to 5 years time, you will be saving a lot. compared to, as I mentioned, like you have been keep on paying for disposal and so on. And on the other side is indirectly, you will be also receiving lots of inquiries and orders and so on, because you have changed your method of using recycled content, or maybe you change the design and so on. So your product is becoming more environmental friendly. Okay, so that can also generate more demand for your particular product or even raw material and so on. All right. And on the other side is, how are you going to make it economically viable? Is how is this particular brand or companies and so on is correlating their product or that manufacturing together with other supply chains. All right. When they do that, they will be able to make more economically viable, first thing by saving and cost reduction. And furthermore, when you will have a better chance to promote and make a demand out of these products and so on. So that can be economically viable.
And to Dr. Umar's point, Dr. Ruben, everyone is looking for immediate returns. There's no such thing as immediate returns in any business. So from my experience, I would generally say that when you're looking at your process, try to understand that the product that you're doing has waste. It creates waste. And how do we actually dispose the waste? And by disposing the waste, are we spending more money? Are we utilizing more talents? Are we using more logistics, which creates more emission? So if we can monetize all these things, then you will see the amount of money utilized to process the waste. I would say to dispose the waste. So when you see the bigger picture, then you will also start looking into possibilities of doing circular economy in a different stage. From the process itself, from your production itself, or from the organization itself, can we reduce the number of stages? So it automatically cuts the cost. So we need to monetize not only on what we see, but also on what we do not see. The iceberg effect. From there, you work on it. So there's no overnight success, but if we take the step and review it, we can see there are options. In my previous role, that's what we did. And we made the company, it's not a big company, it's not a multi-million-dollar company, but by reviewing the process and improving, utilizing technology, utilizing talent, it actually created a supply chain by itself. As Dr. Umar said, other industries became a player. And it also created good image, and financing was easier. And we made the company profitable. So it takes some time, but it's possible. And to Dr. Umar's point related to government bringing in, I read about the recent efforts taken by Netherlands on making circular economy part of their governance. Governments could provide support too, but again, we are the business, so we need to start as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Mala. Great insights. Naps, I think you mentioned earlier about how you made your business financially viable by charging people a subscription fee, right? Maybe can you just tell us a bit about some of the challenges that you face in making your business financially viable?
Yeah. Okay, so there are actually two sides to our business. So one is the subscription and one is the recycling. So on the subscription side, it's actually based on debt financing. So because we would always need the money with which to buy the products that would then get rented out. So we need debt financing for that. So I think the challenge is because the only growing asset class that we have is the contracts that we have with our customers. the subscription contracts. Because once our customers come on board, they would have a long-term obligation to pay us the monthly fees over time. So that could be used as an asset with which to raise debt. For example, we could raise bonds against that. I think the challenge is that kind of asset class might not be accepted by the financial market in general. So that's the main challenge. And on the recycling side, we need to develop a lot of R&D in order to minimize the degree of loss making that our recycling process would entail. So we need to invest in tech development, for example. So on that front, we have to find a lot of R&D grants. And in Asia, I think grants are pretty limited, and they're mainly focused on TRL 4 tech and above. Whereas in a lot of cases, in terms of R&D, we might actually have to start from scratch. So we need to find funding or grants that are catered towards TRL 1. And so since the TRL 1 grants are not available in Asia, we have to look further afield. And TRL 1 grants are available, for example, in Europe or in the US. So there's always ways to find a kind of grants, yeah. So
Right.
I think those are the challenges at the moment. And yeah, because I think the recycling process would require a lot of tech development going forward in order to ensure the efficiency and the environmental sustainability of the process.
Great. It's quite similar to what challenges we face in trying to conserve forest and biodiversity right now. We're also looking at debt instruments, looking at bonds, maybe to develop forest bonds or wildlife conservation bonds, similar to what you're trying to do there. Also, we also kind of dependent on grants at the moment to kind of kickstart some projects like that. So yeah, I think we face similar challenges in the field of developing green products. Just maybe my last question for all three of you before the audience gives their questions. I'm going to ask Naps again, your final question from me. The buzzword right now, of course, is ESG. So how do you think we can integrate ESG and the circular economy, especially for the benefit of SMEs, based on your experience in Thailand and Malaysia?
I think like circular economy done right could offer more benefits to the market, to the customers, and also to the business itself. For example, with our business model, is pretty much like a new way of well, not exactly selling mattresses, but a new way of giving people access to products. And I think, given the current trend, a lot of people might prefer not to own anything now. They prefer to just have the access to products. So, and with our kind of business model, it's kind of given the traditional business, like making mattresses, a new life, really. It's like the next evolution of the business. So I think that's one way of looking at it. And the other thing that could come out of it is it leads to like a different kind of job creations as well. For example, if we push forward with the recycling process, then that would entail a whole different kind of employment opportunities, really, for the market.
Yeah. That's good advice for SMEs, especially those interested in to boost their ESG scores. I think moving towards a more circular approaches in your businesses will really help boost those scores and attract investments.
It's like a new stage for the businesses. Yeah, it's a new chapter that everyone should move towards. Yeah, especially given how severe all the environmental problems are at the moment. Becoming apparent that everything is actually real, like global warming is real.
Yeah. Thanks, Nats. On to Mala. I'm just going to ask you my last question. Just curious about, have you seen any, I mean, I've talked about some examples already, but what are the innovative projects or strategies or practices that you've come across showcasing Malaysia's cutting-edge approach in promoting sustainability and circularity in our economy? What have you seen so far in your experience?
Malaysia has lots of potential, right? And we have a lot of investment coming in, and we have opportunities. The thing is, when you're looking at ESG, sustainability practice, and everything, as I said earlier, there's no overnight success story, and nothing happens if there is no drive, no push. So the two areas of drive at present is profitability or the bottom line, and the other one is what are the export markets requirement. If you're exporting into Europe, all those due diligence requirements, environmental targets needs to be attained or reported to. And the current buzzword is net zero. Carbon pricing, carbon tracker, those things. So circular economy and ESG actually tie in very well. It's a closed loop kind of situation, even in these conditions. So understanding your ESG needs, but before that, understanding your process flow and where waste is generated at each stage of your process flow, and having targets, having KPIs. Are you matching it? Are you not matching it? And if you are not, how to rectify, how to mitigate it. These are the things that in a longer run, it reduces cost, but most certainly it safeguards the environment from water perspective, from energy perspective, from emission perspective, which plays a huge role into ESG. But the most important factor in this, as Dr. Umar and NAPS have been saying, it's also people. End of the day, those of us who create the situation or make changes are also the end users. We are also the consumers. It's a domino impact. So I would say that understanding the consumer's needs is one thing. At the same time, whether it creates new jobs, talents, this is important too. So green economy comes into play.
Thanks, Mala. I think give some examples just now, and also Dr. Umes mentioned some Malaysian examples. And final question for Dr. Umes. How can we collect good data on life cycles, material flows, on customer behaviors? In your experience, what's the best practice?
Yeah, first of all, touching back on those things just now that you have asked as well. First of all is these changes needs to be not only for MNCs but also the SMEs, because 80% of the SMEs supports the MNCs. Okay, and everyone thinks that when MNC changes, the rest of them will follow through. Actually, it's not. Is where the SMEs have to be ready in order to support the MNCs. Number one. Number two is the mindset of the SMEs is where, where a new thing comes on board, it's going to cost me money, it's going to change the entire thing and so on. They're finding it difficult to adapt to it. So that is where the agencies, government and everyone is coming in to support that. How can they get ready for the circular economy in the next 3-5 years and so on. When in 2018 to now, within 2-3 years, it was very fast. Okay, now the mindset change within the SMEs have to be important. Now, when I'm talking about SMEs, it's not only those SMEs that is related to export market alone. Okay, everyone have this mindset that, oh, I have to do this because I have to meet the export market. So if we are going to do the best only for the export market, and how about for the local market then? So if the local market is worse, or don't you think that Malaysians also need to enjoy these kind of things? It's not only just for the export market, right? So you and me also need this kind of changes in Malaysia. So that's the reason why the mindset change have to be there. So it is not going to cost you a bomb. Sometimes small changes within the supply chain will make a lot more difference and will be able to support a lot more other things directly and indirectly without you realizing it. Okay, coming back to your question directly now, when it comes to data now, in many sectors, especially even in the waste sector, we have lack of data. And the moment you have a lack of data, it's difficult to manage. You will not know where we stand, where are we moving up to, what is our strategy is going to be, and so on. So data is very crucial in terms to identify, and when we are related to waste on our side, particularly myself, is when it's related to waste, we will be able to take accountability of where is it coming from, who is collecting it, where is it ending up, how is this being processed, and how much of the percentage is being processed for recycling, as well as that is actually ending up in the landfill. So our proposition is always 0% to landfill. All right. So this is not polluting at all. And now we have to also take accountability. It is not just from the recyclables, but what is the CO2 emission that comes out from the process of recycling. Okay. So there are, and only once we have a preliminary set of data, we will be able to improvise to get better. So it's time for all businesses to take accountability on in terms of their production. Maybe could be on the front initial stage of the production, and also on the post-consumer or post-industrial wastages, and where they can reduce and make it better, so that it's no longer ending up in the landfill or polluting the environment. And how can they actually make a closed loop? Only then this data will be able to support them to not only to view it and also to make changes and so forth, but at the same time, like Ms. Mala mentioned, that like your other like green financing and reporting and so on, that will be also be able to support these companies when moving forward. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Mes. All right, great. So now I think it's time for the Q&A from the audience. We have 3 questions I've seen posted here. Maybe I'll just, since we're on the topic on landfills, ask a question from anonymous person. The landfill cost disposal of waste in Malaysia is low, right? So Malaysians are not paying full prices on waste management. So the question is, how circular is going to be financially viable, as the circular economy requires collection, technology, supply chain services, which cost something. So I think the question is, how is it going to be financially viable when waste management or disposal waste disposal is quite cheap at the moment for Malaysians? Anybody would want to shed light on this?
Yeah, when it comes to the waste disposal, right? So I'm looking at, for an example, per ton, you will be paying like 60 ringgit to 80 ringgit per ton in order for you to dispose it to the landfill. And Malaysia, we are so dependent on landfills as well. So if a company were to pay that much of amount, and if you could look into how to reduce it and to make this waste as a resource, you will be saving that 60 ringgit to 80 ringgit per ton. All right. And furthermore, moving forward is the new technology that is coming up. Maybe it can be for those products which cannot be recovered for recycling. The final option will be waste to energy, maybe. All right. So that is where you will be able to reduce the amount of landfill, and in time to come, the more and more products ending up with the landfill would need to pay a landfill tax eventually.
Right. Thanks so much. Naps, you had a hand up?
I think it depends on the legislation landscape. For example, in the EU, particularly in France, there's a new EPR legislation, right? The extended producer responsibility, which forces manufacturers to charge the recycling fees to the consumers. But then in Southeast Asia, I don't think we have such regulation, that is not in Thailand. So we need a business model like ours. So what we do is we actually charge the recycling fees into, we actually hide the recycling fees into the monthly subscription fees. So at the end of the entire subscription terms, we would have enough resources to ensure that the recycling could happen properly. So our customers might not actually realize it, that we actually hide this recycling fee into the monthly fees. So at the end, they help support the end-of-life recycling of products, regardless of whether they care or not. So that's one way of doing it, just to hide it somewhere. Like, so we charge a little bit every month. Yeah, so they don't actually notice, I think, and it's affordable for everyone. So I would say that's one way of doing it, but then there are obviously different ways as well.
Right. Thanks, Naps. Mala?
Ruben, I'm just wondering, I mean, to the question that in Malaysia, the cost of landfill is cheap or not big at all compared to creating the technology for circular economy. But the point is, what does landfill impact? Do we know that? Do we understand that? Can it be educated? Then the water, underground water gets impacted. We get floodings, right? And then houses are built in these previous landfills that actually causes problems in later stages. So if these things could be brought forward and made into an education, not to the elders, but at young stage itself in school, then product going to landfill, people will start questioning. There'll be transparency in how it's being managed. So instead of looking at the cost of that, maybe we might start looking at how it impacts the future. I mean, if that's the case, then we're going to end up to say, as NAP says, get the legislation, people come in, let them put in a tax, put in a fine, put in a cost, then people will start worrying. But then we are waiting for the government to take action. Maybe educating our youngsters on this would play an important role too. The ecosystem.
Great, thanks. Yeah, thanks for sharing some of the short-term solutions like hiding the cost, as Nat suggested, and also Mala suggesting long-term solutions like having the young ones educated about the issues related to waste or landfill
Consequences.
impacts on land and landfill, on environment, on water especially. That's really close to all our hearts. Our health really is going to be impacted for sure. I'm just going to ask two more questions from the audience. One question actually is directly for Naps. Naps, someone's curious. Pauline here from the audience is asking, how long is the contract with your clients? As consumers don't change their mattresses so often, the business case must be very challenging. What's your answer to that?
Well, this is a very classic question pertaining to the mattress industry as a whole. So people wonder how the mattress industry could grow, because we all know that people change their mattresses like not that frequently, but in fact people do like change their mattresses all the time, people and businesses, and then there's new demand as well every day, because people move they move to new houses, or like a family splits up, and then the younger ones, they move away to start their own lives. So there's growing demand for new mattresses, as well as demand from the replacement of mattresses. So regarding our subscription terms, so we start from 1 year, from the 12 months, and it could last up to 10 years, 120 months. Yeah. So that's how it works. But then some customers actually prefer to start from a short contract first, like for example from 12 months, because they're not sure how long they will stay in their place for. For example, they might actually rent a flat, and then they might actually the contract for the flat might actually only last 24 months, for example. So they will start with the 2-year contract and then extend later as they extend their rental contract. So that's how it works for us.
All right, thanks, Naps. Yeah, so this is a question from the audience for anyone to answer. Rajesh asked, how do you feel about product manufacturers having to take more responsibility to advertise their carbon footprints and circularity of their products, to give consumers more information and build these factors into purchasing choices? So yeah, the question is, how do you feel about product manufacturers having to take more responsibility to advertise their carbon footprint and circularity?
I think I would like to answer this question. I think in time to come that will soon happen in Malaysia, because if it is in Japan, you can see right in the front of any packaging, any product, even at the airport and so on, at train station and so on, you can see what is the CO2 emission that they have brought it down, and what is their target like, and so on. So similarly, over here in Malaysia, I remember quite some time back, FMCG packaging, they have put in their labels of how much of their sugar content or the sugar content right in front of the packaging. So in time to come, directly or indirectly, manufacturers will be using this not only for marketing purpose, but it is also for the information of the consumers. So the consumers will also be aware, and they can also even do some counter check, so that it's no longer is like a greenwashing kind of a purpose.
All right. Mala, go ahead.
Yeah, to Dr. Umar's point, you see, the procurement team actually plays an important role in managing the supply chain itself within an organization. So if they would like to get good quality, but they're looking for lower price, it might not happen. So in this aspect, it's a chicken and egg kind of situation. I want good pricing, but my quality needs to be good. They need to follow their ESG requirements. They need to be transparent in data. And to your early question, how data is being tracked. Do we have enough talents to understand the methodology of data tracking? Do we have the tools? So there are various questions out there. And it looks as if, wow, if I'm going to address all this, I might not have the time or the capabilities. But if we start somewhere. So in my opinion, experience, the procurement team actually plays an important role. If they could understand what the company's mission is, long-term, short-term, and then charter this into their practices. Now I do A, in 12 months' time, I'll do B. So now I'm not reporting my emissions, my carbon footprint, but in 12 months' time, I will. So what are the steps? So it's a process, it's a journey.
Right.
Sorry, just to chime in there. I think at the end, everyone will be forced to declare their carbon footprint, because the legislation would force them to. For example, now if you export to Europe, you have to face the CBAM, right? So you would have to know what your carbon footprint is. So I think on the whole, like it very much depends on the legislation landscape moving forward.
True, very true. And then we need to understand the data. The data needs to be transparent. And a lot of times we're hearing the question about greenwashing. Is the data accurate? Is it transparent? So understanding the data, before you can understand the data, you need to understand the process and how to collect the data. If you collect the data correctly on a timely manner, and even if you make mistakes, you learn from it and you improve. Greenwashing is becoming big, but it can be mitigated if the data is being reported accurately. And by tracking the data, we can actually know, oh, we are not doing it correctly. There's something going wrong. And if I'm going to report CBAM numbers to my export countries in Europe, then I better track it now and rectify, mitigate how I'm doing my processes properly, so nobody will start questioning me on my data. So do it earlier so you can evolve, you can improve. That's what I would say.
Yeah. There's also, to prevent greenwashing and issues arising from that, it really makes sense to hire good consultants. And we got a couple of consultants here, I'm not saying their names here, who are in Malaysia, would be high quality consultants for your companies if you're interested. My last question for everybody here in the audience, from the audience, there's a question from Jeannie about maybe more related to Malaysia here. Rather than the generic framework 9R risk reduction, in what other ways is Malaysia attempting to become a leading circular economy in Southeast Asia and globally? Based on your experience, Mala or Dr. Umes, maybe it's more related to you. Any examples of Malaysia taking steps to become a leading circular economy in Southeast Asia?
Well, there are a couple of good industries, the food industry, the the oil and gas industries, they are looking into it. Maybe because they're big, they have the arms, and also their supply chain is huge. So these industries are taking action. But then if you look within Malaysia, the textile industry, which is considered sunset, they too have taken steps. It's just that I'm not at the liberty to say what are these steps, but these industries are actually being prominent and taking steps because they see the need. So I would say even a food, let's say our restaurants that we eat, if they can look into what they're wasting, it can be contained. I'm not saying just look at the waste, it's the process too. So this is my input.
Thanks, Mala.
I think in recently looking into the plastics industry, it is not only the single-use plastics, but also durable plastics. Recently, the studies also shows, and the World Bank have also enacted or invited the industry players to look into automotive and electronic plastics, that is being durable plastics. All right, and compared to Southeast Asia countries, Malaysians are being one of the best producers as well. All right, it is not only about condemning that plastics are bad for the environment, but these are the industries that you also need plastics, and how this recycled content can also improvise these industries. So I strongly believe that Malaysia will be able to take the lead if we are focused in terms of the industry, and also the players throughout the supply chain, especially the producers, the brand owners, the manufacturers, and so on, the upstream and downstream together. And definitely we will be able to be the best in terms of the circular economy production values to achieve.
Right. All right, thanks a lot, everyone. Thanks again to the audience for those wonderful questions. It's time to end this panel discussion. I've learned so much from our wonderful speakers in this panel. I again want all of you to thank the audience here for showing up, and also to thank the panel speakers, Naps, Mala, and Dr. Umes. Thanks once again for educating us on how we can ensure circular models become more financially viable in this panel discussion. And I'm going to pass it back to the star to take over. So thanks a lot for joining us, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Ruben. And also thank you, Mala, Naps, and Dr. Umesh for the great discussions. In our next session, we have our first case study on the topic, making circular models economically sustainable. Let's welcome our speaker. Gary Lee, the Executive Director of Energy and Chemicals Center of Excellence Sector Solutions Group in UOB. Gary is involved in developing customized banking solutions and provides industry expertise in risk management and portfolio management for the oil, gas, new energies, and petrochemical sector in the ASEAN region. With a growing emphasis towards sustainability financing, Gary plays a key role in creating the umbrella transition financing framework for UOB Group and a suite of financing solutions to support decarbonization efforts in hard-to-abate sectors. A quick reminder to those tuning in, if you have any questions for Gary, please post them in the Q&A box or the Facebook comment section. I'm sure that we can't wait to hear more about how we can make circular models economically sustainable. With that, I would like to pass the floor over to Gary.
Introduction of myself. My name is Gary, Executive Director in Sector Solutions Group, UOB Singapore. And my specialization is actually in energies, chemicals, and renewables. And this includes plastic recycling under chemicals pillars. And clearly, plastic recycling is actually gaining momentum, and it's actually in the center of attentions of a lot of brand owners. Moving on to slide number 1. So the agenda for today is I'm just going to share with all the participants the plastic recycling outlook, and after which I'm going to share two case studies, successful case studies on how plastic converters has actually transitioned and pivot to recycling successfully. And the business is sustainable as well as relatively stable. Next, please. Next. So as the momentum in low carbon transitions builds, there is a growing emphasis on making and using sustainable and circular materials. Moving towards a more circular economy can reduce waste, plastic pollutions, and carbon emissions, and as well as even costs. However, whilst technologies and business models to recycle plastics exist today, achieving full circularity will really require further market intervention. In fact, if you look at the diagram by the bottom left, it is expected that the recycling rate shall continue to actually maintain its trajectory growth from 10 to 12% in 2020 to about 40% in 2040. Governments are moving quickly to implement circular economy policies as well as roadmaps to tackle plastic waste and make use of all the resources amply. It is reported that there's actually a circular economic it is reported, in fact, that the circular economy policies roadmaps in 27 markets that together accounts for 90% of the world economy. Ultimately, the recycling plastic consumptions are underpinned by strong outlook of the end-use industries. And this includes construction and infrastructures with a projected 5-year CAGR of growth of 7.1%, and the F&B with a CAGR growth of 6.6%, and the other industries as well. Next slide, please. In fact, since 2020, a number of impactful policies have actually, hello, can you hear me? Yeah. Since 2020, a number of impactful policies announcements have actually been made by Malaysia and countries in the region to increase the demand for plastic recycling capacity. Policies focused on waste prevention, reuse, and recycling are more effective than rules around recovery and landfilling. Within Malaysia 2021 and 2030 roadmap, the country has set 15% post-consumer plastic packaging to be recycled in 2023, with an encouragement of voluntary extended producers' responsibilities on brand owners in 2023. And by 2025, 25% of the post-consumer plastic packaging to be recycled, with a mandatory minimum thresholds of recycled plastics being to be set. In fact, in conjunction, such robust policies are being adopted by other countries in the region. For instance, Thailand has actually set a very stringent and aggressive target of having 100% of the plastics to be recycled for common use by 2027. And in the western part, for instance, in UK, from April 2022 onwards, UK has actually, in fact, implemented a new tax regime of £200 per metric ton on plastic packaging with less than 30% recycled content. This applies to importers as well as producers that handles more than 10 tons of plastic packaging. So packaging has actually become a market liability for brand owners. So in recent years, the brand owners have actually been making circular packaging commitments and have also insisted and imposed upon their supply chain to do the same as well. And big private companies as well as public companies have actually set recycled as well as sustainable packaging targets, aim to reduce absolute packaging volumes and incorporate more recycling and renewable materials and introduce the refillables or reusable packaging. And this becomes a strong impetus towards some of the suppliers, i.e., the plastic converters, to transition as well as pivot to become to focus more towards recycling as well. If you look at some of the examples, L'Oreal has actually set a target of 100% of their plastic packaging being recycled material Kimberly-Clark has actually imposed 75% of their material or their packaging in the form of recycled material as well. Or even Coke or Pepsi has actually imposed about 50% of their packaging in the form of recycled material. Next, please. So in Malaysia, the recycled plastics to be used for food packaging would require stringent attention as well as stringent policies. And currently, there are no legislations that ban the use of recycled plastics towards food packaging. The key is actually really to improve the recycling technology to cater for food grade recycled pellets and plastics, which will then lead for recycled plastics in packaging to be more viable business. In fact, the recycled PET flakes against the virgin PET price ratio is slightly at the ratios of about 85% through 2045. Differentiated rPET products such as the food grade GRS certified fibers, in fact, commands even higher price premium. In the longer run, global brand commitments and government regulations will drive the recycled PET price up. Woodmac has actually forecasted that the post-consumer flake price to reach about 960 per ton in 2025 and 1,200 in 2030. And the prominent factor in the recycled plastic value chain commanding a premium is really driven by regulatory push as well as the brand owners' concerted focus towards recycled PET. And this has hence led a divergence between the price trend of recycled PET pellets and virgin PET pellets, where oil prices volatility has little impact on the food grade recycled PET prices in Europe. In fact, as recent as second quarter of 2023, the price for food grade recycled PET in Europe, in fact, has actually surpassed USD 1,200 per ton, and this has actually surpassed what Woodmac has projected in 2025 to be 960 per ton. So hence, the recycled PET will always be commanding a premium against the virgin PET, and there's actually a divergence and disconnect between the two, wherein the two is actually no longer having a positive correlation together. Next, please. So with this backdrop, let me share with you two successful case studies that UOB has actually funded and supported. The first one is actually Seahao Global. This group was actually established in 1994, and is a Malaysia-based high-quality plastic pallet manufacturers with an annual production capacity close to about 1.5 million pieces. And Seahao Global is actually one of the largest plastic pallets manufacturers in Malaysia, as well as even in the region. And the group is actually looking at pivoting by increasing its recycling productions with increasing its recycling content. And this is actually really driven by the group's progressive and strong insight of how the market is actually going to evolve, and also driven by the demand of the brand owners. And as a result, UOB has actually come in to provide and restructured their conventional trade financing to be green financing in order to actually support Seahao's Global's transition journey, wherein Seahao Global has intention to actually increase their recycled content to be above 50%. And UOB has actually provided under our UOB Circular Economy Framework CapEx loan as well as green trade finance to actually support their recycling operations. And in fact, UOB sustainable financing is actually aligned with the international standards, and hence really provide additional verification and attestation to Seahao Global's commitment towards sustainability. And ultimately, CL Global has intention to actually move or establish a new recycling manufacturing facilities in Indonesia to actually support their robust existing customer portfolio in Indonesia, i.e., some of their strong brand owners. So this is actually one of the case study that really shows that recycling and circular economy can be a sustainable business and economic model. Next, please. The next one would be a larger food-grade recycled PET producer, Far Eastern Ishizuka Green PET Corporation. It's actually a Japan-based recycled PET manufacturers, which is ultimately 90% owned by Far Eastern New Century Corporation and 10% owned by Ishizuka Glass Company Limited. Far Eastern Ishizuka in principal activity is really to manufacture bottle-to-bottle product, producing food grade recycled PET resins from wasted PET bottles. What UOB came in is we have actually provided a revolving green facility, and this is actually our first green loan implemented under our UOB circular economic framework. And the facility, in fact, has actually supported Far Eastern's working capital needs as far as production of recycled PET resins from the wasted PET bottles are concerned. And the green financing provided can also be used for innovation into products as well as technology associated with plastic recycling. In fact, this demonstrated the key commitment of Far Eastern towards recycling, and UOB has also supported the group towards their journey towards recycling and circularity as well. In the green financing can also be used for the other plastic recycling subsidiaries if needed. So these are the two key examples that I actually wanted, or case studies that I wanted to showcase to the participants, that recycling is actually taking center stage. And in fact, you have also seen that the recycled products commands a premium against the virgin products. And this is actually very much driven by the demand from the brand owners as the market continues to transition and focus on decarbonization. And, really recycling can actually be a sustainable economic model as exemplified by the two case studies being presented. So that's it for my presentation, and I will just take any questions from the floor.
Thank you, Gary, for your insightful presentation. Now, let us now dive into the questions that have been coming in for Gary. Now, Gary, here is the first question coming in from the audience. How can circular economy vision be made economically viable for the clothing brands promoting fast fashion for them to consider the environmental impact of their business?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you clearly. Can you just repeat the question again?
All right, let's go. Here's the question. How can circular economy vision be made economically viable for the clothing brands promoting fast fashion for them to consider the environmental impact of their business?
Okay, this is essentially, as I said, the market requires intervention from the respective parties, and this is essentially driven by the brand owners. In fact, some of the international brand owners, I would quote a few. When you talk about clothing, this is actually fast-moving consumer goods. The likes of L'Oreal as well as Procter & Gamble have actually imposed that all their packaging is for L'Oreal, 100% of their packaging, in fact, should be from the recycled material. And I've also demonstrated that the recycled materials commands a premium, and hence, with the robust demands from all these brand owners, it drives up the requirements as well as drives up the demand for the recycled packaging, and hence this makes the circular economy, a circular model, become sustainable.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gary. Now, here's the second question coming in from the audience. Does any of these policies in these countries on plastics recycling focus on also reducing the plastic consumptions?
Yes, in fact, there's clearly a positive correlation, right? The roadmap in Malaysia has actually demonstrated that the recycling pace or trajectory is actually supposed to be picking up from 15% to 25%. And as a result of that, that will help reduce the plastic waste in the respective countries. And I've also given examples, the likes of Thailand, which has actually imposed that recycling will command 100% of their waste materials by 2027, in fact. And hence, this will ultimately reduce and removes the plastic waste from the market.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gary. Now let's move on to the third question coming in. What are your thoughts on investing on more sustainable packaging materials to support phasing out of toxic plastic material, which are energy intensive and harmful to the environment and human health?
Yeah, so UOB is actually clearly committed towards supporting plastic recycling. In fact, we have actually developed and devised a whole plastic recycling financing framework and financing solutions to actually support the recycling. And that's why, and it was actually developed back in 2019. Although the market is actually relatively nascent at that point of time, we are actually seeing greater momentums and greater tractions. So my clear thoughts and unequivocal thoughts is really clearly recycling is actually going to pick up pace, and with the government drives, as I mentioned, there are about 27 markets that controls 95% of the GDP. All of these markets as well as countries have actually set roadmaps towards recycling, and as a result, recycling is actually going to remove and reduce some of the plastic waste significantly. And my clear commitment is actually really towards plastic recycling.
Okay, and next up we have the next question coming in as well. What are you saying come first? Collection of separated plastic or conversion of collected plastics?
Collection of a collection of separated plastics or conversions of what? Sorry.
Okay, I repeat the question once again. What are you saying come first? Collection of separated plastics or conversion of collected plastic? Collection of separate plastic
I think
or
these
conversion
two
of separate plastic?
I think these two has to go hand in hand. You can't separate both. It has to be a value chain or ecosystem, and clearly it has to start at the very outset by having a stable and a structured collection process of separated plastics, and subsequently it leads on to the conversion, because you can't have one without the other. Without a stable and a structured collections, the conversion of recycled plastics will never be stable and will never be sustainable. So, and hence, I think there are efforts being put towards improving the collection process as well in the respective countries, albeit the fact that it's actually quite a challenging and arduous task.
All right, here comes our very last question for our Q&A session. What are the recycling solutions for tires?
Recycling solutions for tires. Okay, I have to admit that this is actually relatively nascent. We have also seen one or two companies who actually endeavored into these businesses. And it's actually really a good effort to be done because tires if it's actually put to landfills, it's actually relatively toxic. So conversions of deck and recycled of deck will create a much more sustainable business across. But we require advanced technology to actually support that clearly. And as far as the bank is actually concerned, our recycling framework actually supports this conversions of tires as well. We just need to actually understand whether the company or the business have the right technology to actually process the conversion.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gary. I'm afraid that's all the time that we have, and thanks for sharing your thoughts and your case study towards our fellow audience. And thanks for joining in, Mr. Gary. All the best in what you do, and do what best you does to you. All right, next up, we're gonna move on to our second panel discussion for the day. We have a powerful lineup of industry experts to share their insight on green financing initiative. This includes loans, grants, and tax relief. And our panelists are Bae Wee Kee, the Managing Director and Country Head of Commercial Banking in UOB Malaysia. Wee Kee assists the CEO in leading wholesale banking's small, medium to large enterprise segment. His 25 years banking experiences gives him a first-hand understanding of what it takes to build successful and sustainable businesses in Malaysia and expand them across the Southeast Asia region. Next, we have Kamaruzaman bin Mohammad Bakri, Senior Director of Green Growth Group from MGTC. Kamaruzaman has utilized his over 20 years of banking experience to support MGTC's green financing and tax initiatives. He oversees programs like My Hijau Mark recognition, green purchasing, and promoting of green investment, along with related energy and efficiency training. He also played a crucial role in establishing the RM1 billion RE/EE Fund and RM28 million RE Business Fund to drive renewable energy and energy efficiency development in the country. Also on our panel today is Dr. William Ng, the National President of Samantha, the oldest and largest association for SMEs in Malaysia. Dr. William Ng is also the champion of the Retail and F&B Productivity Nexus and a board member of Malaysian Alliance of Corporate Directors. Additionally, he served as a chairman and managing director of SGX, Listed Audience Analytics Limited. To moderate our panel discussions, we have with us Arina Kok, Malaysia Climate Change and Sustainability Services leader and partner Ernst & Young Consulting Sendirian Berhad. She is an expert in integrated reporting and assists clients in integrating sustainability in their long-term strategy and operational plans to create values, enhance reputation, and build public trust. Her experience spans sustainability consulting, ESG strategy, due diligence, framework development, outcome measurement, and stakeholder management. So, let's start our panel discussion. Over to you, Arina.
So before we kickstart, we do have Mr. Bae, Encik Kamarat, and Dr. William on this very distinguished panel. The topic that we have here is really very much looking at what are the loans, grants, and tax relief that is required in terms of greening the financing initiatives. Now, the rules is actually very critical for FIs, not just to provide the financing, but also to understand what are the needs of businesses and where government can provide grants that is efficient. The core focus areas that we are seeing in the market is really not just looking at energy efficiency, while it is going to be the key area, is to also understand what are the practices within the company's supply chain, business and manufacturing, or production which will demonstrate energy and carbon savings backed by verifiable, reliable data. And it will also emphasize on innovation and replicability, how to scale on this solutioning. Now, on top of that, what would be a step-up measure is really decarbonization, which means reduction of emissions despite economic growth. So we need to also look at what is the long-term goal, is to look at a global free green economy. So the first part that we have is Mr. Bay. He is actually going to take us through the managing director and country head of commercial banking UOB Malaysia. So he leads the wholesale banking on small, medium to large segment. So in the first part that we have, Mr. Bay will actually have some slides to actually share in this area. Maybe I'll pass on to Mr. Bay first. Maybe it would be good to share what are UOB Malaysia's initiatives or financing products that have been put in the market to really assist companies to align with the circular economy principles. Over to you, Mr. Bay.
Thank you, Arina. A very good morning to all, and thank you for having me as one of the panelists this morning. Going straight to the questions, if you look from the slides, we in UOB has actually developed quite a comprehensive sustainability financing framework, and I would like to share with all of you today. As seen from the slide now, can I have the slides move? We have actually built a framework that consists of 5 key pillars. If we look at the slides now, firstly, we have the sustainable financing framework for green buildings developers and owners. Basically, we are targeting clusters like residential building, hotel buildings, office buildings, industrial factories, data centers, hospital, etc., etc. And the other framework that we have is actually called Smart City Sustainable Financing Framework, which basically supports company adopting to a greener way of living, like renewable energy, RE, energy efficiency, water and waste management. Then we have this green financing for circular economy, which actually supports company in 3R, basically renew, reuse, and reduce businesses. We also have green and sustainable trade finance and working capital framework, which basically supports the working capital of pure play green companies or with recognized sustainable industry certifications. The other one, which is quite important as well, is the transitional financing. Basically supports transition of energy intensive fossil fuel brown sectors and hard to abate sectors to actually move into transition of their businesses. And you know, Arina, through this framework, we have came up with various product programs that was launched to make available the financing assistance needed for customers who wants to come on board of this sustainable path or green products. Some of the examples that we have, that if I might share, Jenny, can you move to the next slide? Now we have the USolar financing program, which is basically segment focused, targeting people like project developers, engineering, procurement, construction contractors, equipment supply, and even to end user. For example, putting up a solar at the house. Now we are financing it under our credit card program on the interest fee. We have U-Energy, mainly for financing solution to support building owners, ESCO to enhance or retrofit energy efficiency. We have Green and U-Green, where we collaborated with SJPP with a RM 1 billion program to support eligible SME and non-SME in embracing sustainability for their businesses. Beside that, we also write on various sustainable financing schemes launched by Bank Negara, like the current scheme that we have, LCTF and HDF for qualified SME to transform and transitions their operation to green. Overall, as of today, UOB has probably approved about 6 billion of green products to our customers. Back to you, Arina.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bay. Maybe I would like to move on to Encik Kamarat and Senior Director of Green Growth Group MGTC. Now, considering what has been shared, what are the significance of establishing a national circular economy agenda, and how would it affect companies in each sector? Thoughts from you, Encik Kamarat?
Thank you, Arina, and thank you, everyone. Okay, basically, when we look at our Malaysia involvement as far as undertaking the reduction of emission carbon emission globally, our involvement in COP, we have actually a high target as far as emission reduction. And then this is one of the areas that contribute to emission. That would be the to reduce emission is actually on the circular economy. So when we talk about circular economy, it always looks at the area of waste management that need to be given priority. When we talk about reduction in emission, we have a high, when we talk about emission, we have a very high target. And then now, government have actually introduced several incentives, among others, actually tax incentive, which is green investment tax allowance and green income tax exemption. Since 2017, more than 1,400 over application have been approved by under the green investment tax allowance, which is to encourage the reduction, the emission reduction. And then of this amount, more than 1.4 million of greenhouse gas equivalent ton of CO2 emission reduction has been identified to be reduced. So this is actually a lot more can be given to the public if more greenhouse gas, if more circular economy project can be implemented, supported by banking institution especially. Arina?
Thank you, Encik Kamara. Now, moving on to Dato' William, who's the national president for Samantha. Dato', what are the pain points that SME face when moving into a circular economy? Now, that's important because it's important for us to also understand then how can bank assist in the transition?
Well, thank you, Arina. Now, where do I begin? Yeah, indeed, many issues the SMEs are facing, when we transition into a circular economy. First of all, in my mind, and it's true, I think for most SMEs, not many fully understand the concept of the circular economy, and more importantly, the potential benefits of it. Take an example. Most SMEs are focused on the potential regulatory challenges they will face if they do not decarbonize, when instead they should be focusing on a $200 billion low carbon economy in Southeast Asia by 2030. That should be the focus. And we need to do more to sell the narrative. So that's the first one. Secondly, assuming our SMEs are now motivated to transition, whether because they see value in the circular economy or they are mandated to do so by their customers and principals, many still do not know where to begin. The lucky ones, of course, have their customers or principals flying in from Europe, US, and so on to guide them. What equipment you need, what processes you need to change, what new vendor to adopt, and so on. But for most SMEs, we simply do not have the internal expertise to know what we don't know. So we end up hiring expensive consultants that may or may not even themselves know what they're doing. The last point is really assuming that these SMEs now want to transition and have developed a game plan to do so. There are also significant costs to invest into that transition. So you have to change your equipment, you have to redesign the process flow, and so on. All this can be expensive. So the three problems that we see, of course, that's the motivation gap, there's the knowledge gap, and of course, then there's a financial gap that we really need to address as soon as possible. This is where I think not just banks, but even governments can perhaps come in, not only in making funds accessible, but more importantly, helping SMEs by and large to understand the importance of a transition in the low carbon economy and develop the means to do so. I think if you're going to only come in and say we have this low interest loan for ESG and green financing, you're not going to get a lot of SMEs picking them up. In short, come in as a tutor partner, not just as a traditional banker.
Thank you, Dato'. And I think that moves on to the nice question back to Mr. Bain. Now, hearing these are the challenges that SMEs are actually facing, do you think that bank can actually motivate more potential clients in decarbonizing or embracing the circularity? Seems to me that there is still a need for coordinated knowledge, capability, and financing, as what Dr. William has mentioned. Your thoughts, Mr. Bain?
Yeah, I totally agree with what has been mentioned by Dato' and yourself. But is this sustainable journey and or motivation to embark ESG actually must start from the company itself. And like what Dato said, initiative to decarbonize and embrace circularity really entails investment and cost. And some can be really quite significant, you know. But I think this is where banks like UOB can bridge it by providing financing under our various frameworks to support company in their green and sustainable business. Such financing solutions are basically normally customized to meet the industrial pain point, because different industry will probably have a different sets of challenges and also parameters to meet. But what banks at least or at least UOB is working on is actually to ramp up awareness to our customers, especially in the SME segment on the climate risk impact, both not just to their business, but also to our lives actually. If you look for what is currently happening in the world, then we can enhance and make available the support or references, maybe include working up the transition strategy as well as providing financing for such company to actually embark on that. You know, banks are actually encouraging and creating ways of awareness in sustainability space, and which all such available, the motivation, I believe, of the private sector in adopting will come in eventually. We are also working very closely with industry leaders or association to share our thought leadership on ESG topics. You know, for example, circular economy, we have collaborated with Malaysian Plastic Recycling Association, MPRA, in multiple occasions to share and learn about market trends and ESG impact. And for others, we also have collaborated like, MGTC, Green RE, MPIA, to come up with workshops and program, to help customers start this journey. I believe all parties, namely private sectors, banks, regulator, can come together in accelerating this. And we have seen this happening already, like the formation of various discussion group, like our JC3 for SME focus group that comprises of Bank Negara, various bank members and government agencies. And basically the aim is actually, like what Dato said, to accelerate the transition and the adoption of sustainable practices and business model by the SME through a very targeted focus and strategy.
Thank you, Mr. Bay. Now, I think you cover very well what the banks are actually doing with JC3, Bank Negara, similar to UOB and the rest of the banks. They are actually building up and going into sector deep dives and looking at coming up with strategy paper. Of course, the ideal is every sector there is a nice playbook as well as a value chain, how to decarbonize the values chain or supply chain. Now, that would be ideal. But when it comes to moving in terms of the knowledge, what Dr. William has also mentioned about capability, how businesses know what they don't know, and how can they reach out. For example, if I want to decarbonize a factory, a process, where should I be looking for? And this is where I would like to invite Encik Kamara. Now, given your extensive experience, what are the innovative financing products that you have seen MGTC is assisting companies to also develop or adopt the circularity? So there is a financing products, there is also a need for technical knowledge to adopt the circularity programs. Any thoughts, Encik Kamara?
This year, there's an announcement made by the Ministry of Finance during the budget, and then one of the latest introduction, or rather an incentive that was approved by the Malaysian government, is actually a very specific financing that allow customers, project owners, companies to actually apply for waste management project. Under the scheme, so-called known as Green Technology Financing Scheme 4.0 or GTFS 4.0, MOF basically have actually agreed that the scheme will be guaranteed up to 80% of the financing amount to be taken under the scheme. Each of the company can actually apply up to 100 million in terms of project value. So Malaysian government have actually agreed to increase from the normal 60% guarantee up to 80% guarantee in terms of loan amount. This is actually one of the effort made by Malaysian government to encourage more of project in terms of circular economy be taken up as compared to the previous GTFS scheme that more focus was given on energy project. Apart from the incentive in terms of guarantee given by government to the banks, to the lending bank, which is the participating financial institution, a rebate of 1.5% also been agreed by MOF to be extended to the project owners. That will allow the cash flow of the project to improve in terms of their cash flow management. So this is actually the latest that will be announced soon. MTC, one of the agency together with CGC, will be making official announcement soon. But basically, the approval has been given by MOF for the past few weeks, and then we are glad that we will actually be part of the scheme and promote the scheme with an allocation of 1 billion fund until 2035. So this is actually a specific scheme that targeting circular economy apart from the normal area of financing. We're talking about renewable energy in terms of mini hydro, biogas, biomass, which also can be seen as contribute towards circular economy. And then we are talking about green building. A green building this time around, the scheme will be extended to the developer, housing developer. Prior to this, we don't have this scheme that allow green developer to take up financing under GTFS for GTF, Green Technology Financing Scheme. So this time around, we have two specific area that will be given focus to assist, basically targeting in terms of reduction in terms of reduction to the carbon emission.
Thank you, Encik Kamara. I'm sure more questions will flood your way and MGTC on what are the criteria and as well as, how do they kickstart this program. We understand that under the GTFS is very encouraging from 3.0 to 4.0. And it's not just the GTFS, but there is the GITA and GITE, tax exemption and tax allowance as well. Typically, we are seeing already it's not just tax allowance, tax exemption, GTFS schemes, as well as green financing for good enough for everyone to really look at this journey and take it seriously. Imagine the amount of basis points of savings that you can actually get from these four areas. Not yet excluding that it will help to enhance business resilience, address your key customers' pressure need on how business are reducing emission, but also if you have shareholders or stakeholders, they also understand that there is a certain level of readiness to decarbonize. Now, if we move on to Datuk William, considering that these are the areas, what are the key strategies then that SME can start to think while maintaining productivity, efficiency, and economic value? We always hear that in order to go green, it comes with a cost. What are your thoughts in, what are the example cases that have shown that even if you have a cost, it has given more productivity, efficiency, and economic.
Thanks for asking this question. Yeah, sorry. Thanks again for asking this question. And I think indeed you have summarized the benefits of low carbon transition right there. Most SMEs, I think, find it difficult to transition, even if they want to, because of a few reasons. Number one, unlike larger businesses, for many SMEs, their entire business can be just that one manufacturing line. So if you stop it for say 3 weeks so that new equipment can be installed, that 3 weeks will feel almost like forever. So my suggestion is really to focus on two things. One is to capture the data as we go, and secondly to do incremental transition. You see, many SMEs think that low carbon transition, circular economy, and so on are difficult. And honestly, it's not their fault. Many of us, bankers, consultants, even the government, are guilty of making up, all these new terms as we go. And all these new terms are not making it easier for SMEs to understand. So for most SMEs, that transition, I think, must start with data capture. We cannot move to low carbon without knowing what is our existing carbon emission, our energy usage, our resource consumption, and so on. This always sounds more difficult than it is. But many of these data are already there and free to obtain. For example, your electricity bill from Tenaga. So that would be a good start. And once we have outlined a plan for the transition, we must remember that while there is an urgency, we still have a bit of time to complete the transition. We can start, for example, by looking at ways to achieve energy efficiency, to reduce our energy consumption by simple things like changing to LED lighting, if you haven't done so already. Looking at ways to optimize our air cons, for example. And of course, the low-hanging fruit, installing solar panels if our plant or buildings allow for that. Then we can look at ways to reduce waste, recycle, and upcycle, and work with our supply chain and see what areas we can cut waste and reduce energy consumption. Of course, all these need to be measurable and measured. I always think that if you're a manufacturer, replacing an equipment should not be your only option. Speak to the distributor. Of course, some will try and sell you a new machine, but many will actually have tips on how you can prolong the lifespan of those equipment while reducing your carbon footprint at the same time. And the last point I want to make, and that's something you have mentioned, that any and all decarbonization effort must revolve around the concept of productivity and efficiency. We start with better productivity and we end with even greater productivity. So the concept of productivity and the low carbon transition is actually one and the same. I hope that's some input that friends who are looking at painless ways to decarbonize will find useful.
Thank you, Dr. William. Now that's important because I think what we see is comparing just the way businesses operate here versus other countries, for example, like Singapore, optimization even per square foot is really. So maybe also back to Mr. Bay. Now, considering it's important, it's a nice segue as what Dr. William mentioned. We can't measure and we can't finance growth or progress if there is no matrix being monitored. So given that, what are your thoughts when it comes to bank evaluating the circularity of project that you finance? How can banks monitor environment and social impact for the investments or financing consideration?
Thanks, Aruna. Actually, Aruna, metrics and indicators, which actually depends on the nature of your business or the project. And normally this would require assessment or certification. For example, like your volume of waste material traded, percentage of your waste or your recycled material in your total feedstock, or even estimation of GHG emission reductions. Different industry, different businesses has really have different measurement because the parameters are actually different. In additional, companies that are doing CE related projects should also align to local and international standards like maybe ISO 15270 for plastic recycling and some other products. And for more holistic evaluation of your ESG impact, companies should also consider, sustainable certification as well. There are some local certification scheme like, for example, My Hijau Mark, or international scheme like Global Recycle Standards, or even international sustainable carbon certification. Companies should actually go for this certification if they really want to make their products or their operation green. And if you're at a corporate level, normally larger companies can consider ESG ratings. And ESG rating can actually assess your ESG readiness and also can make comparison with your peers in the industry that you are in. Okay. As I mentioned earlier, different businesses really have different measurements and sustainable assessment. And hence, for banks to come in, banks would need a comprehensive study to ensure compliance against the standard, in particular of that industry, both pre and post financing. And such compliance will probably be measured and even tracked during the tenure of the financing. And some might even need annual certification.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bay. I know that at least for banks, most have already have embedded or at least a process on negative screening or ESG or Sharia compliance. These are very common for our ecosystem of financing. Now, definitely going towards positive screening, that means understanding which of the companies are maturing better. There is a need for a report card. And also that report card will help the financing or capital structure and operating capital to be deployed more efficiently. Maybe on that note, Encik Kamara, any thoughts on where businesses can consider successes cases where they have deployed some of these to prepare some of the report cards, or at least keep it a way that will allow monitoring of progress?
MGTC, since last year, we have actually developed a white label low carbon operating system where this is definitely will actually help the SMEs or even the large company to actually monitor their what is the position as far as their carbon is concerned, talking about scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. This is actually an effort made by MGTC to actually assist companies in monitoring their carbon as far as, unless you know your position, what is your current position as at now, you wouldn't be able to actually how to actually be more efficient. So MGTC, through our LCOS, known as LCOS, Low Carbon Operating System, this is one of the way that we are trying to help the industry to achieve in terms of their carbon emission reduction. When we talk about entire energy efficiency, there is a lot of technology out there. Whether a company can actually introduce combined cycle turbine, open cycle turbine. These are some of the way that company can actually achieve energy efficiency for their production.
Thank you, Encik Kamara. I think this is very, very critical point because what we see in businesses now, historically, they would start off with setting a report card and monitoring it for a period of time.
Yeah.
But more commonly, we are seeing target being set or a guideline being set to cap and ensure that moving forward, that line or guideline gets more stringent as businesses gets more efficient. So what is actually would be critical is for at least each sector to have an understanding whether they are best of class or they are lagging and where the technologies is required for them to step up to be on par with the best of class. So with that, I think, Dato' William, any thoughts as well, when it comes to facilitating the role for what are the initiatives that you think bank can do more when it comes to supporting the transition for SMEs?
Thank you. I think as my fellow panelists would agree, most banks are quite keen to provide green financing to SMEs. And of course, part of it is to cut down their own climate-related risk, as well as, of course, to meet their own green financing goals and agenda. But as I've said several times earlier, this goes far beyond just making the financing available. Take, for example, Bank Negara has put together a low-carbon transition facility, or LCTF, with a 5% interest cap, which is quite low, to support SMEs' low-carbon transition. But until today, as far as I'm aware, less than a quarter of that allocation has been used up. So I'm sure that's quite frustrating for Bank Negara, for the FIs, and of course the SMEs in general. So we really need to ask, and address the issue at hand. Are the criteria too tight? Why are SMEs not taking up these soft loans that are meant for them? I think this is where banks need to be a little bit more proactive in driving engagement with SMEs through perhaps associations like Samantha, in providing direct advisory services to their own clients. If we can have ASEAN desk, China desk in most banks, I think all banks, at least those who haven't done so already, who serve SMEs, should now have an ESG or low carbon desk to provide these advisory services. Earlier this year, we have partnered with another bank to organize an ESG conference. That was very well received, and we had almost 200 plus SMEs owners attending. We should perhaps replicate that sort of activity nationwide. This conference is another good example of UOB partnering with the STAR to engage the SMEs to drive that transition. All these, of course, are investments and may or may not provide immediate ROI to the banks. But if banks truly believe that low carbon economy is the game changer, like IT and information economy has been, then I think this is both a calculated risk and a part of our good corporate citizenry to do so. Another thing that we can do jointly with the bank is really to convince Bank Negara and the government to relax some of the rules for green financing. For example, we are now asking the government to allow consulting and training services and even certification, as mentioned by Mr. Bay, as part of that low carbon transition to be eligible for or qualified to be called green financing. As I said earlier, it is not just funds. We are severely lacking the motivation and the technical expertise. How many certified sustainability officers do we have in Malaysia? 1,000, 2,000 maybe, and all these are working for larger companies. So where are the expertise going to SMEs? In short, I think don't just focus on giving out loans, but on helping SMEs build their capacity through advisory and capacity building program. I think if we work together to enlarge the pie, there'll be more for everyone.
Thank you, Dr. William. Now, with that said and done, I think we've come to the last final round of key takeaway points. First and foremost, I'll kickstart before I let every panel to share. Now, we've heard a lot about green financing, and we heard a lot about the benefits of going to have a report card and getting a better preferential rate where you can actually access to some of these green projects and green financing. Now, what we see is the challenge is we have to scale and we have to make it more easily available for SMEs. To do that, there must be a lot of knowledge sharing, use case examples, and to a certain extent, of course, there are competition in businesses, but we must also understand that businesses are also looking at value chain strategy. So we are actually looking for not just corporates, large corporates, to inform their supplier and value chain on how these areas can actually support them. We're also looking at how banks, and we're seeing even ministries as well as regulators are coming together to say that this is important. Otherwise, the repercussion is there will be export tax like EU carbon border adjustment mechanism that will hit our exporters' value chain in the metals, aluminium, fertilizers, cement, eventually energy and plastics as the next phase as well. So maybe as a key takeaway, hopefully we see the severity of building the resilience in our local market, but it's also important to have a key takeaway. So maybe Mr. Bain, for you to kickstart, if you can unmute. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Arina. Actually, I totally agree with you. There seems to be some challenges here, like what Dr. William says, the certification, the know-how, where the platform. But I guess the most important thing is the ESG journey must start from the company itself, right? And I think the industry players, the banks, the regulator have to come together in this journey. And I kind of agree with Dr. Williams that all banks are actually very keen to come on board of this. And most banks actually have started in driving awareness and provide platform to bridge the challenges for SME to actually come on board. So my advice is probably the SMEs operator, the customers should really talk to their banks, and this will probably be a good start. Maybe not just banks as well as government agencies. There are a lot of available consultants, agency banks for you to start the conversation with if you haven't started. Because whether you like it or not, this changes is going to come and you have to come on board of this. And if you don't start now, like what you have said, Arina, you might be subject to a lot of taxes, a lot of restriction, a lot of challenges. So the time is now and we should start this journey together. Back to you, Arina. Thanks.
Thank you. Any thoughts, Encik Kamarat?
Okay. As far as government is concerned, our effort to actually promote this ESG effort of sustainability started back in 2009 with the introduction of National Green Technology Policy. And then subsequently, government actually come up with Green Technology Master Plan. Now, I would say we need more SMEs to come on board, and we have actually introduced several discussion platforms. We work with MTC, work with several SME associations to actually open up their mind about to be more sustainability, to be more sustainable, to be more in terms of production, to go for energy efficiency. But we can actually, as the implementing agency, what I can say, for the time being, most of these companies, they are talking about cost involved in terms of for them to actually be on board of energy efficiency. So through the initiative of financial scheme offered via GTFS, and also tax exemption offered by government, we certainly hope that more SME can actually participate as far as their effort towards reduction in in terms of greenhouse gas emission reduction. So of course, a lot more effort. MGTC, we have actually conducted a lot of trainings since 2010. Of course, it is not enough. We hope that MGTC can actually work more with more association out there, not just SME association, but our effort will continue. And then we hope that with the incentive offered by government, this will actually benefit the country.
Thank you, Encik Kamarat. Dato' William?
Yeah, I think the takeaway is really it's not easy to get the SMEs to be onboarded towards the ESG and low carbon economy. The problem here is that we are really up against other priorities. I mean, there's so many other issues that SMEs today are looking into. Survival is one of them, for example, right? Working capital is another, talent crunch is another issue. So for many SMEs, the ESG transition, low carbon transition is really right far away, down that priority list. So we can do one of two things. We can either use the stick or the carrot mechanism. We can legislate and say, these are mandatory, SMEs, you must report this and do this, otherwise you can no longer operate. So that could be one, but that's not ideal. The other way is to really make it easy and incentivize the SMEs to get into the low cost, low carbon economy. By perhaps one is that we expose them to the huge opportunity that the economy presents. And secondly, for example, if the banks and the bank can come together and say, look, if you are ESG or low carbon compliant, we can perhaps slash a full 1% off your interest rates. And then if that translates to 10,000-15,000 a month, I can assure you, many SMEs will want to start embarking on their on that transition. So in short, I think we really need to think of innovative ways. What can we do to encourage more SMEs to get on board rather than just complain about it? And for SMEs who are listening, of course, it is very crucial that we start our journey today. Don't wait. There's really no time to wait. And we don't really have to take big steps. Every small step counts. Small step like even tracking your energy consumption is one big step forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dato' William. Now, we do have quite a number of questions. So I do understand that this will not be the last session that the STAR will host. We also do encourage, because we have lined up panels for the next sessions, we do encourage that for those of you with the questions, feel free to reach out to Mr. Bay, Encik Kamarat, and Dato' William or myself or the STAR. If you have any questions, all of us are available and on LinkedIn, I believe. There will be areas that you can actually discuss further, because the questions now is the devils is in the details. How do we get through some of these LCTF financing challenges? Similar to how GTFS have evolved from 3.0 to 4.0, we do believe the criteria and all will start to have more flexibility as SME starts to discuss with with banks, as well as banks will start to coordinate with JC3. So the conversations continues, and we also understand that from a capability perspective, Dato' William, AICB is actually coming up with training programs for the whole of sector industry for banking and insurance. EY, we are actually supporting and working with them on that. We are also seeing International Institute of Internal Auditors are looking at how to advance when it comes to the capability. So when it comes to a lot of this area, definitely cross-sharing of knowledge and making it available will be critical. My two recommendations, first is connect to those who you find are able to share beneficial information. They will channel you to the right source of information or connection. Second is there are available information or trainings in the market. For example, Malaysia's Sustainable Finance Initiative platform, created by Capital Market Malaysia with support from EY, house a lot of the use case examples of financing and webinars and sessions as well, similar to what the STAR has also been putting out as well. So all these are available. We do hope and encourage everyone to take a step and invest to understand, learn, and have the conversation within your key operations as well.
All right, we are back once again. Thank you very much, Arina, Wiki, Mr. Kamarat Zaman, and Dato' William. That was a great sharing once again. Thanks for bearing with us, our fellow audience. And now we are going to move on to our case study number 2. Coming up next is a case study on the topic empowering SMEs to access global supply chains through sustainable financing. A quick introduction before we welcome our speaker. Naomi Vowles, the Director and CFO at Giveable, an AI-powered data platform that automates the diligence and tracking of supply chain sustainability. Prior to Giveable, Naomi held positions of Group Risk COO and Chief of Staff at Swiss private bank Lombard Odier in both Geneva and Singapore, and previously served as an Australian diplomat in East Timor, Bangkok, and Geneva. A reminder once again to those of you tuning in, if you have any question for Naomi, please post them in the Q&A box or in the Facebook comment section. Now, I would like to pass the floor over to you, Naomi.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Naomi Vowles. Thank you very much to the Star for inviting me to present today. I am the co-founder of Giveable, and Giveable is an AI-powered platform that screens and tracks the sustainability profile of suppliers. Now, I know we don't have a huge amount of time today, so what I'd like to do is cover some of the key points around a case study involving sustainability-linked finance. And I do believe that at the end, we will have some time to cover off any audience questions. So, in line with today's earlier discussions around the financing of the circular economy, I'd like to cover the opportunity that's available to those at the heart of our economy. So these are small and medium-sized businesses and how they can access global supply chains through sustainability-linked finance. In doing this, I'll present a use case through the data and insights that our company called Giveable, what we provide, and how we partner with banks and non-bank financiers to offer sustainability-linked finance products. But first, there's a bit of background and context to provide. So first of all, I'd like to cover, what is our goal here? And first and foremost at Giveable, it is to drive SMEs to take action on sustainability. And when we talk about sustainability, we cover all aspects. So of course, including environmental, but also social impact, ethical and human rights, governance, diversity, equity and inclusion, and community. Our other goal, as you can see on the slide, is that by driving SME action on sustainability, we want to unlock the benefits of sustainable finance for them. So a financial incentive of sorts, if you like. And the reason this is important is because when we look at sustainability-linked finance and green finance, up until now, a lot of it has been held at the institutional level, and it hasn't yet come down to the SME level. And we believe it's really important for that to happen, because there are huge allocations that can't just be allocated at the institutional and listed space, but also SMEs should be recognised and rewarded for the actions that they are taking on sustainability. But what's the problem? What's stopping us from achieving this goal? So from our point of view and what we see with our clients is that there are two main challenges. The first one is that companies have set sustainability targets that they need to meet. Many of you will already be familiar with some of these. So for example, you will have heard companies setting net zero targets, but we also see companies setting social procurement targets, targets around diversity, equity, inclusion, around resource efficiency, waste reduction, minimal use of plastics, and there's a lot more. The second challenge we see is that suppliers, the vast majority of which are SMEs, they don't know what actions to take amid an increasingly complex environment. So often they want, because SMEs are generally resource constrained, they want to take the action that is going to give them the largest ROI. And this is important because it is virtually or almost impossible to talk about a company's sustainability performance without understanding the sustainability profile of its suppliers and its supply chain. And nowhere else is this perfectly demonstrated than when we talk about emissions. So for some industries, suppliers can account for up to 90% of a company's total emissions. So that's their scope 3. So clearly, if you don't consider your suppliers and your supply chain and what they're doing around sustainability, when you talk about sustainability for your company, you're really only giving a very small fraction of the full picture. But of course, sustainability does extend beyond emissions to other important aspects, including ethical sourcing, labor practices, equity and inclusion, biodiversity, circular economy, of course, and more. The other reason why this is important is because there are more SMEs in Asia than in any other region in the world. They represent 186 million, or over 97% of all Asian businesses. And while the demand is high, their access to finance is limited. According to a 2021 McKinsey report on trade and supply chain finance, in what is already a $7 trillion market, there is a $1.7 trillion shortfall, 40% of which are SMEs that miss out. So the role of Asian SMEs in global supply chains is undeniable. However, sustainability is a particular challenge for them. With regulatory requirements and time-based targets coming from governments and industry all around the world, we need to bring Asian SMEs up the curve and fast. And this is becoming even more urgent when we look at things what we call extraterritorial regulations. So these are regulations and policies that don't necessarily exist in the country of operation of the supplier, but they exist in export markets. And if these suppliers want to participate in global supply chains or they want to supply global buyers, they have to comply with these regulations. So examples in the EU are the EU CSRD, EU CSDDD. There's also modern slavery reporting requirements that exist in Australia, UK, the US, and there's quite a number more. So now we're getting to the use case. How are we solving for this at Giveable? And also, how does this tie in with sustainability-linked finance? So using a blend of AI and proprietary data models at Giveable, what we do is we identify third-party verified actions that suppliers need to take to meet their customers' requirements. What this does is it kickstarts the journey and accelerates the sustainability transition for SMEs. Our data is continually enriched and generates predictive pathways for action and improvement for the suppliers. Now, how does this work in practice? So what you're seeing on the screen is a white labeled version of our solution for a financial institution. And we have built proprietary models that will read a company's code of conduct or sustainability disclosure. What it then does is auto-generates the full range of actions that that supplier can take to satisfy those requirements, and it tracks their progress as they go. The benefit here is that suppliers get to fast-track their journey. They find out exactly what actions they need to take and the pathway to get there. It also recognises local and government-backed schemes, as well as SME initiatives, ensuring that no business is left behind. And as the gap closes between the actions of a company's suppliers and how close that company comes to achieving its sustainability targets, what that does is it unlocks financial benefits for both buyers and suppliers. So on the one hand, suppliers get rewarded with access to sustainability-linked finance for their own actions. And on the buyer side, they benefit by demonstrating a sustainable supply chain. And they can also leverage this to access preferential sustainability-linked finance. Our solution is currently available in the market, through which we partner with banks and non-bank financiers who leverage our data as an input into the sustainability-linked finance decision process. Our focus and what differentiates us is on supplier actions, relevant indicators, and sustainability objectives. And what this does is it creates the right incentives to drive what we call aligned action, aligned between the buyers and their suppliers. And the impact here is significant. What it does is it overcomes key pain points for SMEs, while at the same time enabling them to become eligible suppliers to global customers that have baseline expectations on sustainability. Now, I know that's been quite a short session and maybe high level, but unfortunately it's all we have time for today. I know we have some time set aside for questions, so I'd be happy to take questions. Or if you'd like to connect with me and talk further, I have put my email address here on the final slide, and you're also welcome to connect and reach out to me via LinkedIn. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Naomi, for sharing. Are you able to hear my voice? Naomi?
Yes.
That's great. Here are some of the questions coming in from the audience. All right, here's the first question. What is the revenue model of Giveable?
Sure. So there are two ways we work with companies. First is just focusing on their suppliers, so giving them visibility on the sustainability profile of their suppliers. And how that works is a subscription model. So what we do is we will track a set number of suppliers over a period of 12 months, and we provide notifications on a quarterly basis. And the reason this is important is because, particularly in this environment with such a focus on sustainability, the profile of suppliers is changing all the time. Suppliers gain, lose, upgrade, downgrade the credentials of their sustainability profile. And it's very important to be capturing that on a regular basis. And that's also one of the reasons it's quite difficult for companies to do this on their own, is because the data is so disparate. Unless you're using AI or the power of big data and technology, it's really hard to track.
All right, thank you for the answer. And here comes the second question from our fellow audience. What factors make sustainability practices by SMEs economically viable?
That's a great question. We get asked a lot of the time, and as I mentioned in the presentation, many SMEs want to make sure that whatever action they take on sustainability will give them the biggest return on investment. They want to be doing something that will satisfy a large number of their buyers or their customers, and not just one or two. So it's a little bit difficult to give a specific answer on that, because it will depend on the industry, the location, and the size of the SME and who their buyers are. But what we are seeing more and more is many large customers are setting, for example, emissions reductions targets. They may have criteria around occupational health and safety, around diversity, equity, inclusion. And if that's the case, what the SME should be doing is taking specific actions that will satisfy that. What that action is, so whether it's obtaining a certification, getting rated, scored, assessed, or even becoming a member of an industry group, it will depend on what that specific issue is that they need to be satisfying, or that criteria that they need to be satisfying.
All right, thank you, Naomi. And here comes the third question. What's the methodology to calculate sustainable ROI on developing sustainable supply chain?
Yeah, that's a tricky one. How we do that, how we determine the ROI for there are two perspectives here. One is from the supplier's perspective, one is from the buyer's perspective. From the supplier's perspective, what they need to take into account is the time and cost of taking a certain action and what they believe that will return to them in terms of distribution or customers. Because at the end of the day, that, this is probably what's going to move the needle for a lot of companies. If they demonstrate their sustainability profile and their actions, it will give them preferential access to customers. On the buyer's side, in terms of ROI, from what a supplier does, what we see the value in that is if a supplier can help their buyers achieve their sustainability targets, or if a supplier can satisfy a code of conduct. So we work with some companies that have issued a vendor or supplier code of conduct, and to understand how much that supplier is actually contributing to that, we will first identify the actions that a supplier should be taking to demonstrate that they are taking action on that code of conduct, and then we screen those suppliers on those actions. Depending on the company, we can take it, and we do take it further, and we map the actions of a supplier to widely used reporting and sustainability frameworks. So, for example, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, ESG themes, corporate objectives, GRI, SASB, and other reporting frameworks. And the reason why we do that is so that it's very easy for a company to look at a supplier and say, because of the actions this supplier is taking, I can see, and Givable has mapped them to a certain number of UN SDGs. So if I engage with this supplier, they are helping me advance the SDGs that we have identified as a company to advance. So I know that answer was a little bit high level. It's hard to talk in specifics without knowing a specific situation, but that's generally how we approach that issue.
All right, and Naomi, here comes the very last question for our Q&A session. How is Scope 3 best captured in sustainable supply chain rollout?
Yeah, it's a big question. At the moment, many of the companies we work with are still struggling a little bit with Scope 1 and Scope 2. Generally, the tendency we're seeing for companies to calculate Scope 3 is that they want the data coming from their suppliers. They're not necessarily, at the moment, calculating it on their own. They're trying to not put the burden on their suppliers, but empower their suppliers to provide the information. So how we're seeing this is a few ways. Through Givable, we can calculate Scope 3 or emissions for suppliers. There's 1 and 2, which becomes Scope 3 for their buyers. We also work with carbon emissions and carbon management platforms that will not only calculate, that's only the very start of it, of the process. It needs to be part of a wider decarbonisation plan. So our partners that we have verified and done our own due diligence on to make sure that they're doing it the right way, is they will help calculate and then develop a decarbonisation plan for suppliers. So there are a few ways to do it. Also, given that we're speaking about SMEs, it doesn't, what a company decides to do has to be commensurate with, their size, their industry, their location. So you might not necessarily be recommending to SMEs to go out and set science-based targets or do a CDP assessment because it's too much for them. There are more appropriate service providers. There are more appropriate actions that they can take given who they are.
All right, thank you, Naomi, so much for sharing your thoughts as well as answering a series of questions coming in from our audience. And to fellow audience, if you still have any question, feel free to reach out to Naomi as what she shared. Okay, she already shared her email just now. So once again, thank you, Naomi, for joining in for today's session. It's great to have you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
It's been
you.
a pleasure to be here.
All right, back to our fellow audience. We have reached the break time of the Star Circular Economy Conference 2023. Thank you to all of you who joined us this morning. We will resume later at 1:30 p.m. But our session will be remaining open, so you can remain in the session or feel free to drop up, but don't forget to join us back at 1:30 p.m. as we have more engaging panel discussions and case studies from not only Malaysia, but also various international industry experts. This would be a great opportunity to learn from experts based out of Malaysia. So don't forget to rejoin us at 1:30 p.m. For more information, scan the QR code on the screen or visit bit.ly/CEC2023_program. Welcome back, everyone, to the second half of the Circular Economy Conference 2023. I hope you had a great break. Thank you for joining us in the conference, which is brought to you by Star Media Group with UOB Malaysia as our platinum sponsor. We will have more exciting discussions and sharing from our speakers. Before we resume the conference, here are some housekeeping reminders. I'm sure we are all too familiar with online events by now. As much as we strive to provide top quality production for all our events, some things are just beyond our control. So please bear with us should we experience any technical difficulties. If you need any assistance, feel free to contact our events support team at events@thestar.com.my. If you have any questions for our speakers, for Zoom viewers, you may post it in the Q&A box, and for viewers on Facebook, you may post it in the comment section. And now, we are going to move on to our third panel discussion for today. How are FMCGs participating in the circular economy? The Extended Producer Responsibility, also known as EPR Alliance. EPR is a policy where manufacturers are legally responsible for their products' entire life cycle, including recycling and disposal to promote sustainability and reduce waste. We have an interesting panel to walk us through this topic after break time. And our panelists are David Ward, a leader in the sustainable products market and also the founder of La Terramat and also the Nurturing Co., a next-generation sustainable products company. David is an accomplished, dedicated, and growth-minded business leader who has over 26 years of experience in leading and managing global organizations. He has held many senior global positions across sports and fashion sector, such as JD Sports Fashion Group, Fred Perry, Perry Ellis Group, Quicksilver, Roxy, and Oakley, where he has headed marketing, management, sales, and licensing team. Welcome, David. And next, we have Pauline Goh, the former general manager of Maria, also known as Malaysian Recycling Alliance. She was the main push for post-consumer packaging waste recycling in Malaysia via voluntary extended producer responsibility. In March 2023, She was also honored with the recognition of Chevalier de l'Ordre National du Mérite from the French president for her 19 years of contribution at Alcatel Lucent, as well as her efforts in promoting investments from France to Malaysia during her tenure at Invest KL. It's a pleasure to have you with us today, Pauline. And also, our panel today, we have Lohan Levent, the Senior Vice President of Corporate Development and External Affairs at Universal Robina Corporation. Lohan is a passionate advocate for a sustainable and inclusive economy with over 20 years of international business leadership experience in FMCG and retail industries across APAC and Europe. Lohan is also a founding board member and vice chairman of Packaging Recycling Organization Vietnam, also known as Pro Vietnam. And move on to our moderator for this session, Mitch Gilbert, the CEO of Malaysia Green Building Council, MGBC. Mitch has an extensive experience in architectural design and sustainability. Prior to being appointed CEO of MGBC, Mitch served for more than 10 years on the Green Building Index Technical Committee. He currently chairs MGBC's Advancing Net Zero Task Force and has previously taught at the University of Malaya School of Architecture. To those tuning in, once again, a gentle reminder, if you have any question for our experts, please post it in the Q&A box or in the Facebook comment section. Without further ado, let us start our panel discussion, and over to you, Mitch.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I hope everyone can hear me clearly. As mentioned, my name is Mitch Gelber. I'm the CEO of the Malaysia Green Building Council. And in a way, I'm an ironic or interesting choice to participate in this discussion on fast-moving consumer goods, as my goods tend not to move at all. In my industry, our products and our discussion on circularity involves timeframes that extend into 20, 25, 30 years and beyond. So I think it's a good starting point to frame this discussion in the different perspectives that we have and what we each bring to the table. And what I hope to get out of this discussion is sharing of different points of views from different parts of the world, different regions and different industries, because we're all pushing in the same direction, but sometimes we can push from slightly different angles and we can learn from each other's experiences. So with that, I'm going to pass over the discussion briefly to each of our panelists today for a quick introduction of yourselves. So we'll start with David. Take it away.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. This is a subject which is incredibly dear to me because I've been in the sustainable space for the last 12 years. For a lot of that time, it was kind of like shouting in the wind. It's taken a lot of effort from a lot of great people for us to be having this kind of discussion now on a broader scale. And certainly we're now getting a lot more everyday consumers and companies looking at what they're doing and how they may reduce their impact. So I hope some of what will come out of today will spur other people on to join these movements and for those that are already involved to further their efforts.
And Pauline, we'll move on to you.
Yes. Hi everyone. Yeah, thanks, Mitch. Yeah, I'm Pauline. I'm the ex-GM of Maria, Malaysian Recycling Alliance. Maria is a voluntary EPR, Extended Producer Responsibility Organization in Malaysia, the first of its kind, to help FMCG companies to collect and recycle their post-consumer packaging waste. And Maria is founded by the 10 big FMCG companies like Coca-Cola, Colgate, Dutch Lady, Etika, F&N, Mondelez, Nestle, Spritzer, Tetra Pak, and Unilever. And we really hope more FMCG companies can come on board to join this organization. Yeah, we will talk more. I'm very happy to join the session today because it's completely for EPR. Thank you.
And last but not least, Laurent, please say a few words.
Hello, everyone. So I'm Laurent. Thank you very much for inviting me to this session today on the FMCG and the EPR. And as you have heard before, FMCG basically is industry that produce products that have single use, short lifespan, and therefore, together with the ineffective recovery system, you can see that it does really impact the environment. So as a company, we have a lot of brands, and it is very upset to see our brands actually on the beach. So we are part of the problem. So we are also conscious of that, and we want to be part of the solution. And it is therefore we have been also a member of a certain coalition-led industry, and we are also co-founded packaging recycling organization in Vietnam, where we collaborate with other stakeholders to advance solutions for the packaging material. So very happy to contribute to this session. Thank you.
So I just wanted to say before we start the conversation that for all of you participating, if you have questions for any of the panelists, please write them down into the Q&A, and we will get to them towards the end of the session. So please, we encourage your participation, and we look forward to hearing what you have to say and any questions you may have. So without further ado, the first question we wanted to discuss with the panelists is, how do you see the progress of fast-moving consumer goods in Malaysia and Southeast Asia region when it comes to circular economy? Where are we currently at policy-wise, and how does this compare with other regions? So would anyone like to start? Should we start with you?
I'll kick us off with a bit of a sort of an overall reflection of what's going on outside of our region and the work we still have to do. It's not to say that there isn't work being done, but we have a long way to go, and I think we all know this. But if we look generally in the market around the world, we're seeing a very big swing towards consumers wanting to know the impact of the materials and the products which they're purchasing. In fact, it's now shifting towards something in the region of 7 to 8 out of 10 people in the United States are now already buying from or want to buy from FMCG, CPG, businesses who are socially or environmentally minded. And the growth in this space has been fairly astronomical over the last 3 years. In fact, it represents only about 16% of the products offered in the United States as product offers, as products. But it already accounts for about 55% of the growth of the whole sector over the last 3 years. So there is a definite marker in the ground that the consumer wants these products and is prepared to pay, in some cases, up to 60% more for a product which doesn't have packaging, which is inevitably going to end up being left behind for maybe hundreds of years. So we're seeing a kind of a large wave beginning to move. Of course, each different part of the world is running at its own speed and has its own difficulties and its own issues to face. Malaysia is by no means the worst in our region. We can look at any of the figures regard to plastic waste appearing in places like the Philippines or in Thailand, where it is, a lack of infrastructure is there. We're certainly some way along the way to doing that, but I think there is still a lot more to come from the consumer in terms of demands upon the brands, and that the brands themselves are now beginning to take the initiative to make these adjustments and changes. As we're hearing, whether it's part of collaborative programs with other brands, or whether it's helping with municipalities and governments to figure out exactly how we can better manage these products. We have to have less of them somehow. So there is still quite a lot of work to do here, but we're nobody's slouch in terms of the efforts so far, and hopefully those efforts will continue and grow.
And Pauline?
Thanks, Mitch. I think it's moving a bit too slow, if you ask me, right? For the FMCG companies, definitely, a lot more, could have been done. As I mentioned, I was ex-Maria, and since Maria was founded in January 2021, until now, there is only 13 members, other than the 10 founding members that I mentioned just now. So, although we know that EPR is important and, taking care of the end of life of our product, which is for FMCG sector, a lot of it is a packaging base, is our duties. But the number, doesn't really speak for itself, if you ask me, right? We have hundreds, if not thousands, of FMCG companies in Malaysia. So, like I say, at the moment, with the voluntary EPR that Maria has set up, at the moment there's only 13. Where are the rest of the FMCG companies? And if you ask me, we definitely need a policy, right, to mandate EPR in Malaysia, right? Just like, some of the neighboring countries that have started with this policy. So my view is we really need policy, despite, a lot of these large multinational companies that have signed up to Ellen MacArthur Foundations, in their country of origin. But when they come to this part of the world, unfortunately, they are not, doing as what they claim at at their country of origin. So that's why we need a policy. We need an EPR policy to mandate that all the obliged companies do their part, right? To provide the EPR fees to the PRO, Producer Responsibility Organization, so that they can help all these FMCG companies to collect, sort, and recycle their post-consumer packaging waste. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Pauline, for it's an interesting balance between contributions from both public and private sectors and the role that each has to play and bring to bear. So Laurent, we'll finish with you for this first round.
Yeah, just to add to what my colleagues here have said, I also think that we can go a bit faster, hopefully with EPR, because so far I think in the region the transition to the circular economy have been actually more driven or initiated by FMCG, by private sector, with the setting up of Maria, of PRO, for example, right? It's more voluntary driven organizations that try to implement the EPR. And I think with the policy, with EPR legislation, is going to be much more easier so that we can have more participants, more stakeholders in the value chain to join effort for advancing solution to this critical plastic challenge, right? So I think for now, there's a lot of collaborations, and I'm very happy to see that we see more and more PRO voluntary industry driven the EPR in Thailand, in Indonesia as well. There is even a kind of association of PRO, which I think that can also help to share the best practice, and hopefully in Vietnam, for example, with the EPR that will be legislated in the next few months, just like the Philippines a few months ago, we will have more participants, especially from the policymakers, to help to build up a more robust system of circularity for packaging.
So I know from my industry in construction that the last few years we've seen, David mentioned at the outset, a real rapid acceleration of what is possible, not just technologically, but also feasible financially and economically. So I'm curious to know, what are some of the innovations or technology being developed to advance the efforts in circular economy? For example, developments in biodegradable or compostable packaging, mandatory rates for recyclable content, mandatory deposit return systems, or more ethically sourced raw materials. I think from each of you, in your experience, maybe just touch on one or two of the innovations that you've seen over the last few years that gives you a sense of hope, or what might be possible in the next few years.
Well,
I think Laura.
Do you want to get started?
Oh, sorry, I was going to go. Yeah, go ahead, David. I was going to go in reverse order, but let's keep on going.
Next time we'll do a reverse out. Yeah, I think there's definitely been some great initiatives. Issues that we still see. I think certainly from my point of view, the brand that I built up over these last 5 years has no plastic, none at all. And we had to start that from day one. And it wasn't easy. It was sort of 7-9 months of work with manufacturing suppliers to remove the plastic from the supply chain. And we're a small business, so it was easy for us to do that. We could start that way and continue that way, but for larger companies, it's not that simple. But the fact of the bottom line of it is we need less of it. It won't matter how much we think we want to recycle, because that doesn't work. Really, we get 9% recycled, and not even all of that gets recycled, because there's a lot of single-use packaging which is made from plastics which cannot be recycled. So, we have to use less. We have to try and look at packaging in a very different way, and wherever possible. And maybe part of the program which will come to bear is that companies will be forced to go back to the drawing board to figure out how to ship this product without the plastic packaging, or with greatly reduced amounts of plastic in the packaging, comparable to today. Yes, there's an upswing in other biodegradable materials, whether it's wheat husk using pineapple or whatever else to produce packaging, fillers, concertinas, craft paper to replace polyester and polystyrene, etc., in boxes. But these tend to be more in collective pockets rather than being something that you're seeing en masse in a lot of the countries around the world. As I said earlier, I'd say US is at least 3 or 4 years ahead of where we are today here in Southeast Asia. So they're not having to do it through the mandate of government policy, but because they are fearful of losing their consumer. They recognize that the consumer has the power because they can vote with their wallet. And I think that's something that needs to be, validated here in terms of, social attitudes are different. Here, a lot of people kind of aware, but not really concerned, whereas in America, it's the other way around. They're very concerned. So, maybe we'll see a lot more people in this next sort of, 3 years become even more concerned, because we're seeing, greatly increased impact from forest fires, tornadoes, etc., impacting different communities, and the realization that it's all interconnected, and everybody has an opportunity to make a stand and make a change. But whether it's the sort of biofilms which people are producing, whether it's using mushrooms as materials, or pineapples, or whatever else, it's just happening in too smaller numbers. Often these are greatly innovative startups trying to make something happen, but there is not in our region of the world the amount of support given to these companies, particularly in the sort of nascent stage of when they're developing. We're a very following investment segment of the world, and this is risk, in some respects, high risk, because it may or may not work. It may arrive too early, or it might arrive too late. So there's an awful lot of work still to be done on the collective landscape around being able to stimulate companies to produce innovations in packaging, but at the same time they need to be adopted. And that needs somebody to make the decision they're going to give up some of their margin. And this is the problem. Plastic costs virtually nothing in terms of your supply chain, added cost. It's so inexpensive now that it adds no material cost to the final packaged product goods pricing. So you're going to have to ask somebody to give that up. And that means somebody giving up something which adds to their KPI, their bonus, everything else. That's when it bites. And that's where the point of resistance is right now to, larger companies adopting these innovative packaging designs and making sweeping changes. Not entirely, not all are like that, of course, but they are making changes, but not enough of them. As Pauline says, there's, many will just continue to do what they're doing until somebody comes knocking on their door and says, you must change now. And I think in certain parts of the world, it will require that government, force to come to bear to make them change, because their first priority is keeping their business running.
I mean, it's interesting that as you mentioned, a lot of the reliance and the baseline use of plastic is predicated on that cheap supply. So one of the event horizons that we're looking forward to is that as fossil fuels are eliminated and phased out of the global energy production, the prospect over the medium to longer term is that plastics will be more expensive because the supply of plastics are a byproduct of fossil fuel industry. The reason that they're so cheap fundamentally is that they're a write-off from, byproduct from that industry. And as that industry becomes increasingly phased out in favor of renewables, which every country in the world, for the most part, has committed to do within the next 15 to 20 years, that reliance on plastics becomes self-fulfilling. The question then becomes, to what extent are individual companies able to be ahead of that curve rather than subjected to it? So with that, I think thanks, David. That's very comprehensive overview. I think I'll extend to Pauline some examples from your experience that may be innovative or progressive. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mitch. Yeah, I'd like to continue where David stopped. Like he said that all these small companies is very difficult for them to sustain. First, to innovate, it costs money and it's not easy to get the funding to start up a company. Number two is to find the market. So our government has actually worked on banning the problematic single-use plastic. So if you follow the Malaysia roadmap, in the Malaysia Plastic Sustainable Roadmap 2021-2030, there is one chapter of banning the 5 most problematic single-use plastic, right? Like the straws, the tapao packaging, the plastic bags, and so on. So while we wait, according to the government, through NREC, Ministry of Natural Resources, Environment and Climate Change, together with MGTC, they hope to come up with a list, hopefully by this year, and they can actually find solutions to replace all these problematic plastics and enforce them. I hope by next year, if not, then by 2025, right? But in the meantime, I guess we had no choice. So we still have to do something. So I managed to join the Alliance Club event last month, where the company called the Can Services based in Malacca. They are one of the Alliance Club members. They give out 1.5 million paper straws for all the Alliance Club members to distribute to all their towns and to the eateries and the mama stores to encourage them to replace the plastic straws with the paper straws. And I also come across another Japanese company who has just set up manufacturing in Malaysia to use palm oil waste or has to turn them into the tapao container, yeah, for all our mama stores or our hawker stores. They hope to go live soon, yeah. Like I told them, the saddest part, right, in Southeast Asia, it's all about cost. If you look at the polystyrene, yeah, it costs about 1 to 2 cents as for the packaging. And imagine if they come out with this recyclable material, which is cost 30 cents per packaging, I can guarantee you no one is going to change, right? So, our consumer behavior is not yet the same level as the Americans, where they want to look at the product, yeah, which is fully, ESG compliant and sustainable. At the moment, the consumer behavior in Southeast Asia is still about cost, right? So even they have the best product where we have plenty of palm oil, waste, but if the cost is still high, sadly, this will not be able to change the landscape, right? And Malaysia, we are still using a lot of polystyrene for our tapao, right? So these are the 2 examples that I'm quoting. So hopefully more people will come forward and do their part while we wait for the legislation, to happen, so that it can change the whole landscape in Malaysia. Thank you, Mitch.
Thank you, Pauline. And Laurent, we'll have some input from you. Thank you.
Yes, I want to add that innovation or technology without legislation or policy support won't be viable, scalable, or even sustainable, right? If I take the example of EPR, you will see that it would be good, to have, for example, as innovation for advancing on the plastic solution. Solutions to be adopted, for example, chemical recycling or co-processing. Those basically can really help to give value to flexible plastic that we all know has today very little or no value. It's because chemical diversion is simply controversial, right, for some markets. So we think that if legislation can clarify, for example, chemical recycling or co-processing to be circular, then I believe that there would be more investment in the recycling infrastructure, and therefore we can stimulate the collection, the sorting of such material, and therefore that ultimately will contribute to stop landfill and also marine waste of flexible plastic, right? So that is the first point I want to make, is how important is policies to support innovations, right? Other solutions that I see also are needed also regulators, to support, like we call the deposit scheme, right? So you need to have infrastructure, for example, in some country in Southeast Asia also to be able to do collections, right? And to do the reimbursement for the customer that bring back the packaging. But importantly also is you have to see if in such a market people are able to afford to pay more for the deposit. So I think there's solution that may not be very sophisticated, but it does require a lot of understanding of the local characteristics of the market, and also the support from the local stakeholders. Otherwise, you can also see that we observe more and more, including in Southeast Asia, that FMCG company already introduce recycled materials in the PET, the rigid packaging. We have seen also the weightage of certain packaging to be much lighter, so that also contribute in a way. Redesigning packaging contribute in a way to reducing the plastic footprint. Some company also recently innovate by having the cup to be attached to the body of the packaging, right? So you can see that most of the time we see the caps, but we don't see the body in the recovery. So now with certain innovation like that one, we're able basically to leave no caps behind, right? So last but not least, I also quite interested today as a company is also investing in the biodegradable, solutions, right? So that is also quite a controversial, I would say, solution, because some may believe that the solution may not, treat all the microplastic once the biotransformation is activated. So there is still a lot of experimentations, but in short, I believe that whether we are talking about biodegradable or oxidegradable or anything that potentially can help to reduce the plastic should be carefully reviewed, should be carefully supported, because this is a journey, I believe, right? It's not something that one stakeholder can really solve overnight. So as part of also of the Alliance to End Plastic Waste, our company basically do a lot of, I would say, co-share in terms of practice, right? To develop, multi-solutions for the plastic and for the packaging as a whole.
Thank you, Laurent. We have a few questions from the audience that I'd like to raise to the panelists. So the first question is for Pauline. Question is, are the EPR Alliance members investing in infrastructure and technology to collect and recycle plastic packaging and waste? If yes, where are these facilities located and how successful are they?
Thanks, Mitch. Yeah, so Alliance is not looking at investing in all this infrastructure, but to collaborate with existing infrastructure. So as you know, we have a lot of collectors already. So we are just getting the collectors to just focus on collecting back all the post-consumer packaging waste, right, from the different area, right, housing area. And in terms of recycling infrastructure, Malaysia has been very blessed because it's already an industry in Malaysia for more than 30 years, right? So we have all kinds of recycling manufacturer in Malaysia, from PET to HDPE to PP and even PS, right? So the main thing is to move them up the value chain, yeah? And in terms of sorting, yes, we hope to see more automation, in all these sorting centers, right, run by all the collectors. In Malaysia, we have actually 3 main concessionaires, which is Alam Flora for KL or Federal Territory and Pahang, SWM for the southern side, Negeri Sembilan, Melaka and Johor, and Idaman for Kedah and Perlis. Yeah, so we just hope that they will invest in all this automation to make it the waste sector cleaner. Yeah, so that more people will want to join this sector. So Maria is not looking at building infrastructure, but working and collaborate with all these existing players, right, to collect, sort, and recycle all the different types of packaging waste. Thank you.
And are there examples of, you mentioned upcycling, raising these goods up the value chain. Are there any examples that you can think of about upcycling?
Yeah, so if you look at Tetra Pak packaging, yeah, which is a used beverage carton. So if you look at the used beverage carton, 70% of the UBC is actually paper, right? But so paper, we have no issue. We can recycle paper easily, right? And but then they have another layer which is called polyl. Yeah, that is plastic and together with aluminium, 25% plastic and 5% aluminium. So at the moment, there is no technology to separate the plastic and aluminium. So it's called polyl. So what our recycler in Malaysia is doing is converting this poly-L into boards, yeah, and from the boards they can make roofing, they can make partitions, they can make stationery and stuff like that, yeah. So this is one of example of cycling, and we have many other examples, especially to help some of the single mothers and the poorer community. They are actually taking back the PET bottles and make it into PET coasters, for example, right? And sell it out to the general public.
Thank you very much. I know from our construction sector that emphasis on circularity has produced some really exciting possibilities. It changes the way that we think about material and resource use. So one example that I heard just last month was a roofing manufacturer that's able to do a mandatory compulsory buyback program because the value of their raw material at end of life is worth as much, in some cases more, than it was when the product was initially sold. So there's a lot of possibilities that are opening up as we change the way that we think about resource use. Laurent, the next question is for you. And it's something that we touched on previously, but it's a broad question about the relationship between and the balance between consumer power versus producer mindset. So it's between what David had mentioned during the introduction on the market being driven by consumer demand and consumer expectations versus the role of the producer and the mindset of the producer in terms of social responsibility and environmental performance of their corporate activities. So the question is the main issue from the mindset of producers in a lack of education and awareness among their customers, or are there other issues at play here?
Yeah, so I think this is a very important question. So thanks, Mitch, for asking me. I guess there's a few angles to that. I would start first to say that from many readings and reports we have seen so far, there still needs some education at the consumer level to ensure how important is segregation at source, sorting packaging material at source can contribute somehow to enhance the recycling rates, right? So I think as a producer, as a brand owners, it is our duties actually to go beyond just redesigning the packaging or introducing diversion solutions. Those are the technical things. What we should be also looking first and foremost is how to get the consumer to support our innovations, because as David mentioned earlier, there will be some costing at the end of the day. And if we all work together, that cost can be understood and that can be therefore shared across the value chain. So I think for the consumer, I would say that owners of brand producers should participate in informing, communicating, educating the stakeholders. And it's not just the consumer. Second is we do see, for example, what David mentioned earlier in the US in particular, those consumers are well educated already today. So with globalization of brands, Asia, Southeast Asia cannot be sitting there and just think that it is just one way. We just educate people. When they're ready, then we can introduce, let's say, the eco-plastic or the environmentally friendly packaging. No, I think with the global brands that is coming all over markets, consumer will be educated somehow by those brands. And if we don't do anything as a producer, waiting, for example, for EPR to be legislated before we can start to collect and to divert, then we will have consumer coming after us, right? Because they will say, oh, brand A is really having recycled materials in their PET, for example. Why you don't have it? So it is not just a matter of compliance, but it is a matter of, being more responsible. And I believe that that should be the attitude that all producers should have, is really to collaborate with all stakeholders, from education, collection, diversion, and working with the government. We should be able basically to address to this problem. So consumer is really in important stakeholders for us as a producer, and it should be a dynamic relationship. Yeah.
That's great. Yeah, I mean, I have to say, in support of my adoptive country at the expense of my country of birth, the United States definitely has a highly educated, consumer driven economy. This, however, is a double-edged sword, because the putting the onus onto the consumer to drive change in the United States allows a lot of inefficient legacy producers to proliferate. And so what Pauline mentioned earlier in the discussion about the rapid adoption of paper straws, doing away with single-use plastics at the grocery store, these are solutions and first steps that were rolled out quickly without complaint, and by all means very successfully in a very short period of time. And those are steps that in the United States, which is, we're espousing how consumer driven it is, there would be significant backlash from the businesses and from the other stakeholders that would make innovations like that take longer. They would still happen, but they might happen at a different pace. So, like many things around the world, there isn't just this argument in this evolution isn't just framed in terms of positive and negative. Certain places and certain regions are ahead. Certain regions are ahead in other ways. So the next question is for David. It's a good transition. This is from one of our audience members. David, can we get your opinions on the currently discussed Global Plastics Treaty? In your view, what elements do you believe are necessary for this treaty to be effective and legally binding? And additionally, what are some of the specific considerations that may impact our region specifically in terms of this adoption and implementation?
All right. Let's start at the very top of it. I honestly don't think it's worth the paper it's written on. Because it's yet another let's debate and talk about something which needs urgent action. And it needs urgent action right across the spectrum, from, the supply base, the research base, design, infrastructure of companies all the way through. And it's going to take people to be mindful of the real cost of the product they make. Is not just the unit cost, but the cost and implication of its impact when it's manufactured all the way through to when it is finally rested, back into carbon atoms. But in terms of, where we are in our region, we have a number of specific issues. We have a different, population. They work in a different way. They get paid in a different way than most other, than most regions of the world. There's, a lot of, weekly people get paid in our region. Their buying habits are different. Where they will buy, they don't bulk buy, they buy single buy, they buy small buy. So this generally has created a lot of market for a lot of individual unit items, which obviously need packaging. So, we're slightly inundated with, larger amounts of certain kinds of products, packaging, which are actually some of the worst in terms of capability for recycling. So wanting to talk about recycling and say we should do something and improve it, well, the answer is that is the same story for the last 50 years. It's broken. It doesn't work. 9% on average around the world, and that's only what gets recycled, not what actually then gets repurposed. That could be down to as low as only 2%. This is just it's almost mindlessly silly to be talking about trying to let's tinker with it and see if we can fix it. It doesn't work. It's going to take radical change, as we've all been debating, for companies to make the decision that they have a responsibility to improve the lives of everybody, not just through the product they sell and it gives you nice hair or whatever else, but in the way we all want to live in conjunction with every other animal species and the earth itself. And this is our collective responsibility. If we do not own it, we will not be here. Simple as that. Earth doesn't need us, we need the earth. If we don't take care of it, it will slowly adapt to the problems we've created for it, and we will die. So we've got a lot of work to do. It's a great initiative, but it's not hard enough. It's a little bit too much debate. It's a little bit too much, well, just let's look at this, you know, can we improve it? No, it doesn't work. If you were a business after 50 years of less than 9% performance, you'd be out of business. So that's not, in my eyes, that's not a discussion that we should waste energy on. The energy should be, we're producing all this. We can't even manage what we have today. Even if we were able to get it to be 90%, which would be fantastic, we can't manage the amount we're using. We have to abate that kind of behavior right at the very source. So it's a counterweight. Things can be done if we're willing to accept the responsibility of the other parts. If not, it's just going to be a lot of nice talks and conferences and people, and more people talking at COP26, having their picture taken like they're going to a music festival. And it won't make a blind bit of difference. It comes down to people in this room, in these rooms, listening to this, to take the bull by the horns and do some of the tough work, and go into rooms and say to people inside corporations, we need to change. People inside corporations who've been slowly eroding the problems internally. A lot of unsung heroes don't get a lot of press, don't get seen. Big corporations don't want to talk about it too much because it might upset shareholders. You know, all that sort of stuff goes on. And there's a lot of innovation going on, a lot of reduction of waste materials. Those are some of the heroes that we need more of inside companies, to stand up in front of someone and go, we need to take a step towards making our products in a better way. Then if we've got all those kind of activities on the side, then I think these kind of treaties can work. But otherwise, if it's just a solo, some people going off and talking about something, talking about policy, talking about EPR or whatever we want to be, you know, what other things, you know, government might come in and do, it will take the hard effort of people involved in businesses to make the tough decision today that it's going to eat some of their margin to have a better future for their families and all the families who purchase their products.
Very good. We have another question that just came in from the audience. This is to all panelists, so I'll open it up for each of you to contribute if you should you feel so. So it's a recommendation to explore that typically and are compounded from 50% recycled plastics, and as well as combined with wood fiber, organic fiber.
You faded out, Mitch. I don't know if you can hear me, but you faded out there. You may want to repeat the question.
I think we lost. Can you hear me?
Yes, indeed, sir. I can hear you.
Sorry for the technical technical difficulty. So it's a long question, but it's basically about a measure to explore composite plastic materials that are combined with organic fillers like coconut husk, rice husk, waste byproducts from wood, and then can be recombined into other materials. I think this touches on what Pauline was talking about before, about materials that are able to go up the value chain. And it says this approach would help save some trees and help get rid of recycled plastic, combination of PE, PET with the compatibilizing agent. This is a big industry in China, but it's been reduced to due to a 2018 ban. So I guess the question is there a possibility to explore this industry in other parts of Asia region, including Malaysia?
Yes, Mitch, definitely. Like I said, that is possible and it's already happening. Yeah, but the only question, like I said, to address to sell to Southeast Asia, right, is all about cost. right? Can they make, all this waste, whether it's palm oil, sugarcane, rice hulls, whatever waste, organic waste that they can find, different type of packaging or containers. At the end of the day, it's all about cost, right? If you cannot make the cost, reasonable and acceptable, the take-up rate will be so bad. Yeah. Sadly, there is a project in Malaysia on the reused food container. Yeah. And this is called Tapaware. Yeah. They were funded by a European fund to set up a container system for all, some of the restaurants to test it out. Sadly, they couldn't sustain. They only set up for 2 years or 3 years, and they have to shut down. Right? It's cost and logistics. So, if people can come up with a very good solution with a reasonable cost, definitely the acceptance from the market will be there, right? But you come up with very innovative recyclable solution which use all this waste product, but the cost factor is still very high. Sadly, in ASEAN, you just can't sell. Yeah, it's like I said, cost is still very critical factor, in this region. Thank you.
Yeah, a lot of it, I mean, we touched on it. A lot of it goes back to cost and the cost of raw materials. I mean, one thing I would add, I always like to look at on the bright side. And if I can draw one parallel from my industry, is that we see in construction sector a parallel in terms of a green cost premium. And this is something that we've seen over the last 10 to 15 years. When a new product or a new technology gets introduced to market and it's good for the environment, it automatically comes with a cost premium. This is true of our paints, it's true of our construction materials, it's true of our light bulbs. And what we've seen in Malaysia and around the world is almost without exception, as these new technologies are brought to scale, the cost drops to be on par with or even below business as usual solutions. It sounds like the central challenge here, one of the central challenge here, is the cost of the raw material at the root problem. It is so low. So rather than reinvesting in tech industries and solutions that have, like David mentioned, have been around for decades and have shown to not have a viable business case behind them, to get out ahead of the transition to more sustainable solutions, and really embrace the ones that have the cost model baked in. Sometimes the cost premium is real. Sometimes it's imagined. Sometimes the end producer is charging a 5 or 10% or 30% premium because they need to, and because it reflects the actual value of their product. And sometimes it's what they can get away with. And it's a delicate balance between these two. So we have a few more minutes. There's a few more questions from the field. I think the last question is for Pauline. And this is a question that I think is specific for Malaysian manufacturers. And it says, what can be done about brands which are owned by locals, but then do not have to comply with international commitments? So I think this is really addressed to a sort of jurisdictional shift where there are different regulations that apply to different regions. And a good that's produced in one country may have to comply to international standards, but then those standards are abandoned when applied locally and the product is distributed locally. So Pauline, I'll address it to you, but I think David and Laurent, please feel to jump in as well.
Thanks, Mitch. I think just like my two other panelists, we only have one planet Earth. Yeah, so it's not about selling to EU, which is impose all the green legislation. Yeah, and we don't have to do our part in Malaysia or Southeast Asia, right? There is only one planet Earth. So, we can't say that, Malaysia, we don't impose all this stringent legislation yet, and we can get away with things, right? So I really applaud some of the other countries, right, in Africa, and, when they implement EPR, it's for the whole of large industry. It does not matter whether you are a 10 ringgit company or you are a 10 billion company, right? It applies to everyone. So, for the smaller SMEs, the entry barrier is so low, right? Like you pay, $50, right? A year, right? For your part, so that everyone needs to be on board this EPR journey. And a more important thing for every country in Southeast Asia is to start, doing data reporting. And I believe that none of us know exactly, what is the tonnage of packaging, in our country. So if we don't start data reporting, we can go and talk about, we want to do 10%, 30%, 40%, 50%. It does not make any sense, right? Yeah, because if you don't have the data, there's nothing much, to talk about percentage. That's it from me. Thanks, Mitch.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have just 2 minutes left. So either Laurent or David, do you have anything to add to that? Specifically, maybe about EPR and being compulsory?
Yeah, I mean, I'll throw in a couple of things. I mean, if I look at our own the brand that I was running before in our other business, in the nurturing coach, is called Bamboo Loo. Our packaging cost us 500 times more than plastic because we put it in a craft paper. Now the bag itself costs about 21 US cents for every packaging that we were doing. So that's how significantly inexpensive plastic has become in terms of packaging. So we've got to we've somehow got to manage that, and I think that's one of the key things which has to come out, that every business has a responsibility, as Pauline just says, to adopt the policy of considering how they can produce whatever it is they're producing to have less impact, whether it's the amount of carbon it uses, the amount of water it might use in its production cycles, or the the materials that are being left behind. Regulation is coming, in every market because it's needed. Because a lot of people will still try and skirt around the edges and claim that they are somehow, to be given exemptions and everything else. And I thought your comments about the US were absolutely spot on, because, if we look at those statistics, 16% are producing 55% of the growth. Well, the other 85% are basically going, well, let's not change anything just yet, guys. Let's just carry on doing what we're doing. And I think that's the difference, where countries are now saying, no, you can't sell things in polystyrene packaging, which we've got here in Malaysia. And it was fantastic, because it just became like that, the hammer dropped, and that was that. Plastic suppliers complained, and they all complained, and it all ended up in the newspapers, but they had to adapt and change because it's necessary. And those points in time will continue to arrive when people will hang on to the very last minute. But as business people, everybody has an obligation to consider, can we do it in a different way that is less impacting? And I think that's the key thing. That's not a question that everybody's prepared to ask themselves today.
Well, I think, speaking of hammers dropping, I think we're out of time. So I wanted to thank all of our panelists today. Really appreciate the conversation and your contributions. There's a lot of different perspectives out there, and I really value your contribution to the discussion. So thank you. And with that, we'll pass back to the organizers.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Bye-bye. Thank you, Mitch, David, Pauline, and Laurent. That was indeed a great discussion. And now we are moving on to our next session. We have our third case study on the topic waste management in Indonesia. Let's welcome our speaker, Zul Martini Indrawati, the General Manager of Indonesia Packaging Recovery Organization, also known as IPRO, since 2021. IPRO is a non-profit foundation founded by the private sector as a form of practical contribution to packaging waste management in Indonesia. With a wealth experience dating back to 1993, Martini has worked in various sectors, including telecommunications, agriculture, mining, and forestry. Her approach is centered around a three-pillar strategy, which focuses on achieving a harmonious and sustainable balance between social, economy, and environmental aspect through the concept of public-private partnerships. A friendly reminder to our fellow viewers once again, if you have any question for Martini, feel free to post them in the Q&A box or the Facebook comment section. I am certain that we are all eagerly anticipating the valuable insights Martini has to offer. And now, without further ado, I would like to turn the virtual floor over to Martini.
Good afternoon, respected and distinguished participants. I'm very grateful for this chance to talk about PRO in Indonesia. My name is Martini, once again, and I oversee Indonesia Packaging Recovery Organizations as a general manager. As you know, in this condition in Indonesia, actually Indonesia government is attempting to accelerate waste management development in the country. Since 2008, we have been transforming waste management from a linear to circular strategy. Nevertheless, due to numerous hurdles, the implementation has been gradual until the introduction of Ministry of Environment rule about the waste reduction roadmap. Indonesia law under 18/2008 mandates that everyone handle their waste in accordance with environmental sound standards. The government of Indonesia imposed the roadmap waste reduction since 2019 in regard to polluters principle under regulation number 75/2019, which is state that producers should produce, use, distribute, or import shall manage their packaging. The producer shall manage the packaging not only from the pre-production, but as well as the post-consumer by reducing, recycling, or reuse the packaging material. Producers shall develop the waste management system. This transition time is extended by the government of Indonesia until 2029. So, due to this transformation phase, IPRO was established. So, IPRO was founded by PRAISE actually as an autonomous non-profit organization that operates on voluntary basis. The Packaging and Recycling Association for Sustainable Environment in Indonesia, it's called PRAISE, Coca-Cola, Danone, Indofood, Nestle, Tetra Pak, and Unilever are the six its member. The primary goal of IPRO are to raise the post-consumer waste collection and recycling rate in accordance with national and international standards. At the moment, IPRO has 18 members, including the converter, brand owner, and related packaging sector. We are aiming to expand our membership and attract additional prospective businesses to participate into our collaborative actions. So, if we can look on this is the best practice of IPRO members. And we also look at the PRO in global and also the member experience as our foundation for IPRO. We accept and use these ideals into our activity. We identify the following principles. After learning from the best practice of our member has been adopting responsible waste management, we can summarize that we collect more than we produce. We promote environmentally friendly packaging. We encourage the use of innovative recyclable packaging. We encourage informal sector and supply chain to improve feedstock quality. We encourage the use of plastic in the loop. We encourage an enabling waste ecosystem. For example, of our members, they focusing on reusing 100% of waste packaging material. They increasing the use of recycled content, raising the awareness of the necessity of the waste segregation at the source, and transforming and repurposing paper straw, for example. This is a very fairly technical explanation, but the main idea is that intervention strategy must be carried out from the first place. So how we work, how can iPro implement on the ground? So actually iPro is working via supply chain to eliminate leakage and boost collection and recycling rate by offering the incentive to our partners based on the acceptable additionality. Aggregator, recyclers, municipal government, and the waste management services are some of our key partners on the ground. We also ensure that the informal sector is included in the supply chain and encourage them, their social inclusion, because the role of informal sector plays significant position in the collections. The market development is critical to achieve sustainability and circular post-consumer waste. iPro role is to connect not only the hubs within the supply chain, but also assist the new waste solution. To guarantee that standard requirements are met, iPro is working openness and accountable design on implementations. So what is our activity location until now? Currently, iPro is engaging with 15 implementing partners on the ground in 4 provinces. West Java, East Java, West Nusa Tenggara, and West Papua. Over the last 2 years, iPro was collected over 10,000 tons of plastic materials, including the organics, and impacted more than 11,000 people on the ground. So I believe that is all I can share with you right now, and we can discuss furthermore in the Q&A session. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for sharing, Martini. Can you hear my voice?
Yes.
That's great. Thanks for joining all the way from Indonesia. Now, here are some of the questions coming in from our audience. I will read out the first question for you to address, all right? Here comes our first question. How can Malaysian companies play a part in working with an Indonesian company like IPRO?
Okay. So actually, we focusing on waste management in Indonesia. I mean, if some of the company in Malaysia, for example, wants to join forces in Indonesia, because I think there is a lot companies as well is coming from abroad, and also involving into the Indonesia waste management activity. So then it's very clear we should need to know about what is the position of this company from abroad, and then what kind of activity that they want to join in collaborative action in Indonesia. But frankly speaking, it's always open, because when we talk about the waste management will be trans-border, right? All the material can be came outside of Indonesia, come to Indonesia. So we should, mapping on this, and then we can see what is the role of our partner from abroad to Indonesia. I think this is the answer.
So here is the second question. Is IPRO funded in any other ways, for example, grant from government or from private sectors?
Yeah. So actually, iPro only get the funding from the private sector, money. Yeah. So it means then PRO, our iPro, is the transformation of the responsibility of private sector. How can they contribute to the waste management in Indonesia? So mostly our contributor, for example, more in specific on funding, will be came from the private sector, not only for the converter, but we also identified not only for the converter and brand owner, and we also like distribution channel like retailer also possible. Other possibility that until now also iPro has some company also join is from the supporting packaging industry. They also are willing to, collaborate in iPro collaborative action.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to the third question. Are there any efforts in Indonesia to reduce packaging waste by recreating the reuse and refill systems of delivery from the past?
Yeah, there is some movement, especially for the reusing the packaging itself, because if we see or we can make an analysis of this, there will be very huge logistic on this and also the fun of this, because so far some companies in Indonesia, for example, one or two our members like Coca-Cola and Danone, they already implement this kind of models, refilling their packaging and then send back to the consumer. This is already implemented in Indonesia, but it's not all. If we can see, when we talk about this to our or some companies, which is they already implement this, they also inform that that is a huge investment if we want to implement this kind of activity. But we can see now in Indonesia, there is a lot of startup initiating this kind of models, like reuse packaging or refill the packaging at the source. But I mean, this is maybe possible on the economical scale if we talk about the small size of activity. So it means can encourage small or medium enterprise in Indonesia can use the model of the reusing or refilling the packaging, their packaging itself, and then sell it to the consumer. But should be, the point is should be very near to the between the producer to the consumer location.
All right, and that goes to our fourth question. Does IPRO purchase recyclable materials from Malaysia and import to Indonesia?
As far as I can understand on this consumption plastic models or the maps, yeah. So far, when we talk about the consumption internally in Indonesia, we still lack of the raw material, or we call it as a feedstock, and some of it is not imported, not in the end of product, but it's more like a raw material product. For example, like we have the recycling or recycler ecosystem on the ground, and we still need to have more feedstock to fulfill the capacity of the recycling industry in Indonesia. So then they will import it, some raw material, or we call it just like waste on a certain type of material from outside, and then they bring it to Indonesia and become a raw material to process it in Indonesia. And most of it, some of the company or recycle company will export it, this end product, to Europe maybe, or to regional area. And I think if you can see about this, then actually in Indonesia still need a lot of raw material can be processed internally in national level.
All right, thank you, Martini. I think that's all the questions coming in from our participants right here. And yes, do you have any last word to share with our fellow viewers, audience joining in?
Yeah, I think the main point that especially for the iPro perspective in Indonesia, we want to learn more on experience outside Indonesia. For example, in the regional level, we want to learn more about what is the model can be developed in terms of a PRO approach abroad, which is hopefully we can have a significant learning with the accordance to the context, because Indonesia context will be different with other country, but we can, try to modify this, or maybe more like in the technology base that, we can have this kind of information from PRO or other industry. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Martini, for the session and joining all the way from Indonesia. We hope all the best for you and terima kasih.
Yeah, terima kasih.
All right, that's a great sharing from Martini about waste management in Indonesia. And next up, we have our fourth panel discussion. Next up is a panel discussion on addressing plant obsolescence is key to a greener circular economy. We have a very diverse and international panel to walk us through this topic. First up, we have Amapon Huvanandana, the CEO and co-founder of Morloop, which is based in Thailand. Morloop is an innovative online platform that's transforming the fashion industry by breathing new life into high-quality fabrics that would have otherwise gone to waste. Through Morloop, Amapon and his team have helped over 50 brands source high-quality fabrics at affordable prices, which preventing over 870 tons of CO2 emissions and upcycling 58 tons of fabric since 2018. Next up, we have Reza Bev, the CEO and co-founder of Ladang in Indonesia, a digital circular economy marketplace platform that specifically focuses on trading obsolete, damaged, and recyclable products materials. With over 10 years of experience in e-waste management and circular economy acceleration, Reza also serves as a senior advisor for the appropriate management, data collection, utilization, and trade of e-waste. And next, we have Tim Parker, the founder of Circular City, a Hong Kong envirotech startup developing zero-waste solutions through reuse and return technology. Circular City is the company behind the award-winning Choose, Reuse, and Choose.club shared coffee cup networks. Tim is a former subsea engineer and design educator whose frustration with plastic pollution on Hong Kong's beaches has led him to change careers and kickstart the reuse revolution in Hong Kong. Last but not least, our moderator this afternoon is Sanjay Sidut. He is the Executive Director of the Advisory Department at BDO Malaysia. With over 30 years of assurance, advisory, and compliance experience, Sanjay currently manages a portfolio of forensic, internal audit, and risk and governance engagements across a range of industries. Sanjay also regularly provides expert witness testimony in support of forensic engagements. Once again, for those of you joining in, kindly remember to share any question you have for our expert by posting them in the Zoom Q&A box or the Facebook comment section. What a great lineup of speakers that we have for this session. Now, over to you, Sanjay.
Thank you very much. And I'm honored to be here. And honored to be a member of this panel of some very, very well established and authoritative speakers on the subject. So it's what we're going to be discussing today really is planned obsolescence, that being the strategy employed by companies to drive up sales, something that really kicked off with the advent of the Great Depression in the 1930s. This is where products are designed to become obsolete within a short time of usage or a fixed time of usage, forcing consumers to upgrade, update, replace, whatever it is. Planned obsolescence really takes four forms: contrived durability, software updates, perceived obsolescence, and also the prevention of repair. Now, if we aspire toward a circular economy, surely planned obsolescence is antithesis to this. It is the exact opposite of what we're trying to achieve. It is therefore essential, we believe, for the entire product life cycle to be considered. And the ideal product should really be built by a company committed to lowering its environmental impact while achieving longevity not only of itself as a business, but longevity of its product. To deal with these issues, we have a very interesting panel with us, and that you see on the screen before you. We've got Amarpal Huvanandana, Reza Bath, and Tim Parker. I'm going to hand over to each of them individually just now to give a short introduction of themselves before we actually launch into the session. So without any further ado, Amarpal, if you'd like to introduce yourself, please.
Okay, hi. Thank you for having me here in the panel. Just from the MC introduction, I just want to show what we mean by spare or surplus fabric. So at the moment, I'm developing an online marketplace for surplus fabric. And the surplus fabric, in terms for Molu, is not the small bits or the offcuts, but rather the rolls of fabric that we have found being over-ordered or being over-produced in the textile and fashion industry, especially in Southeast Asia, where we have so many manufacturing of garments and textile. So this Molu has been digitizing all of these rolls of fabric onto our platform so that people can access them, and these rolls of fabrics don't go to waste. So we have digitized them, and we have all the composition and the price and all the information so that people can come and source from us sustainably and make their own brands, and starting their sustainable brand with Molu. So we customer in this segment of sustainable sourcing. And with the database that we have collected, we also have upcycled them into corporate gifts and fabric that they want, fabric merchandise like bags, polo shirts, and t-shirts. And we have over 200 corporates from MNCs and listed companies in Thailand using us. So we have been operating now is in our 5th year, and we have upcycled nearly 60 tons of fabric that would have otherwise gone to waste, and have prevented 870 tons of CO2 from not producing any new fabric. So that's from me. I'm from a finance background. I'm just into the fashion industry, so I kind of know the overview of what's going on, the problem, and the possible solution, because at the moment we are kind of in the crisis, and in every crisis there is an opportunity. So I hope my knowledge today can benefit everybody listening.
Thank you, Amarpal. I'll now hand over to Reza, if you could quickly introduce us to yourself.
Hello, everyone. My name is Reza Bat. I am the co-founder and the CEO of Ladang.id. We are based in Jakarta. So Ladang is actually a digital scraptronic trader. It's a trading marketplace. So what we do is we collect scraptronic from any source, such as household, offices, businesses. So with the help of our technology, so we could give our users basically information and awareness about how when or what price to sell of their electronic or use electronic products. So, but we are highlighting on the finance profitability and just to make sure that everyone could get the incentive or benefits from selling their unused electronic products. Currently, we are focusing on electronics because in Indonesia, especially, as you know, we have lots of companies or startups that are focusing on plastics, used cooking oil, and others, but not many who's focusing on electronic waste. So we are filling the gap there. That's it. And yeah, myself, before I actually joined or formed this team to focus on electronic products on the trading side, I was in 4 years. I was working in the mining sector, so I understand as well the importance of for every one of us to actually be part of this action to give away or sell your used electronics so that it can be recycled, and then the let's say the recyclers can use those products to salvage all the metal contents, and it can be reused to make another another products. So that's it for me.
Thank you so much, Reza. And last but not least, Tim, if you could say a few words about yourself, please.
Hi, everybody. My name's Tim. I am the founder of Circular City, and we are a circular economy startup in Hong Kong, and we're focusing on upstream solutions. So we focus on reuse and return technology. So we essentially have a platform that enables brands and businesses to lend out returnable packaging for their customers. And it's a inventory tracking system that also enables customers to borrow without having to pay cash deposits, and enables end users to be rewarded for that change of behavior. And really, we're focused on trying to remove waste in the first place. So we don't focus on recycling and downstream. We focus more on the upstream and trying to keep the resource in loop as many times as possible. And we've so far had really good success in Hong Kong. We've been running a few different reuse systems over the past few years in an open network. So we currently have 40 coffee shops in Hong Kong that all offer our reusable coffee cup service, where you can borrow from one coffee shop and return it to any other coffee shop in the network. And so far we've saved over 10,000 coffee cups from landfill, and we're very, very pleased with our 98% return rate on those coffee cups. And we've recently also expanded into different packaging lines in sort of controlled environments, so slightly more closed environment settings, so rather than our open network. So yeah, excited to be here and to chat about the topic of planned obsolescence.
Thank you, Tim. Right, so without further ado, I'm going to launch into the topics that we wanted to speak of today. I'm going to kick off with a number of questions here, and the first one, really, I'm going to direct at Reza, yourself, and that really relates to today's world where we have fast devices, fast electronics, fast fashion, fast food. How do you think we can surmount the planned obsolescence mindset in this world where we want everything to be fast? Is it even possible?
Yes, Sanjay. So I think based on our experience, we've been doing this, collecting the scrap electronics from our hometown here in Jakarta. What we've seen is we have encountered, or we have managed to meet with the households, offices, and groups of people that we found out that they're not aware about that if their dead products still has value. right? So all of these years, what we found is like the households, the offices, they kept their, let's say, damaged electronics. They keep it in their in the back room and just leave it there. They don't even know what to do with that and where to sell it to or how much could they get an incentive from that. So I think it is a challenging thing how to have this kind of mindset, because I think it should come from us, let's say, either a company, a startup, groups, or forums to give more of awareness, more information to everyone, basically to those who are not in the industry, who doesn't know about anything related to sustainability things whatsoever. So I think, yeah, this is what we do right now. What we did, through our networks, through our digital apps. We keep on. What we do right now is we come to them. We follow. Let's say an event. Then as a panelist as well. Here and there, if there's any events such as like this, to spread the awareness about electronic waste, especially. So I think, yeah, awareness is the key. So it's a tough job, but I think it should start from there.
Thank you for that, Reza. And I'd echo that. I think awareness or getting people to first become aware of the problem and then secondly buy into it is going to be one of the key areas. Tim, what are your thoughts on that? You're already in a circular business. How do you, easy or difficult do you feel it's going to be to get this awareness level going and then building up on it?
It's not easy, is what we've kind of learned in our experience. I think, there's, as you say, it's the awareness and it's the education that's the important bit. So I think the more circular solutions are presented to people and the more that are coming on, not online, but that are more visible, the more people are going to start to realize this can be a normal behavior. So I think that's kind of one key. And we're starting to see that there's a lot of startups now that are starting to do more returnable upstream kind of systems or rental models, things like that. But the other side of it as well is, this sort of stuff should be in curriculums in schools. It's, I'm an ex-teacher, and I know it's not on curriculums. It's hardly any curriculums. It's, is it mandatory? It's not. And that's where really things need to change, because our younger generation do want to be sustainable. They can see the problems that are coming and they want to be part of that solution. But a lot of teaching staff don't know, they don't really know how to teach it actually. Alongside, there's also, it takes a long time for curriculums to change. So I think, that's kind of a key driver as well, because they're going to be the buying power in the next sort of 10, 20 years. So they will be the ones that will be driving this. They'll be the ones supporting those brands that are actually trying to bring in more of these circular solutions. And those brands that don't change and keep this linear system and this planned obsolescence in their business models, inevitably they will, they'll collapse eventually, because the younger generation is looking for change and they're looking for that sustainability sort of aspect to a brand. But so based on our learnings, I would actually say it's very much the education and the awareness. Asia in particular, isn't as far ahead as Europe in a lot of this. So it tends not to be on people's mindset as much. So I think that's something, that needs addressed, whether that's through more public educational campaigns or whether that's through business training, whether that's through school, more workshops in schools. But I would say that's a real key driver, because unless people are aware of it in the first place, and until people understand why we need to change our systems, things will just carry on as normal. And normal's not what we need for the future.
That's right. So catch them young really seems to be the message here. Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Tim. Amarpal, again, picking up on this, you've kind of made it work as well.
Sanjay, I think you've gone on mute again. Sorry.
Sorry, can you hear me now? Yeah, fantastic. So Amarpal, you've made this work as well. in your particular environment and in garments, and certainly education or acceptance is a key element here. What kind of hoops have you had to jump through, and what more effort do you think is needed to get the acceptance of a product that's been recycled or upcycled in the way that you've done at Morloop?
Yeah, we've been jumping through and implementing different strategy, and wasn't sure whether this acceptance will work. But in terms of what I see in fashion industry, the problem with fast fashion, I think the awareness is already out there. It's just whether people will accept and do them or not. Because there are millennials and people coming out to protest, and I feel like all the fashion, the problems and the movement are getting out there, but there are two split groups of people who are really advocating on this, and really depends on where they are and how green or how circular they are in their actions, right? So these are the people who are already working, accepting. And there are the other side, which is, in the current polarization world, we know that there are people who say, I know about it, but I'm not going to do anything about it. So that also exists as well. As consumer and also as a producer. And with the producer guys, of course, we just the more they can sell, the better the profit. And in fashion, I think more than anything, it's not about the function. There is partly the functionality that the clothes are not designed to be worn 1,000 times, maybe like in the olden days. But the other factor that I think is important is the psychological factor, that pushing the people on the FOMO and not fitting in and finding themselves and the style that they should be in, and the acceptance in their peers, right? So I think the clothing has a different factor of how they push the obsolescence from what we had before. So your question about regarding whether it's possible. At one time in the world, it was possible to not have planned obsolescence, right? But probably we have only 1 billion people or 2 billion people, but now we are 8 billion. So the structure is now very different. So in terms of the crisis that we have right now, in terms of the fast and its externality, I think that more and more, what I see is that more and more people are accepting. That's why I'm still in business. And more people are initiating the solutions and have tested. Some have failed, some have survived, some are thriving, and some are not. So in terms of fashion, I think it's in a very interesting juncture in terms of where we are. But in terms of quantity, it's still very, very small to drive the change and to go back maybe 70 years ago when things were moving the same, and maybe the world is still sustainable and we have not created all of these crises. So for me, I still feel that there is a growing awareness and growing economic value of being sustainable. Okay, so
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Grant, thank you for that, Amarpal, and a very interesting concept that we're going to come back to. People who know what we should be doing or realize what we should be doing versus actually doing it. And I'm going to park that for a moment because we've got a question on that later on this afternoon. So I'm going to come back to it. But in the meantime, back to Tim. And this one's about functionality. Most people, myself included, often tend to think only about functionality when it comes to planned obsolescence. And that is the whole concept that the functionality that we're using either becomes slower or becomes defunct completely. What other factors do you think would come into play, and how do you think we might tackle them?
Yeah, it's so coming from my experience with single-use take-out packaging and replacing it with reusable, durable packaging that obviously has the function of carrying liquid or container food. One of the challenges that we actually have is we actually have a very functional product. It's actually a very nice cup, a very nice bowl. It's a much nicer eating and to-go experience. But the challenge that we have is and it's coming back to a little bit what Amarpal was talking about earlier, perceived obsolescence. So in Hong Kong, because of COVID, there's still this idea that anything reusable may be contaminated and could make me sick. And the mindset in Hong Kong is still very strongly that single use is hygienic and safe. This kind of misconception that it's sterile and it's undergone this sterilization process, so therefore it's super safe for me. I don't want to touch that dine-in cup in case I might get ill, so I'll choose the single-use cup instead. In which case you're actually having less of an enjoyable experience in a paper cup than you would be in a nice ceramic cup. And that's something that we find very, very challenging, is changing people's mindsets around the perception of just products generally. So those, I guess, are some external factors that unfortunately sort of come into play here. But yeah, in terms of functionality, even coming back to the likes of the electronics and the fashion, eventually everything will have its end of life, and it can only function so far. But I think that's where I think some new companies are starting to act on this, of the idea of repairability. So can some of our products be repaired more easily? Are those networks sort of set up to enable repair, where you're not having to spend a huge amount of money to get it somewhere, so whether that's through fashion, and bringing back more of this skill set that can actually repair your clothes, and also make it fashionable, fashionable that you've got a patch on your, that actually could be turned around. And I think that's where marketing can come in to sort of try and change the script a little bit, that actually sometimes, standing out could be through some kind of repair work where your product is different to somebody else's. But then also coming back to electronics as well, there's a company in I think the Netherlands called Fairphone. So they've been working for many years now on a modular smartphone that can easily have different elements of it taken out and replaced. And it's the most repairable phone on the planet. So that idea that we can change the way things are built so that they are both functional, but also aesthetic and will have much longer lives. I think it's kind of one of the way, or a few of the ways, that we can start to change the script a little bit. Yes.
Fantastic, thank you. Reza, any thoughts on this other than functionality? What do we think might appeal to the user or even the manufacturer to promote circularity?
Well, Sanjay, I think it's a tough question because as you see, the latest technology requires the product to be used as short as possible, right? As we see, because this is part of the business. I don't know. I mean, I'm not judging, but it looks like part of a business strategy as far as I can see. I cannot answer when it comes about other material than electronic waste. But as electronic waste, I see right now there's it is how it is. There's no point of return. There's
right.
Since if you see, I've been using the technology from one brand. So I've been, like say, for mobile phones, and I'm lucky enough that I can still use it from 2019 until now. But I'm sure it's going to be really, really soon that I have to change it. But if you see the production of 2020 and above, I've heard from the partners of ours that it lasts really short nowadays. We understand the problem. Yeah, we understand the problem, but well, I mean,
okay,
not much to do.
all right. And understood. Okay, I'm going to take us forward then rapidly because the questions are also starting to roll in from the audience. But there's a couple others I'd like to deal with first. Looking back at Amorpol, can you share with us your business approach or actions taken towards product lifespan extension? And I'm curious now. I mean, you've extended the lifespan of a product once. Do you see yourself doing it a second time, third time, or fourth time with the same raw materials?
For us, of course, our company's name is Small Loop, so we don't just want to create one. So every time, since we have the digital mind of surplus fabric, so we know exactly what they are made of. And so we know which fabric is best suited for which functions. Corporate would come to us requesting, we want this to be used for this event, or they're gonna go and play sports. We're gonna have to use, different, choosing the right material for them for that particular job. And then of course to stitch them in such a way that they can last many times. Of course, we are providing maybe it's a single use item actually, like for running, like a marathon running for a company, for example. We just did one for UOB. But from my observation, I have seen people wearing them again and again.
Right.
So that is something that we are really proud of. We want Small Loop to be their favorite t-shirt going forward. If they wear it to their sleep, that's the best. So that's one of the things that we feel we do best. Of course, the cost is a little bit higher in terms of production, but we make it as an export quality rather than like a single-use event kind of t-shirt. So that's one thing. The second thing that we feel that we can do is to make a correct care label for each of the fabric that we have, because the better care that consumer take on each of the garment, it means that it can be used much longer. And then the third one is that all the small bits of the offcuts from our surplus fabric have been well managed and sold on to other people who use them to recycle. Or we also have a customer of ours who's selling pet food, and they ask for our surplus fabric to be used as a chewy dog toy. So that's making it as an event. So we try to promote that, and we feel we can do a lot more than that in terms of the content, and eventually maybe some discounts or something like that people can show us they use more than once, and then we can do it in economic incentive way as well.
Fantastic. That sounds good. Okay, the questions are starting to roll in from the floor, so I'm going to change gears a little to deal with them. And one of the questions I see there touches on one of the questions I have, and it also appears to be directed to me, and that is, what role does the government and the research community, what role can they play in achieving the goal of circularity? And to my mind, I think that's a critical role, particularly in the Southeast Asian environment, where I believe communities tend to be, or the community in general, tends to be a little bit more of a compliance-driven community. So in terms of research and development, I think the availability, the ready availability, and to Tim's point earlier, as well as to Reza's point about educating the public about circularity and how products, the new products, so to speak, bring circularity. I think that's where the research community is going to make a huge impact, making it known, making acceptance more common, driving the acceptance. The other side, of course, is going to be absolutely, I believe, the role government plays in terms of regulatory frameworks or even things like incentives. We've already seen in Malaysia, as well as elsewhere around the world, for example, incentives by way of reduced import taxes or excise duties for fuel efficient or energy efficient vehicles. Those things are going to have to come into play because it will help form the balance, to my mind, between regulation and direction versus automatic acceptance. I think automatic acceptance left to itself will take a lot longer than we would like it to. That's my answer to that one particular question. I'm going to throw this back out there, and Reza, perhaps your thoughts on that?
Well, I agree with you. Then back again, like I said, for circular economy, especially in Indonesia. Just for example, yeah, Indonesia, as you know, we have like 270 million inhabitants, right? And most of the people are very much they're really consumptive. I can say.
Yep.
You know, and we have like more than 100 million registered business entities, right? So in terms of electronic waste, the usage of electronic devices, well, as you can see, you know, the amount of the damaged product after 1 year or 2 years it's quite it's quite huge, you know. So yeah, so but from our side, from our government, there's no such thing yet as far as I can see, you know, that give a really some kind of or push the awareness to the people, basically the societies. There's none of it. So yeah.
Okay.
So what we do right now is you know, promoting what we know, promoting our services, and so the idea is not only that they can perform circular economy on their daily life, but they can get some incentive as well, some you know, some I don't know, in terms of money or something to get from their from selling or giving away their old products. So I think this could be one of the you know, small step that we can help, you know, to encourage the circular economy.
Okay, fantastic. Tim, any thoughts on this? This sounds a little bit like the milkman model of the 1950s and 60s, where, you know, there's opportunity for you to hand a product back to the government. Now that sounds very socialistic, but opportunity to hand a product back to the government in exchange for credits or discounts. But do you think that could be something that could be made to work without having that socialistic bent to it?
Yeah, I think so. There's you know, I know in Hong Kong there's sort of producer responsibility schemes starting to gradually come in, and some more so on disposable plastic bottles, beverage bottles. So it'll be interesting to see how that, you know, mechanism, how much change that potentially creates. I know there's been a lot of friction on the value attached to that. It's still very low, so therefore the vast majority of people don't see the value of that extra effort, you know, if it's such a small amount. But if there's, you know, if there's more of an incentive to bring something back, it's, you know, certainly going to help. You know, with our model, at the minute ours operates on a penalty model, so you borrow it for free, but if you don't return it after a set period of time, we'll charge you for that product. And because the product's quite a nice product, it's obviously quite a high fee. So there's a very strong incentive to bring that one back. But obviously that's maybe not, you know, high quality double-walled stainless steel cups are probably not something that a government might roll out. It's quite a luxury sort of high-end version of it. But certainly, you know, there could be intermediate, you know, compromise in terms of durability, quality, and price point. And it's figuring out what that mechanism is for the mass adoption. And I think one really key thing, and this is missing in just about every city, is if you don't have the return infrastructure in place to enable the full loop, it makes it very challenging. And you know, there's obviously infrastructure already out there. There's bins across the cities. There's recycle bins, but I don't think there's any city on the planet yet that has actual return bins for you know, for more circular models, not just recycling. So, in one regard, you could just swap out the recycle bins for a returnable bin. You'd probably need to add some smart tech in there so that people don't stick their hand in and, just start raiding it and to get back extra money. But I do think if it's ever going to be adopted on a really mass scale, it either has to, it's the carrot or stick approach. You either need to incentivize people or you need to force it, and it comes into law as you are not allowed to sell that product. This is the only other option. So we know already it definitely needs policy, and we know from some other startups in similar space to us in Europe that when Germany brought in their, they brought in a mandatory reuse sort of law for F&B outlets that every outlet has to provide a reusable option that's no more expensive than the item that's in it. And overnight, some of those companies that were doing similar to what we're doing, just massively scaled, because that was the only other option really that made sense. So it just goes to show how much things can change when there is a government support. But the other side of that is, you still have to be careful, because if the people that have already been trialing it and piloting it don't share some of that information before those policies get made, it runs the risk of the policy being designed wrong, and then it could lead to many other scenarios. So, it's a little bit like at the minute in Hong Kong, they're bringing in a ban on single-use disposable plastics, but not alternatives. So therefore, lots of other ones are just sweeping in to fill the gap, and it's not replacing, or it's not removing waste. It's just replacing one single-use with another single-use that's more expensive. Wow. So yeah, it's a tricky one, but certainly government intervention is important.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you for that. Moving rapidly on, because the questions keep rolling in. This one's addressed Amarpal. Does the textile industry take wastewater into consideration as part of the circular economy exercise?
At the moment, on the wastewater, there is already a legal infrastructure that deals with who is compliant. Side. So some of the people who are producing textile, especially the dyes, and to be able to get the stamp is very much needs to be compliant in that side. On the innovation side, there is also a technology that can dye the fabric without using any water. So they use CO2 to dye, and in Thailand they have that technology available, and they try to commercialize it in the large scale and in the small scale. But the problem with this kind of technology is really quite difficult to try to communicate to consumer and for them to say, oh yeah, let's use the more sustainable, less water dye for this shirt, something like that. So that's still quite a tricky one.
Okay, thank you for that. A question for you, Reza, from the floor. How do you work with an eco-industrial park to enable the symbiosis of E&E or WEEE between EIP tenants and offsite companies? Now, I'm reading this out as if I know what those abbreviations are, but I'm sure you do.
Yeah. So okay, what we do right now, for Ladang itself. So when it comes about circular economy, handling waste, it needs to be like 50-50, like 50 technology and 50 still human touch. So currently we can say that how we do is still pretty much conventional. So addressing to that. So what we do is, if we have a request from a company or from an eco park or any other residential area or offices, saying that, hey, we have a lot of collective waste, that electronic waste per se, that we would like to to sell or donate it. What we do is we send our team to evaluate the products and to see the conditions, and then we do the bargain, we do the deal at the site, and then we just send our logistic team to pick it up. So it's pretty much conventional.
Okay.
At this point, but we're trying to improve our service.
Okay. Fantastic. Amarpal, they're coming in quick and fast for you. Another one for you. Your original raw material seems to have no standard as regards to sizes and quantities. How do you manage this and plan production to be efficient? Tough one.
Correct. Correct. This is one of the challenges. So luckily, all the factories have their database ready, because every purchase order they would have to book how much they buy and how much they have left. So we know that each of the fabric have how much quantity and what size they are in. So that's like the minimum requirement that we need. Otherwise, you cannot sell onto our platform. So once we know, we have found that there are surplus that is left from maybe 20 kilos up to 10,000 kilos. So we have so many various different sizes that we can pick and choose from. And if there is not enough fabric for, let's say, customer coming in, okay, I need 500 of the t-shirt. And we would say, we don't have enough of the fabric that you need. Maybe we can do like 3 colors or 4 colors. So we are trying to customize and redesign. We call it upcycling design from the limitation of the fabric that we have. At the same time, to prevent that is a business issue. So to prevent that, we try to get a lot more fabric into our platform. And from our journey, we have found that there's so many different material out there with different sizes, and once we have more data, that job will become much easier. So we have to develop the number of the fabric that we have and increase the efficiency from actually getting that upcycle design ready to do and be more creative. And at the same time, we would have to be able to influence the customer a little bit, because we don't have like some customer would have the fixed CI color, like corporate color, but we say, oh, can we shift a little bit because we only have this, or we go with the white polyester, which can be using the sublimation printing, so that they would have their CI color, but we using the surplus polyester shirt for them, something like that. So we find ways to shift our way around to be able to best use the surplus, and customer have kind of enjoy that. We can kind of have like the IKEA effect that they are creating the more sustainable product for their company.
Sounds good. And Tim, I see you nodding vigorously in agreement. I'm guessing you have a number of thoughts in this area as well. So please do share.
Yeah, I mean, I think you know, scraps of fabric are always a challenge, especially if they're all different sizes and shapes. And you know, I can foresee it may already be out there. I'm sure it probably is out there already. But you know, where you know, AI can come in to be able to determine what patterns, you know, what shapes and sizes would match with the potential designs, and you know, be able to utilize those in even more effective ways than just one person would be able to kind of map out themselves by looking at that. So I think, you know, it's certainly, I think technology will help in those regards, but also as well, just you know, more independent brands that are not trying to fit with this perfect image of, you know, what fashion should be. You know, we should be embracing a bit more sort of different you know, patchworks of design, and I think that's where, you know, marketing and influencers and stuff should start to come in. You know, there's a lot of influencers that are just pumping out you know, for big companies to make all of this. Wouldn't it be great if they turned around someday and started to support all these sustainable sort of startups and start spreading the word of and wearing those clothes that have been made, you know, from these startups that are using scrap fabrics, because that will probably start to get people to buy into this a bit more, and you know, and create a trend in that kind of idea. But yeah, unfortunately, fashion is not my, as you can tell, not quite my strong point.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Okay, the next question I have is actually directed at Amorpol, but I think it's suitable to address it all three of you gentlemen. So I'm going to read out the question and then I'm going to direct it at a couple of folks. There's two questions here. The first one being that textile recovery is a great example of an aspect of material flow analysis. How would one assess, or how did you assess the total resource that you would need to operate without waste or with minimal waste? Related to that, Tim, there's a question for you in relation to what are your cups made of and what do you do with them afterwards? But I'm going to start off with Reza, because this seems to be about how do we identify the waste that we have or create, and how we then create something new with the waste that we have. And I think your model of becoming a marketplace or a platform to trade the obsolete, damaged, and recyclables comes front and center. So what thoughts do you have on this in terms of businesses identifying their pattern of consumption and waste and then finding some way of circularizing it? Bad word, but I think it fits.
Okay, Sanjay. So, well, I think in our network, of in Ladang network, we're connected to 20 more thousands of I can say the groups of recyclers, groups of recondition, repairments, and etc. So I do believe, I mean, within my experience in this past few years, we are not only dealing with technology. There are also other types of waste, such as fabric waste, used cooking oil waste, and metals, non-metals, which has actually a market for these groups of let's say professionals. I'm not really sure what they do with it, but there's always a solution for them to reuse it or recondition it. I can say something like that. So I think the question is, it need to be in details. What kind of materials are we talking about? And and I believe that there's always way to handle any type of waste, basically.
Got it. Got it. A quick follow-up to that. Do you see us heading in the direction at some point of a form of an alternate commodities market dealing in different types of waste? Is that a pie in the sky, or do you think it's something realizable in the next 10, 15 years?
I believe it's realizable, yeah.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you, Reza. Amorpol, going back to the original question here, how did you guys assess the total resource that you need to operate with minimal waste and as much as possible of resources?
Yes, like Tim said, we use the help of not AI, but just normal computer. So programming can actually put the patterns, and we know how much we are wasting. So there is a percentage. If the person who's doing it, then utilization of it lower than 85%, then we will reshuffle. And
okay, fantastic. Tim, someone really desperately wants to know what your coffee cups are made of and what happens to them after.
So we've had a few versions of coffee cups. We've done testing of different types. So we previously used polypropylene, and then we've also used two different types of stainless steel cups. With those cups of silicon lids, which we're not fans of silicon, but it just happened that they're kind of the only ones that work right now. So far, virtually all of our cups are still usable. So even the ones that we've pulled out of our system, because that was an old system, we've still got them. They can still be used for events, and we will probably bring them back into circulation at some point. There's a few that have got damaged that we have pulled out. And ultimately, our end goal on that is that we can ideally try and send them back to the suppliers And interestingly, some of the suppliers that we're using, who are actually specifically designing products for mass reuse return systems, are already thinking about that. So there's one or two that have already sort of said they will take products back, and they will either refurbish them or they'll recycle them and you know, put them back into the into new products. So that's a really, really positive step. And it's something for us as well that's really, really helpful, especially if we're speaking to you know, bigger companies or corporates, to be able to have that as like a guarantee at the end of life, that we'll be able to kind of take them and send them back to the manufacturer again. So again, it creates another loop. Is something that's, you know, very powerful. So it's, you know, certainly not every supplier is able to do that. It's a very small few at the minute, but I can definitely see things going in this direction. So yeah, it's exciting, and that's the bonus of with our system of the tracking, and because there is a value attached to each of our products, is we do get very nearly every single one of them back again. So unlike recycling, where there's no reason to take that to the recycle bin, you're not really getting anything for it. With us, if you don't return it, you're going to get charged, and that's why we've got a 98% return rate. So, so yeah, hopefully that answers that question.
Yep. Thank you for that. A number of questions thrown out at the panel in its entirety. So the first one is, what do you think the biggest challenges for ASEAN or Malaysian or Indonesian or Thai companies to pivot to this concept as products as a service, so that they collect their own product at end of life? And how do you think we can introduce it into our supply chain? Tim, I know you touched on that already a little bit with the hygiene reference. I'm going to go over to the other end of my screen, and Amarpal, throw that at you to start with. I think I'd like all of us to comment on this. So what do you think it's going to take to get into this mode of a product as a service? What are the biggest challenges within our region militating against that?
I think eventually it's going to be in terms of making the whole process as a viable business, especially for a very small business that are just starting up. The cost of anything, re-logistic, reusing, hygiening, it's always at a very high cost. And the cost that is to start up, that we need some kind of funding. And to be able to make the unit economics make sense, to even get that funding, it will be pretty difficult for the smaller guys. But actually for the bigger corporates, they can already start doing that for themselves. But I'm not sure whether it makes sense for them. You know, the bigger corporates are the ones who have the most effect. So I think it should also start there. It's only the willingness, whether they are willing to do it, because they know probably full well that it's going to be loss-making unit. But they are the important part in driving that going forward. And lastly, it would be the adoption and the infrastructure that needs to be in place to be able to make that work, and whether people would treat it properly or not. I see a lot of return bottles, very high-tech kind of machines, and they are not being very well taken care of by the public. So that is something that our consumer and our the ASEAN consumer are not very respectful of the technology or something that is already out there. So it's from both sides.
Got it. Reza, your thoughts? Products as a service, putting them back into the cycle?
Okay, my thoughts. Well, I mean, we've been practicing it currently, so we are looking for partners. Currently, we have like more than a dozen partners, which are sellers. So we support them with the information that they need, so they can start, let's say, collecting, procuring, and I mean, and provide the materials that we need, in certain conditions. So including that, make sure that you know the hygienity of the products, and the conditions. So whatever it is that actually that we require them to provide. So yeah, well, from my side, I guess, yeah, I mean, partnering with I don't know what happened in the other region in this Southeast Asia, but in Indonesia, there's like hundreds of thousands of stallers. So we're slowly building our network to work with them now, and we help them with small fundings as well for them to start.
Okay, what do you think the biggest challenges are going to be?
The biggest challenge, well, there's always a challenge when it comes about like used products, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So I think what we can do right now is to inform them exactly of what kind of product that we're looking for, at what condition, at what price. So sometimes we bring few samples to go to their place, or we invite them to come into our warehouse, and we show them samples that we need, and and then well, I mean, simultaneously give them update information every day just to make sure.
Okay.
Everything's okay.
Fantastic, thank you. We're in the last 6 or 7 minutes. I have two questions. I'm going to shoot one at Tim and then one at everybody. Or actually, it'd be great if everyone could join in. But Tim, if you could kick the ball rolling. I've heard in the past 6 minutes or so references to anything almost to do with being in a circular economy. For their reference to it being loss-making or a loss leader, or needing the big boys to drive the change because of the resource needed. What do we think about that, Tim? Does it have to be loss-making, or is it just a factor of economics as it currently is?
I think it's dependent on the environment and the scenario. I know that we've found that in let's say if you take, for example, the reusable checkout packaging, if it's inside of a closed environment where you've got the washing facilities in the same building, actually in the long term, those reusable packaging will be cheaper than if you were always buying the single use, presuming it's used to its kind of maximum amount of time. So in that scenario, it can actually be a cost saving. But if it's more of an open network, and this is the same for bigger products that you may be trying to return back to manufacturers, there are significant logistical costs, and it's really difficult because it's a chicken and egg scenario. Like we sometimes have this with the washing. Right. You have a building that wants to do reuse system, but they don't have washing in the building, and the closest washing partner is really far away. So to realistically pick those up every day, take it all, drive it all the way across the city, basically, to do the washing, to bring it back, that's when it becomes cost prohibitive. So again, it comes back to this idea of infrastructure. If there's not infrastructure within certain kind of radiuses, it really does make it difficult. And I think that's where, either government subsidies or just more funding generally towards companies that are trying this stuff out. We've done pilots, but we've never had enough money to do a big enough pilot to really push that. And even with corporates, it can still be difficult to get them to say yes on something if you've not quite proven every single stage of it. So it's tricky, is probably the way I would put it. You kind of get stuck in this, and I'm seeing nodding heads here. You get stuck in this middle zone. So yeah, okay. I'll hand over to some others on.
Yeah, fantastic. Amarpal, very quickly, you're nodding away. And anything to add to that?
I totally agree. I think for the process to be profitable and scalable, and then eventually once it's scaled, it can create a real change that takes a different game, I would say. It's nice to be in like a, care making and sustainable business in a small size, but does it able to take care of every stakeholder, including the founders and the employees, for betterment of their lives or not, and eventually create a systemic change? That is a different ballgame that I'm in the middle of at the moment. So I do understand. Yeah.
Okay. I'm pushing us along now because I'd like to squeeze a few other things in. Reza, I'd like your thoughts on this as well, and it's tied in with yet another question from the floor. do you believe standardization is going to help? And one of the examples being given is having a standard power plug that fits into every appliance, for example.
Well, yeah, this is again, really interesting questions, but I think that well, according to the some region as well, like Indonesia and Singapore, we have like a different plug of power systems. If this is the question, if I'm not wrong, yeah. But then again, but then again, I think speaking in general, our missions right now is to focus in Indonesian waste. So even for us, even until today, we haven't managed to take care of 2%, not even, of Indonesian waste, electronic waste especially. So I think yeah, in that case, it shouldn't be any barrier to
Got it. Okay. The final question and a somewhat controversial one, but I'm going to throw it out there. We got 10 seconds each to respond to this. There is the notion being put out by the audience that do we need to limit the number of human beings on the planet? Thoughts? Anyone? Jump in there. Controversial.
We don't have to if we can push the right initiative and the right solutions. We can all live in harmony.
Fantastic. Reza?
Well, in my opinion, it's going to be a little bit, but I must say we are in the point of no return. So, so I guess
to do something.
So
okay, fantastic. Tim?
I sadly think that Mother Nature's going to do it for us. We're already seeing huge changes, and I think that's probably what's going to dictate how it goes. But yeah, I'll not comment any further.
That's exactly it, and that for whomever asked that question, that would be my response as well. I think nature finds a balance, and something will work out. On that note, we've reached the end of our allotted time. I'd like to thank our panelists ever so much, Amarpal, Reza, and Tim, for giving some very candid opinions to some very candid questions. I hope this has been useful to everyone. It's been an absolute charge for me to be here as well. I'm absolutely charged up by the opportunity. So thank you all again, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much once again, gentlemen of the panel. Have a good remainder of the afternoon. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amarpal, Reza, Tim, and also Sanjay for the enlightening discussion. In our final panel discussion for today, we have a strong lineup of industry experts ready to share their insights on cultivating your circular economy roadmap, developing your internal executors. First, we have Samantha Tai-Yit-Chan, the CEO of Boardroom. With over 30 years of extensive experience in corporate governance and corporate secretary work, Samantha provides advisory services, including due diligence reviews for corporate restructuring, IPO processes, virtual meeting management, and governance-related advisory. Samantha is a strong advocate for corporate governance and holds a robust presence within Malaysia's capital markets. Coming right up, we have a speaker joining all the way from United Kingdom. Let's welcome Philip Mossop, the Chief Operating Officer of Pentatonic, a circularity transformation platform for global brands. Philip is an award-winning entrepreneur, visionary, and trendsetter in the world of sustainability. At just 19 years old, he founded the UK's first digitally powered countrywide recycling companies, running over 1 million collections per year. Now, more than 20 years later, he is a proven serial entrepreneur, having created and scaled environmental businesses across waste, recycling, energy management, and the circular economy. Next, we also have Terence Tan, the Sustainability Director who oversees the ASEAN market at Tetra Pak. Terence joined Tetra Pak in 1996 and has amazes over 20 years of experience in the company, holding diverse roles in marketing business intelligence, key account management, and communications. Currently serving as the Sustainability Director in the ASEAN regions. Terence play a crucial role in formulating and executing Tetra Pak's environmental plans and initiatives at country market level. Lastly, we have our moderator, Umarani Muniandi, the Executive Director of Manufacturing Development at the Malaysian Investment Development Authority, also known as MIDA. Umarani oversees the development of the Chemicals and Advanced Materials Divisions, Life Sciences and Medical Technology Divisions, Food Technology and Resource-Based Industries Divisions, and the Circular Biological Economy Unit. With over 32 years of experience at MIDA, she has held various roles, playing a pivotal role in promoting and facilitating foreign and domestic direct investment into the country. What an interesting lineup speakers that we have for you for our final session. Over to you now, Uma.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Remy. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure meeting all of you today through this platform. I'm Uma, and as mentioned by Remy, currently I'm overseeing the resource-based manufacturing industries in MIDA. So I would like to make a little bit introduction, a bit on my organization, the Malaysian Investment Development Authority, known as MIDA or MIDA. We are the Malaysian government's principal promotion agency, promoting investments into the manufacturing and services sector in Malaysia, and we come under the purview of MITI, Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry. As an investment promotion agency, we aim to attract foreign and domestic direct investments that could transform Malaysia into a resource-efficient economy, where waste becomes a valuable raw material within the economy. And MIDA acknowledges the commendable efforts made by companies in building the fundamentals of the circular economy and recognizing its importance. However, now we are facing the crucial task of translating this into action and fostering strong collaboration throughout the supply chain. In a recent study, it was found that supply chain emissions account for an average of 73% of MNC's total emissions. Well, MIDA has been aware of this, and for the past 2 decades, we have been offering various incentives across economic activities to close the loop of circular economy and speed up the adoption, ranging from recycling activities, waste to energy and utilization of palm biomass. Internally, within MIDA, we also realized the importance of having a dedicated team on sustainable investment. Hence, effective 1st August 2023, we have established a new division in MIDA named Sustainability Division. Among others, this team will be revisiting some of the existing investment and incentive policies together with relevant ministries, and if necessary, we would do the required changes to encourage investments into the new growth areas to embrace the global circular economy activities. With that, I believe this 5th panel session titled Your Circular Economy Roadmap, Developing Your Internal Executors, will be a very interesting one, as throughout the day we have been listening to the whats and whys, and I believe the lined up esteemed panel of speakers with their respective experiences. We can now deep dive on the how to execute the internal, the circular economy within your organizations. Without further ado, let me pass it to our esteemed panel speakers to introduce themselves to you. Start with Samantha.
Thanks, Umarani. Hi, I'm Samantha. Thanks for inviting me as a panel speaker for today's session. This topic, in terms of the circular economy roadmap is really, really very, very pertinent at this point in time. I couldn't emphasize more because we Boardroom, we handle about 7,000 over clients in the region. In Malaysia alone, we handle about 300 over public listed companies, right? And so that's why I'm hoping that today will be a very interesting, because we have put together a panel of speakers here who we can share with you in terms of hopefully in terms of what we have experienced and how some of our clients have actually also been able to overcome some of the challenges when they try to implement their circular economy roadmap. Yeah, thanks, Umar.
Thank you. Philip?
Hello, lovely to be here. Thank you so much for the invite. My name is Philip Mossop. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Pentatonic. We're a technology enabler, a service partner and provider for large brands and organizations around the world to help them shift from a linear to a circular economy. So the topic today is very close to my heart because it's what we spend all day, every day doing. Pentatonic's customer base has close to $1 trillion in annual revenues. That means they make a lot of things, whether it be clothing or electronics or food and beverage. And adjusting those supply chains on a global scale is an incredibly challenging but worthwhile effort. So really excited to get stuck into the conversation.
Thanks, Philip. And Terence?
Thanks, Ms. Uma. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Terence. I represent Tetra Pak for today's panel discussion. Very happy to be joining this session. Well, Tetra Pak is the processing and packaging solution system provider for the food and beverage manufacturers. And for example, if you walk into the stores, you pick up milk or juices, and you probably will see the Tetra Pak logo, protects what's good on the packaging. That's the packaging that we supply, along with the system that process the product inside. Been with the company for more than 20 years, yeah. 18 of that is in environment and sustainability related functions. So currently I oversee the sustainability operations for the Southeast Asia market, Malaysia, Singapore, Philippines, Indonesia, Vietnam, and Thailand. So very happy to be here to share about this topic. Like what Samantha has mentioned, is really a topic that I think has increasingly become very important and is becoming a business critical factor as well. So happy to be here today. Thank you. Back to you, Uma.
Yeah, thank you so much, Samantha and Philip and Terence. In fact, I'm also very excited that all of you are so passionate about the topic. So that will make our discussion and our conversation, active, I believe. Okay, maybe, to start the discussion, I would like to understand from you. You see, transformation means going beyond our norm, and there needs to be a starting point somewhere. So I would like to ask maybe Philip, because you have such an extensive experience and you have started it very early in the world of sustainability. How can one kickstart their sustainability transformation? Philip, you please unmute. Yeah. Yeah.
The first thing that any organization has to do, big or small, is get comfortable with the uncomfortable. You have to take what I call an honesty assessment. Sometimes it's burying your head in the sand, and sometimes it's just because things have been done a certain way for so long. Since the Industrial Revolution, we've become comfortable with developing supply chains and following them through various trends, and oftentimes when I work with organizations now, the most experienced people in the organization have been doing that job for decades, and they're very competent at their jobs, and it's why the company is successful. And when companies reach a certain size, if you try to break outside of that, you're taking on a lot of operational risk. And in a capitalist structure, which the majority of the world still operates in, growth and profitability is still the #1 drivers and shareholder demands. So until you're able to take an honesty assessment and look at every part of the business, because circularity doesn't exist as a silo. We might have sustainability departments, but circularity as a concept exists throughout every department in an organization. And so throughout the supply chain, including the non-operational ones, marketing, brand, communications, and then the very operational ones, supply chain, finance, distribution, manufacturing. then what you're able to do is look at the business and see what are the parts of the business that are not compatible with a net zero circular world. And so you can start to then look and pinpoint and prioritize the areas that you should focus on. What's required once you've done that honesty assessment is you have to have top-down leadership support. It's got to come from the top to empower the entire organization to be brave and entrepreneurial. Because in order to break what is oftentimes decades-old traditions or processes, in order to move into this world, they've got to be able to be allowed to take risks. And there are ways to mitigate those risks, running pilot projects, running in parallel processes, moving across different elements of the company part by part. But we've got to remove any fear of recrimination or negative attitudes towards somebody who's trying to take risks in order to help foster what we call circular business models. Because these are not initiatives, these are not one-off events. These are fully transformational moves from linear to circular. And there are amazing opportunities when you do that. And the work that we do at Pentatonic every day is helping businesses to unlock new revenue streams, new markets, new custom bases, because the whole world is transitioning to this, whether you're a consumer, a government, or an organization. And so that really helps with this, because if everybody's got the same alignment to try and move to a circular world, the incentivization's there. But we've got to remove the stigma and the fear of taking the risks.
Yeah. Thank you, Philip. That is a very an honest, view. And, you are starting from the honesty assessment. I think very well said on this matter, and the top to bottom process as well. I believe it's not possible if you don't do it that way. Okay. Samantha, you have been such a strong advocate for corporate governance, and Terence, in your roles as an environmental heads in various organizations, what do you think are the factors to consider when building an organization roadmap that aligns with a business core, vision, or unique context? Yeah, Samantha or Terence, if you would like to share.
Yeah.
Your insight on this.
Right. Yeah. Thanks, Uma. So maybe Terence, I will just jump in for a while first. So I think just now Philip mentioned that a lot of businessmen main priority is profitability, the profit, right? Is the company doing well? So 3 years ago, during the pandemic, right, everybody is very complacent. They thought pandemic is just a short term, but nobody can guess that time is already 3 years have passed, right? And company that have not put any roadmap 3 years ago, now they are really feeling the impact to them, right? Because in order to remain competitive and responsible, they should have by right developed the roadmap. But the problem is, in terms of you mentioned, Uma, the company's business core vision, unique concept. And this is where we find a difficulty, a challenge, because when we speak to our clients, when was the last time you seriously revisit your core value of the organization? And so we have some clients say, hey, Samantha, there's no need to change. It's 20 years ago, the core value is there. But interestingly is we have clients who take this very seriously and they revisit the core value, because the way the business environment have worked, there has been such a paradigm shift. So they need to change first. So once they have determined in terms of the core value that they would like to set for the organization, right? Then there are various things that they need to put in place. So for example, they need to identify the key sustainability goals, right? In terms of what they want to achieve. This goal, what we call normally, is like a SMART abbreviation for it must be specific, yeah, your goal. If you are just starting, then maybe start small, right? Moving on, rather than, the fearful of not knowing how to get there, then they tend to be very try to delay the whole process, right? So if you're not confident in the sense, then start small, but it must be specific. It must be measurable, right? Achievable. And this is very interesting because we read many companies' annual report. They say, oh, we hope to achieve zero by 2025, right? And that is only 2.5 years away.
Yes.
Can you achieve net zero, right, by 2025? And some of them mentioned, oh, Samantha, by 2025, I'm not even sure if I'm still in the organization, right? So this is short term. I think seriously, we really need to set the goal specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time bound. All right, SMART. You need to set the specific time frame. All right. So to develop the roadmap, there are several things that you need to take into consideration. And this is something that I hear a lot of time in terms of limited resources. Samantha, we are all so busy. We just don't have the resources. So even though we have top down, right, the chairman has said, okay, I want to revisit this. And then when we go in, we have conduct workshop. We wanted serious, dedicated resources to look into their sustainability framework. But everybody is so busy with their current workload, their current business, right? So serious thought need to be put into where are the resources, what are the capabilities they have, do they need, if they don't have internal, do they need to bring in external, right? What are the external factors that could impact their sustainability transformation? Because this is something that is very interesting. The last 1 year started last year. Then we see there are some companies who came to us. They get very panicky because they are in the supply chain. So what happened is in Malaysia, for example, it's not just Malaysia, Singapore, Hong Kong. There are now serious regulation in place where you need to disclose. It's a mandatory. It's no longer best practice. But it's mandatory for you to disclose your climate-related disclosure specific target, right? And because of that, they're going to have a dashboard by next year. So all the company with financial year end 31st December 2023, they need to disclose this next year, right? Then we have company who say, oh, Samantha, I'm not public listed company. I'm just a private limited company, right? ESG, public listed. All right, this is not really in my priority now. But they didn't realize they are in the supply chain. So when the public listed company have a mandatory obligation to disclose, what's going to happen? So we already seen this in these few months, right? There are companies who find that suddenly they are not able to achieve, they are not able to participate in certain tender. They have difficulty in getting some renewal of banking facilities, right? So it really hit on the business. So it's no longer just a best practice, but it actually impact on their business. And this is where they really seriously need to look into those factors that I mentioned earlier, because it actually impact their business. Yeah, back to you, Uma.
Yeah, thank you, Samantha. Before Terence comes in on the same topic, I have another question for you based on what you have explained. This is just like I'm curious about this business value, the core value of the companies, since you have seen many companies documents and their roadmap. How often do their core values will be an obstacle for their sustainability roadmap?
Well, you'd be surprised because 3 years ago, when we revisit core values with our clients because of the pandemic and all that, they still, and 3 years ago, that was in 2019, right? Samantha, this is my brick and mortar business. There's no need to change, right? We're talking about online, retail, and all that. And subsequently, what happened 3 years later, they actually have to shut down about nearly 30 over of their outlets, right? So this is where if you don't revisit the core value and you don't understand, right, the need to revisit the core value, the need to understand how it will impact you, because like I say, the business environment have changed, right? But it's just that and you know, I think Philip has mentioned entrepreneur, they're very, very good at what they do, seriously, right? But it's just that they are now also being challenged because the competition has gone really, really, everybody is very hungry, right? So because of that, pricing has come down, but costs of doing business has gone up, right? So, and some company, that's why they don't just look at profitability, right? The core value is look at in terms of customer. What is the value proposition to the customer, right? Value add that they would like to provide. Even our children nowadays, right? They can tell me, Samantha, or mom, I'm not going to buy from this online because they're not sustainability initiatives in them. You'd be surprised, you know, the teenagers are telling us that now, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So back to you.
Thanks so much, Samantha, for sharing your views on that. I think Terence is waiting, you know, to share her views on this, on what are the factors that companies usually consider when building their organization roadmap.
Yeah, I'll be happy to share. I think I hear two very important points that has already been raised by Philip and Samantha. I think, Philip, you mentioned about transformation. I think that's a very important part of how companies can actually constantly evolve according to what's happening out there. The dynamics is so fast happening. There are different factors that is impacting the industry, not only the industry that the company is in, but like what Samantha mentioned, the interrelated industry. It's also evolving very much, and sustainability has become a very, very strong part of the way forward. Yeah. So when we talk about roadmap, of course, essentially, we're talking about paving the way towards an end goal. So I guess if I can share from Tetra Pak's perspective, it starts with a vision. I think it's very important, like what Samantha mentioned. What's the vision of the company? So for us, we are in the food business. We are in the business of protecting food. So our vision is we want to commit to making food safe and available everywhere. So based on that, then we try to also then map what is then the foundation that we can actually make a positive difference, a positive impact when it comes to sustainability. So if you look at the food system, then there are a couple of very obvious things that we can work on. For example, on climate, on biodiversity, and on circularity. So that sort of like give us a bit of that high level of focus areas that a company can actually then start mapping the different action points. Very importantly, I think the factor that really, really has to happen is embedded into the business operation and the business strategies. It's no longer that, okay, I'm working on my business plan, my business strategy, and then, oops, you know, I forgot about sustainability. It shouldn't be an afterthought. It shouldn't be like a side thing. It should be really, really embedded. And that drives really a lot of the culture and the behavior and a lot of decision-making, yeah, in the business. So I think that's the number one factor, embedded into the business operations and the business strategy. The second thing I think is really to really look at the interconnectivity. Yeah, like I mentioned for Tetra Pak, is biodiversity, is climate, is recycling, and circularity. So the end goal can only be achieved when we define very concrete action and targets for each of these areas. So I think that's also another factor, to have really clear action and concrete deliverables that drives the organization towards a common goal, yeah, set the objective and drive the organization forward. The other factor, it's really about making sure that there is a monitoring system. I think that's also very important, like what Samantha has mentioned. Oh yes, you're very ambitious. 2025, we want to be here by 2030. And when you look at it, it's like, oops, you know, it's just 2.5 years or 2 years ahead. So what have we lined up as a company? I think that's also important. There's a lot of expertise out there. If there is none available internally, there's a lot of options that we can look at. For example, for Tetra Pak, we also work a lot with external parties, certification bodies. We have worked with like organizations like SEDEX, can be EcoVadis, different organizations which can bring in their expertise to help us to identify, monitor, and track progress. I think that's also a very important factor when we line up that roadmap towards an end goal. And last but not least, collaboration and partnership. I think these days, sustainability is such a big topic. It touches on so many different parts of the organizations. Collaboration and partnership will be key, whether with industry bodies, with expertise. So I think that's a couple of factors that we can offer from Tetra Pak. Strategy, embedded into the strategy, making sure that you examine the interconnectivity of your industry towards the bigger picture of sustainability, have the roadmap, concrete action points, and have a monitoring system in place.
Fantastic. Fantastic for summing it up as well, Terence. Terence, I just, based on what Samantha has mentioned, and also, Terence, you have mentioned, I have one takeaway here where, both of you have mentioned about unrealistic targets, by companies. So what could have pushed them to do that? You see, many of them, they did not realize that 2025, there's so much of work needs to be done before that, that target date. So could it be like the pressure that they got, or if they just plucked a certain year based on commitment, by the government and so on? Anyone can answer this, anybody who thinks that, based on your interactions with companies and so on, how did they come with that a target where they haven't started doing anything until 2021, but, their target is just like 2 years or 3 years down the road? Have you interviewed them?
Problem.
Yes, Philip.
It's a real problem, and unfortunately, I think marketing teams. I don't want to pin all on the marketing teams, but you're looking for the headline, you're looking for the attention grabbing, and the rounding up to a number that sounds. I mean, 100% sounds nice, right? Let's go with that one. The truth is that they weren't rooted in science. They weren't rooted in even reasonable calculations. And actually, that's going to become a problem for organizations, particularly public ones, because if you're an organization that is publicly traded, and so much of your brand value and so much of your share value is now predicated on where you sit in the world with ESG. If you've committed to being 100% bio-based materials or net zero by 2030, and not only are you not going to achieve it, but you're going to be significantly off, the optics on your organization are poor, because it will look like you haven't tried or that you're not reasonably trying to attain it. The reality is it was never a reasonable goal, because if you'd have looked into the supply chain, you'd realize it's not possible. Supply chains in different parts of material supply chain are not developed enough. There's not enough capacity for materials to switch to bio-based materials. In many countries, the laws need updating, and you're not allowed to use certain types of bio-based materials. The opportunity to repair, the opportunity to reuse. We did the headlines first, and then try to figure out how to make it work. And that's because there was a rush and a groundswell, particularly pushed by the media, to say, what are you doing about it? How are you going to get there? And so companies rushed out statements. I think what we're going to find, as Samantha was alluding to, is those that have committed to things by 2025 and 2030 are going to fall significantly short. And so that goes back to that honesty assessment that I talked about. Companies now really need to say, now that we know so much more, there's no point hiding away from this. This is the reality of where we are today. This is what is reasonably achievable. And this is what we'll work towards. There are some things that are helping to align that. I mean, the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive that's coming across Europe too, starting from now, going over the next few years, that's going to have a huge impact on aligning almost any organization, from SME through to public companies. And that's going to demand and make it mandatory that they find that information, so that we can all, as a species, really have an honest conversation about where we really are. But yes, the attention-grabbing headlines are going to come back to bite quite a few people.
Thank you, Philip. Yeah, I guess that's one of the main reasons why most of them have got such unrealistic, and target dates and target years and so on. And I believe it's better late than never. See, so there's still opportunity for them to go back and revisit these dates and do what's necessary and so on, you see. But okay, thank you so much for that. There's another thing, like, about now, let's get into the organization itself. Like, from your exposure, Philip and Samantha and Terence, who are the key internal stakeholders that should be driving this transition? Should it be the CEO or COO or the marketing guys? Then they'll just be marketing, you know. So from your experience, who should be the key internal stakeholders driving this transition? Who would like to take this question? Philip, ma'am?
I'm happy to. Samantha, I think you wanted to go.
Okay. Maybe Philip, you can start first.
Yeah.
Sure. I'm going to break down the question a little more, because when we say driving the transition, I think that there are stakeholders within the organization that will enable and be a positive force to really understand how you turn these initiatives into opportunities that the whole organization can get behind. But I think almost equally, if not more important, is the opposite, is those that need to relax and almost get out of the way, because they're created in a way that doesn't foster innovation. It actually hinders it. And so I'm talking about procurement teams, compliance teams, legal. Again, large organizations have spent decades now creating risk structures and profiles that ensure that they minimize risk as wherever possible. And oftentimes we find that doesn't work very well with innovation. There's no way of getting around the fact that to transition at the speed at which we need to transition to a circular economy, then we have to be innovative. And if we have to be innovative, it means we have to relook at the controls and the measures that we put in place. I'm not talking about a cavalier approach that opens companies up to risk and certainly doesn't put human safety at any form of risk. I'll give you an example to explain what I mean. Companies that want to transition to a new type of material, for example, or to transition to a reuse model for companies, consumers to be able to reuse products. What you'll often find is that procurement teams will say, great, well, we only work with suppliers that have ISO 14000 and a minimum insurance policy of this, and that they have an organization size of that. The companies that are innovating within the bio-based material spaces, if you're looking at things like algae, chitin, mycelium, biocomposites, by definition, these are new companies. They haven't been around for decades. They're smaller organizations doing incredible work. But often what I hear from the supply chain is, I can't get into these larger organizations because I just don't fit their profile. And when we talk to the organizations and say, why are you not moving away from these sort of virgin polymers or virgin materials? The answer is because we go back to our existing suppliers, the very large organizations, and they don't offer those products. So we end up just spinning our wheels and not able to move forward. What we need to be able to do is to acknowledge the risks, acknowledge the appetite for the change, and then find ways to collaborate and work together. So I think there are two very distinct elements. There are the marketing, the brand, the strategy, the sustainability teams, which should all be focused on how to foster a culture of excitement, engagement, collaboration, and opportunity. And then the custodians of the business, the finance teams, the risk teams, the procurement teams need to figure out how they can work with those teams to come together. And it becomes a group effort. And if you can do all of that, that's the best chance you've got at having the whole organization pull towards a sustainable transformation.
All right. Okay, thanks, Philip. Maybe when Samantha gives her view, then we can, have further discussion on this. Thank you, Philip.
Yeah, I fully agree with Philip. So there are many internal stakeholders, and there will be the wrong choice in terms of following compliance, risk management, and all that. Because sometimes when we attend board meetings, right, and when certain proposals are tabled to them, the first question they ask, what's the ROI? Right? But you and me know, sometimes it is so difficult to measure the ROI direct impact, right? So what about the non-financial impact? So to me, actually, because we do a lot of boardroom discussion, right? I think very, very important, the main first key internal stakeholders is the board, right? The tone need to come from the top. The chairman, the board of directors, the CEO, right? Because otherwise, it will end up 3 years ago, there are rules and regulations, but people do not take it seriously. They take it more like compliance, disclosure, fantastic disclosure in the sustainability statement. but there's no substance, right? So this is where we will try to avoid. And this is very interesting because there are some clients that I went to see them, and when we talk about who is your key drivers, right? And then they mention, oh, we have corporate comm doing the sustainability statement. Then we ask, who is the team that is involved in driving this thing? It's myself, me alone, trying to collate data from all the different business units. So I get that a lot from the CFOs, from the C-suites, right? And they are having trouble trying to say, hey, how, I think like what Terence have correctly pointed out, how do you embed into the operations? It's not just compliance. It's not just taking, extracting data out. It's more than that, right? And interestingly, is we have met clients who are very, very serious about it. So yes, they have a team who look into disclosure part, but they have a working team that seriously look into innovation, transformation, right? In terms of your current, so they actually go back to the basic. What's your current business workflow? From the current business workflow, how should things evolve with all the different challenges that they are facing now? So, and what came out of it, which is very, very interesting, because when we attend the meetings, now they have switched in terms of doing research, in terms of the materials that they use, right? Some material may not be cheaper. It may actually be more expensive. But if you do a long-term projection, actually you will be surprised to find they can actually generate profit in the long term, but it's just that short term, it takes a while, right? So even you talk about changing solar panel in all the buildings. So and this very interesting to me, because we have one client who shared with us, do you know now you can change the solar, you don't have to invest a single cent, but they will charge you based on a different cost angle, right? So this is where you can no longer just leave it to the current operation team. You need somebody who can actually think out the box. Or sorry, when I attended one of the Oxford, they mentioned now is think in the box. The new trend is think in the box. That means, yeah. So you, based on your current resources, based on your current processes, how can it work differently, right? So I think this is where it's very important, but tone from the top is a must. Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
Yes. Maybe I can add on to what Samantha and Philip mentioned. Just to build on the part about embedding that into the strategies, I think one way to really motivate the internal stakeholder is really making sure that everyone understands their contribution, whether which department you're from, whether you're from technical part, you're sales or marketing or corporate or logistics or supply chain. I think it's important for the company to also, while building up the roadmap, to also bring it to a level where we are able to see the different impact on the different parts of the organization on the value chain, across the value chain. Say, for example, on the raw material side, on your internal operations, in terms of the end of life solutions, for example, and then break it down to a level where everyone in the organization is able to clearly see and appreciate, okay, this is what I do on a daily basis. This is what my function it's supposed to deliver, and this is how it actually contributes to the overall roadmap. Otherwise, if it's just a big statement, it's very difficult for everyone at different levels of an organization to really relate themselves. I think that makes a huge difference based on our own experience as well, really translating that, embedding that into the business operation, even break it down into the different functional contributions by looking at the different value chain segments that we have an impact on. So that's just to add on to what Samantha and Philip has mentioned. Yeah.
Thanks, Terence. It's really interesting. The three of you have really shared a very a valid observation, and and based on your experience, I noticed that it has to be a teamwork, and then it has to be, there must be as pointed out by Phillips, there must be, acknowledgement of the risk, and then group effort, the procurement, all of them should come in. And, there must be a board buyout, as mentioned by Samantha, and disclosure alone is not enough. And the interesting part about, having a working team, I think they are the one who are going to make it work make it happen. And Terence also, you shared very valuable points here. I think we are running short of time, so maybe the last, but not the least, and it's an important point that I wanted to ask you all, because we see capacity building is an integral part of any operations, especially to ensure the execution of a successful CE roadmap. So in your observations and experience, Terence, what should be done to capacity build the internal executors?
Well,
I hope you can make it because we have 5 minutes. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe four points that I can probably summarize what can be done. Number one, I think it's about commitment. So it's that top-down, really showing a good example, showing good leadership. I think that is really, really the basic. And then the second one is probably about engagement. For example, how can we engage the whole organizations towards a common goal, making sure that there's a clear goal, like I mentioned before, break it down into a level where everyone can relate to, no matter which function they belong to, they can clearly see the link and what their contributions is. So that's the engagement part. The other one will be development. I think it's also very important to also make sure that the organization is ready to go through that transformation. We do not want anyone to be left behind. So I guess when the organization is taking the decision to move forward and take this transformational journey, they should also then have alongside a training plan, a development plan. For example, what we can share in Tetra Pak is we have the individual development plan that is also embedding the sustainability element into it. There is also of course, the training, internal, external training. We have learning conferences that our HR department really organized to bring in external parties to give the external perspective, to build that capability and making sure that there is a proper path that everyone can follow. So if I am a technical service, a technician, so how can I actually learn and get myself equipped with the knowledge that I have? The other part will be, of course, building the capacity, like from processes, systems, data. I think that's the ecosystem, the infrastructure, apart from the people part. It's also a part of the infrastructure that needs to be built. The last, of course, is collaboration again. I can't say enough about the importance of collaboration in today's world. If you want to build the capacity, it's not just about tapping onto internal resources. There's a lot of a huge opportunity out there that we can really, really prep the organization and making sure that we bring in the expertise, bring in the relevant knowledge and help the organization to move forward. Yeah. All the certification, there's different standards. There's so many out there. Yeah. Benchmark. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. Everyone needs to know their role, in playing to achieve the goal, and capacity building is about ecosystem as well, collaboration and so on. Yes, I think we have come to the end of our discussion, and we are coming into the Q&A session now, and quite a number of questions have been asked. So perhaps I can start with well, there's one question for Terence again. Sorry, Terence, there's one more here now for you. How Tetra Pak is considering aspects of refilling facilities in South Asian countries?
I'm not sure what the refilling part for our packages, of course, is designed with the environmental in mind, which is why we choose to work with paper. So it's a paper-based packaging, which relatively have low carbon footprint compared to if you compare to a fossil-based packaging material. So that's the starting point, because we believe that a package should save more than it costs. That's from our founder and continue until today. And we design it to be fully recyclable. So I guess if we look at around the markets, there are a lot of efforts that Tetra Pak have put in to really drive the circularity of our packaging, to making sure that what's being placed in the market has a collection system in the market and that has a recycling solution and recycling technology in place. And of course, for our colleagues back in the design and development, they continue to work on our innovation roadmap. And there's basically two paths. One is basically to make sure that our portfolio continue to evolve and transform into something that can meet the legislation requirement. For example, the different openings, increasing the renewability content. On the other side is really looking at designing it to be fitting much better into the circular design for recycling, basically we called it, to make sure that how can we make the packaging work even harder when it comes to fitting into the recycling streams in different market. many different efforts in the Southeast Asia country. I'm not sure whether I answered it, because the refilling part, because our packaging is not designed for a refill option. And that's why we're focusing on making sure that the responsible sourcing, the resource efficiency, for example, paper-based, 100% certified by FSC. So that's an effort on the raw material part, and then making sure that it's also designed to be able to be recycled. So to
Precisely,
keep the resources.
it's not designed for refilling. Thanks, Terence. Phillips, there's one question for you, Philip. What major challenges the governments in the South Asian countries or in the global South need to address for this transition towards circularity? So this is a regional perspective, from a regional perspective, if you have, any input into this question, Philip?
Not quite as much. I'm based in the UK, so South Asian government's policy is probably not my strength. Okay. But one of the issues that I see globally is the misalignment and the differing standards. That's a real problem. So whilst I'm not leveling this at South Asian governments, what I see across the world, because I work with global organizations that have footprints in almost every part of the world. And if you take the UK, for example, we have landfill tax. And for many years now, for the last 20 years, there's been a landfill tax escalator. And so it's very expensive to send waste to landfill in the UK now. Whereas if you go to the US, where there's still quite an abundant landfill and it's managed on a state-by-state level, you end up with extremely cheap landfill, which makes it very hard to compete because it's essentially more expensive to recycle. So you're removing incentives. And if you don't at least standardize some of those processes and some of those laws, it creates an uneven playing field. The same goes for material choice. So there are two elements to that circular economy, or three really. You've got the reuse model, which is extremely important to any circular model. You've got the choice of materials, the raw material that's being used, and then what happens at the end of life. And if all three of those are very different for brands, and many of the customers that we work with are saying, so in Europe we can do that, but in Asia we can't. And in Asia we can do that, but in America we can't. That not only is confusing, it becomes operationally through the supply chain extremely difficult to manage. There's then also the cultural boundaries. What is the attitude towards a single-use cup in Europe versus a single-use cup in Southeast Asia? There's cultural boundaries, but the legislation has to try and be as clear as possible. It's that collaboration. It's looking at what the best practice standards are. Are we going to penalize landfill? Are we going to allow people to use more innovative materials? Are we going to encourage reuse and refill? That's what we want to see. In fact, Pentasonic's about to launch an artificial intelligence legislation tracker to address this exact point, because one of the biggest things we hear from our customers is there's so much happening at the moment. There are so many laws. There's over 81 different pieces of legislation that we're tracking at the moment, because they're actually not enforced. They're being debated, they're being talked about, and they're in the process of being introduced. What does that mean for organizations? That's a really difficult place to navigate. And so creating tools for companies to be able to navigate that space is really important.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, Philip. I think you have answered not only the question, but your answer is applicable to any regions, including Southeast Asia and so on. Thank you so much for that. Okay, let's jump to this question for Samantha. Is there a guideline or checklist which we should look into? Recommendations would be most appreciated. I think this is coming from the business community, so I feel your answer would be useful for them.
All right. Actually, if you go to Bursa website, there is a guide. There are plenty of tools in there. All right. And that is supposed to be not just meant for public listed company. You can actually use it as a guide for the private limited as well. But even ourselves, Boardroom, we have an ESG access tool. All right. What it does is, and this is very interesting because we started sustainability year 2017. Helping clients set up framework and all that, right? And more when we talk to clients, we find that they have a challenge in pulling up their data. How correct is reliable is the data that they have currently, because you have to have first your basic fundamentals in order for you to make a decision what you want to do with the data subsequently, right? So what had happened is we then built the ESG access tool, and in there, actually everything of the guide is in that tool as well, all right? So when we talk to the client, you know, they were frowning, you know, it's so difficult, Samantha, this sustainability, the word is so big. But when we show them the tool, right, and most of the client first year, they will say, okay, can you guide us how to use the tool to engage with their internal as well as their external stakeholders, so that they can then decide what are the material key areas that they want to focus on, right? And then in terms of the industry, so depending on which industry you are, those what you call the areas of priority will automatically be flushed out, but it's for you to customize. So we have clients who are ready, they will adopt the international benchmark, whether it's GRI, SASB, but there are clients who are not ready, they customize it first. Like say, start small. If you're not ready, start small, at least start somewhere to try and understand first, right? So they use that to do the engagement, set the materiality area that they want to focus on, and then that will be able to help them in terms of doing a gap assessment. Where are the gaps? All right, then based on the gap, okay, what are the action plan we want to put in place? So there are many software out there at the moment. It's just that depending on what is your objective and where you're hoping the support come from. Yeah. Thanks, Uma.
Okay, thanks, Samantha. Actually, then would have been very useful for the person who asked the questions and also for the others in the audience. Okay, there's one question which is very country specific for Malaysia. If any one of you would want to chip in here, but I think Terence can also answer this question. For Malaysia, there's a lack of ESG experts. Maybe you can confirm whether this is true, whom we can employ. So training in-house is also difficult. This is coming from companies, as there are few trainers who have real reliable knowledge. Any suggestions on getting this resolved, getting staff on this?
Not my area expertise when it comes to staffing and recruitment. I'm not sure the other panelists can actually give more. I'm not sure whether I'm able to give insights. I guess I think there is a demand for sure. There's a high demand for in the job market for people with ESG background, and there may be the demand is probably at the moment probably higher than the supply side. Yeah, I guess if we really want to build talent from the beginning, it could be talent program that we can reach out to universities and whatnot. Because now I think a lot of universities are also starting to put a lot of emphasis and specialize. They created specialized path for the graduates to specialize in the ESG area, recognizing the importance and increasing trend of it. But of course, it's not an immediate available of a pool of experience. Yeah, but I guess that's one possible area to start looking at new talents and grooming it from there. There should be still available expertise in the Malaysian market. I'm not sure if Samantha, based on your experience working with companies when they look for experts from this area, what recommendation would you give?
Yeah, so I think because of what I mentioned just now, mandatory requirement for PLC starting this year, and the next 5 months, every day, everyone is trying to rush up in terms of data collation, right? And I was surprised. Yesterday, I was approached by somebody and they mentioned that they have hired a consultant, but the consultant have not delivered since 2 years from the date of appointment. Yeah, so it is that bad in that sense, you know, but for us, we don't find that a real big problem. There are people out there. It's a matter of whether are you willing to train them, all right, give them the training, give them the necessary tools. But again, I just want a word of caution here. Just hiring a consultant itself will not solve your problem, because at the end of the day, you still need to embed into the operation. So the whole management team, they need to decide who are the appropriate people that they need to put together with the consultant. because we have seen instances where, they just rely on the consultant, but the consultant can only do so much. At the end of the day, it is still the operational people, right? In terms of innovative, how you do the business that you have been doing for decades, how can it change? How can it evolve? Yeah. Sorry, Philip wanted to say something.
Thank you. Yes, Philip,
totally
you want
agree.
to wrap it up? Maybe, I mean.
Yeah, let me pick up on that thread a little bit. One of the most common things that I hear from organizations that use pentatonic services is that working with consultants for the last, whether it's 2 years or 10 years, is that they're bored of hearing the same thing over and over again about what they should do. Nobody needs a consultant anymore to tell them that we're in trouble and we need to really change things quickly. What we now need is action. And that's what's missing. And that's not a consultant that actually takes action. That's where either internal stakeholders or project managers, I think is a better phrase for it, is let's get going. Let's do this thing. Let's make these changes. Let's get excited. Let's look for these opportunities. And let's actually have the impact that we're required to have. So yeah, making that shift is really important. I can give the European perspective to chime in with this. I don't know the Malaysian market specifically, but I've been doing this my entire career. I started in sustainability when I was 19 years old. And I say this, and it's absolutely true. Every year that I'm in this industry, it is better than ever before. And what I mean by that is there are more people coming into it. There's more people aware of it. There are more opportunities. When I started in the late 90s, I couldn't get most people to pay attention to anything related to climate change, let alone circular economy. It wasn't even a phrase that was used. And now we get more applications from people that are wanting to come into this space: designers, engineers, materials scientists, project managers, computer scientists, artificial intelligence. It's never been better. It's never been a better time to get into sustainability. I'd be very surprised if markets around the world aren't doing the same. Graduates that are taking environmental degrees, we've seen the generational shift. It is the new generation now. So very exciting time for everyone.
Okay, thank you so much, Phillips. But I have to end the session. It is getting really interesting. But I'm so tempted to ask one last question. Who makes the honest assessment in a company? And it's also a question asked to Philip. But, we were talking about C-suite, top management, and then, a working group. But who makes the honest assessment that we need to do this for our company?
Everybody.
Everybody.
Yeah, there's no difference. The CEO does not see what's going on with the cleaner who's taking the trash out at the back. If you're not a CEO that is prepared to listen to the people that see what's going on every day, then your company's in trouble. And that's not just related to sustainability. That would be my advice for any good CEO. Everyone has an opinion.
Right, great. Thank you so much. I think we have come to the end of the session, 1 minute late, in fact. Sincerely hope that this session helped the audience, especially companies among the audience who are currently embarking on this journey of sustainability. It's a noble journey. And yeah, thank you so much for my panel speakers here for, having a very sincere and, very engaging conversation here and sharing their views and really, trying your best to put all your experience to answer the questions, as well as, giving a very in-depth information on. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had such, because you are coming across so many stakeholders in your line of jobs. So with that, I think we can end the session with a big thank you to the panel of speakers, Star Group for inviting Maida to be a moderator, me on behalf of Maida, and it's a fantastic topic. Thank you. Have a good evening. Enjoy the rest of the evening. Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Samantha, Phillips, Terence, and Uma for the wonderful discussion. And now we are moving on to our very last session for today, our case study 5, and we will be welcoming Sinlu Liu, the decarbonization specialist at TerraScope. TerraScope is an end-to-end decarbonization SaaS platform for large enterprises in Singapore. Xin Lu, as the in-house expert, ensures that the products stay aligned with the latest climate science advancements, keeping Terrascope at the forefront of sustainability solutions. With 6 years of sustainability consulting experience, she offers valuable insights in carbon accounting, science-based targets, ESG risk assessment, and sustainability strategies across sectors. So, without further ado, I would like to welcome Xin Lu, and it's a pleasure to have you with us today. And to our fellow audience, remember to post your question. Over to you now, Xin Lu.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. My name is Xin Lu and I'm a decarbonization specialist at Terrascope. Today, I'm thrilled to share insights from a case study featuring a beverage company. Our focus will be exploring how companies can effectively cultivate internal buy-in for their decarbonization journey. I have over 6 years of experience in sustainability consulting, and I work across topics such as carbon accounting, science-based target, sustainability reporting, assurance and strategy, as well as supply chain ESG due diligence and risk assessment. Before we dive into our case study, let me introduce you to Terrascope. Terrascope is an end-to-end decarbonization SaaS platform. Our mission is to empower large enterprises to accurately and comprehensively measure and manage their greenhouse gas emissions. We aspire to guide companies on a meaningful decarbonization journey to achieve net zero. To achieve accurate measurement, we leverage the power of data science, machine learning, and deep sustainability expertise. We also emphasize comprehensive measurement, which covers GHG emissions across the company's value chain, which not only includes Scope 1 and 2, but also Scope 3 emissions. We are backed by a Fortune 500 company, Olam, one of the world's largest food and agri companies and a global leader in sustainability. Through this association, while we stay industry agnostic, we hold particular deep insights and expertise in agricultural supply chains, spanning food, consumer goods, lifestyles, and retail sectors. Let's transition into our case study, the beverage company. Through this example, we will explore how companies can foster internal buy-in for decarbonization. There are generally 3 steps when initiating decarbonization planning. Firstly, a company would start with measuring their carbon emissions across a value chain. This measurement can occur at the corporate or product level, or both. Secondly, using the results from step 1, the company can identify emission hotspots. In the case of our beverage company, they identified packaging as a significant emission hotspot. This includes not only the upstream emissions from the production of packaging materials, but also downstream end-of-life treatment of post-consumer products. Remarkably, for this specific company and their range of flagship beverages, packaging alone contributed 50 to 80% of the product lifecycle emissions, which is very significant. Thirdly, the company then proceed to explore different decarbonization levers to address this emission hotspot. The company can conduct research to build what-if scenarios for different alternative options. They need to ask themselves a range of questions, such as, what are the ways we can reduce the use of packaging in our products and in our operations? How can we make them more circular? Which material has lower embodied carbon? How recyclable are these materials after consumer use, particularly taking into context of local or waste treatment in their key markets? And are there any government regulations the company needs to take into account? Are there any environmental or social externalities that the company needs to consider? The beverage company can then compare pros and cons of different options, taking into considerations of business cost and opportunities, as well as any externalities mentioned above. Ultimately, the best practice is, of course, to shift away from single-use packaging and strive for 100% circularity. One of the most effective ways to create accountability of decarbonization and ensure it's implemented is to set a transparent, public, and ambitious climate targets. Currently, the most credible climate targets is science-based targets, or SBTs in short. Science-based target use a top-down carbon budget approach to assign required reduction to every different sectors. They look at what is needed globally to reduce or limit the climate change impact to well below 2 degrees Celsius or 1.5 degrees Celsius. With this global objective in mind, SBT criteria then guide companies to set adequately ambitious targets. For example, to be validated by science-based target, a company cannot simply set an arbitrary target reduction. General guidance is that they need to aim for a minimum 4.2 year-on-year reduction for Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions, and 2.5 minimum yearly reduction for their Scope 3 emissions. Setting targets involve 3 distinct steps. Firstly, there is a crucial stage of socialization and fostering organizational buy-in. These initial steps lay the foundation for successful decarbonization. Secondly, the process includes building an internal strategy and creating roadmaps that guide the journey towards decarbonization. Basically, this is the internal strategizing steps to figure out how to achieve the target. Lastly, the targets leads to eventually a formal commitment to climate targets. For example, the company can validate their targets with SBTi. Today, our focus is on step 1, fostering organizational buy-in. We've chosen this as a focus because for many companies starting their sustainability journey, it's often the primary challenge the sustainability team face. For instance, a shift in packaging is not just a sustainability project. It might require fundamental changes in business strategies and product strategy. This shift could impact areas such as food safety compliance, shelf life of the product, consumer reception, production cost, and supply chain issues. Thus, it's important to ensure every single stakeholders are consulted and are on board. Organizational buy-in is crucial for success of decarbonization because it can address potential challenges such as asymmetry in information sharing, which can lead to unbalanced analysis or misunderstanding, or there can be lack of support or even resistance from internal teams. This framework we're going to discuss today can be applied broadly to other types of sustainability targets as well, beyond decarbonization. So, what do we need to create organizational buy-in and backing? Based on our expertise, there are 5 key prerequisites to rally teams behind an ambitious climate target. We will go through one by one from bottom to top. Firstly, let's address the matter of purpose. We want the confidence that the ambitious climate target is right for the business. At times, business units and stakeholders might be uncertain if the climate target is aligned with a broader business strategy. Then it's the responsibility of the core sustainability team to demonstrate that setting targets is the right decision, is backed by a robust methodology. So we should be able to demonstrate benefits for the planet and for the company in the long term, showcasing how all parties can work together and achieve this target. For instance, in the context of science-based targets, we can persuade stakeholders by emphasizing science-based targets are supported by very robust climate science. They represent the best practice in setting climate targets and would boost brand reputation and investor confidence. It would also help the company to be resilient against any regulatory changes. Internally, setting science-based target can potentially lead to bottom line savings and can be a catalyst for innovation. The second critical aspect is clarity. I cannot stress enough the importance of creating confidence in the underlying climate data. Your climate targets and strategy needs to be based on scientific evidence. In this case, a comprehensive and accurate GHG inventory. This would give you clarity on the emission hotspots and what are the underlying emission sources. This is all about giving your stakeholders the insights and knowledge to develop robust plan. Without a solid foundation of underlying data, planning would be weak or even misguided. This is why many companies wanted stronger safeguard and oversight on carbon data. They are transitioning away from manual Excel process to more structured platform solutions. And the shift enhanced consistency, transparency, and efficiency in gathering climate data. Next, stakeholders also anticipate transparency and collaboration regarding these targets. Teams would not simply be told what to do, they should be actively involved in a consultative process. To the extent possible, they should participate in the data collection phase, they should be presented with the results and analysis, and be consulted for target setting process. Additionally, it's also important to ensure business units and stakeholders understand their roles and what's asked of them, including what's the allocation of this target across different business units. By establishing a clear problem statement and also the necessary information for your business units, you are laying a very solid foundation for the subsequent implementation. Moving forward, let's discuss the next aspect, support. Number 4, the assurance of investment and leadership backing in decarbonization plan is crucial, quite self-explanatory. Realizing climate data requires investment and various types of organizational resources. During the day-to-day running of the business, your team might face regular decision points on whether to go with decarbonization or other business objectives. So if they have the backing and understanding that the leadership prioritizes decarbonizations, this will give them the license to operate and mobilize organizational resources. Of course, the decision would be made by a case basis, but still with this basic understanding, it would benefit the decarbonization agenda tremendously if there is continued support from the leadership. Lastly, really important, ownership. Stakeholders seek autonomy, not only in the planning stage, but also in execution. So ownership is key across business functions and targets, and climate targets is the same. Granting business units the autonomy, ownership, and responsibility empowers them to take decarbonization under their own remit and attack it with full force. And with that, I conclude my presentation. I hope you have found it helpful. Now we open the floor for questions.
All right, thank you, Sinru, for sharing the topic with us. Just to check with you, Sinru, are you able to hear my voice?
Yes.
That's great. So here we go for the first question for you, all right? So this is the first question coming in. What are a company's material matters to look at to begin their decarbonization journey?
This is a very interesting question. I think it's different for different industries, for different type of company, but the general steps are quite straightforward. Firstly, you need to look at what's your operation and what's your value chain. So understanding all these points would understand what are the key sources of emissions. So GHG protocol has a very clear guidance on how you conduct a carbon accounting exercise. They have nicely broken down to different scopes and categories. Under your own operations, there are scope 1, which are direct emissions in your operations. That will include things like if you are combusting any fossil fuel on site, or you have any company vehicles, or even if you are in the agricultural sector, then there will be emissions related to land management and land change. And then scope 2 are indirect emissions. So those are electricity. And scope 3 are value chain. So this is more complex. And usually what companies should do is to do a value chain mapping. GHG protocol gives 15 different categories of emissions, such as purchased goods and services, transportation, employee commute. And then the company should go through category by category to see what is relevant and then judge whether it's material. In general, what we recommend is that materiality shouldn't be used as reasons for exclusion because we want to be as comprehensive as possible, but it should guide data collection efforts. For example, if there are certain categories that are really material, then you should devote more resources to collect high quality data. For example, you should reach out to your key stakeholders and suppliers to collect direct data. For less significant categories, then probably you can have a longer game plan to prioritize that later. So in this way, we make sure no significant categories is missed out. And then over time, of course, we hope to improve the quality of the carbon measurement.
All right, thank you for the answers. And now we'll move on to the second question coming in from the audience. Instead of employing consultants, are there any templates that can be used to progress into a circular model?
I guess I can answer this question from the aspect of, how do circularity, in the intersection of circularity and decarbonization. I think there are many resources out there for companies, guide companies to think about their impacts. So again, we start with the materiality. What are the significant impacts? And then we look at, okay, then what are the hotspots, right? And those areas should be the focus of change. And we look, I think, then we apply the model. What are the hotspots? Then we look at, okay, what are the different options? We not only consider carbon emissions, but we'll consider other externalities, such as, especially in circularity, we look at, what are the pollution, what are the infrastructure in this country, in this market you operate in, what are the recycling rate, what are the different options that's available, and then you make a decision based on business cost opportunities as well as all these externalities. I think there are good resources out there, but it would require a dedicated team within the company to study these resources and to understand. And also it's important to talk to your peers, to talk to what are the challenges they're facing, what are the solutions they're looking at, what worked well, what doesn't work. So those would be very helpful tips for companies to look at doing things independently.
All right, thank you for sharing your thoughts. And next we have question number 3 coming in. What steps can we take to motivate internal teams who are not bought into companies' ESG sustainability goals?
Right. I think this is a very big question. I think that's what we are trying to discuss through this presentation, is how do we create this organizational buy-in? And of course, it's not always preaching to the choir. Sometimes you need to convince other business unit that this is good for the company. I think the first and most important things is to voices coming from the top, that your leadership understand why the company is doing this and why this is beneficial for the company in the longer term. And with this tone, it's a lot easier to get understanding from different business unit. And then the next step is through constant engagement and education. So you need to, from the sustainability perspective, you should have a structure that you don't just tell other team what do they do. You can sit down with them, discuss what are the point of view, why is it so, and try to see what are the pinpoints that you need to address to move ahead your sustainability agenda. And through that, you look at what are the options. And I guess the role of the sustainability team also here is to think out of the box, right? Of course, there are different operational challenges, but people have done this. There are a lot of successful case studies out there. I think showing the internal team and building that confidence, this approach is robust. It's not something the sustainability team thought of overnight. It's proven and it has worked in other places. Is also very important. And I guess another thing is to really look at this through a longer term perspective. In the short term, there might be challenges, but this is in every industry, there are different topics, right? There are climate change, there are circularity. These are the trends that companies are moving towards. So if you are ahead of this trend, then you are ahead of this market. You can gain competitive advantage, and you can also see in certain markets, different regulations are coming out. If you are ahead of this, then you can stay ahead of these regulations and be very resilient for any changes in the future.
All right, thank you. And before we wrap up our Q&A session, here will be the last question for you, Sin Lu. How does a company get good data to implement their ESG initiatives, and who collects and verifies the data integrity?
Right. This is a big question again. I think, again, we would start with mapping out what are the operations and supply chain, and what are the externalities involved in all the business activities we do. So in this process, you would also map out what are the key data owners. So those key data owners, you should engage them, not just give them a template and tell them fill in this in, but bring them on board, educate them why you are collecting this data and how this data would look like. So I think this is key, so that this is to ensure a corporation understanding why you are collecting this data and also improves data quality. So after mapping, this is going to be a very complex process. So that's why a lot of companies moved away from a very manual process, right? So usually this is done by sustainability team, who is the coordinator of all this data collection. But things get lost, and then people change, and then how you transform the data and the thinking is lost. It's important to have the structure. If you are not moving on platform, then you should at least have very clear SOPs on recording who is doing what and how it's done. So, and when the data is collected, of course, there should be a layer of internal review. So as organizations, usually the challenge people face is that for sustainability data and all other non-financial data, there is no established or not as rigorous internal review process. So this is something that the team needs to look at and to make sure there is really tight reviews internally of this data. And of course, the best practice, and in a lot of geographies, the regulators are pushing for is independent review. So this is to bring in third-party reviewers to look at your system, to look at your process and identify what are the areas of improvement. And in the end, whatever sustainability claims and data you produce would be certified, in a sense that can be limited assurance or reasonable assurance. And this would give any readers confidence that the sustainability data is robust and accurate.
All right, thank you, Sing Lu, for all the thoughts and questions coming in from our audience. I think that's the time that we have for the question for our Q&A session. Thanks, Sing Lu, for taking your time off from your busy schedule to join in our conference today. And it's been a pleasure for us to have you with us, and all the best to you, Sing Lu.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have almost come to the end of Star Media Group's Circular Economy 2023 live virtual conference. On behalf of Star Media Group, I would like to thank our platinum sponsor, UOB Malaysia, the Minister of Local Government Development, Yang Berhormat Tuan Nga Komeng, moderators and speakers once again for joining us in making this event program a great success. Thank you very much for staying with us in this full-day journey of Star Media Group's Circular Economy 2023 live virtual conference. Before we conclude, I would very much appreciate it if you could assist me in completing a short feedback survey before we conclude the session. The poll will appear on your screen right now. And with that, the Star Circular Economy Conference 2023 is a wrap. We sincerely hope you have enjoyed and benefited from this full-day conference program produced by the Events Business Unit of Star Media Group. Thank you for staying with us till the end. If you need any assistance from us, please email us at events@thestars.com.my. Once again, my name is Remy and I am signing out. Thank you, and we are looking forward to hosting you once again at our next Star Media Group event. And don't forget to stay educated and act and think sustainably. And thank you very much and have a great evening, everyone.